Yo, hi, how we doing? Hope we doing good. Hello, hello, hello. Hi, Zoom, how you doing? Hope you doing good. Hi, Crocark, how you doing? Hope you doing good. Hi, Dinosaur, how you doing? Hope you doing good. Hello. Going into surgery tomorrow. Going to remove a lump on my head. Well, I hope that there's no complications and that the goes well. That the surgery goes well, obviously. Of course. Of course, of course. That's important. We hope so. That the surgery goes well, at least. Yeah. Poke, I'm hungry. Aren't you always hungry? When are you not hungry? Wait a minute. I don't like that. When are you not hungry? When are you genuinely not hungry? I'm not surprised. Anyways, how are we doing? How are we doing? Yesterday Christmas market was nice. It was nice. It was really nice. Not bad. Regardless. We've got a few videos. We'll start with Croc Rocks, obviously, as usual. We must. Let me real quick adjust a few things before we jump in. I want to adjust a few things. I also want to check how hungry I'm, Dad. Brother, dad jokes. That's rough, buddy. That's rough. Diabolical dad jokes. Well, that doesn't sound great. Anyways, we got this. Perfect. Okay, I think we can pretty much start. Give me still a second. Also, I have new successes to name in ZA. I got my final Slowpoke. And I got, which is really cool, an Alpha Shuppet, Shiny Shuppet, and an Alpha Shiny Tyranitar. I haven't caught that Tyranitar yet, though. I've got to my Australian video and New Sydney video. Yeah, I know. I've seen it. We'll slowly work through these. First, we're gonna do some other stuff, and then we're gonna jump into these. Yoink. All right. I think we're pretty much ready. I think we'll just start. Enough with the yapping. We'll just jump over. Yoink. Now we're here. Now we are here. I need to be sure that the audio is fine. Because last time it wasn't. We don't like this. Just to make sure everything is okay. We want to make sure that that's fine. Last time it was like this, wasn't it? Could be wrong. I think. Wait a minute. Need to figure out so it's not too loud. Huh. Okay. Pretty much though. Pretty much. Here we go. First one of the day. I need water first. These nuts. Ha! Got him! Hi, Cocos. How are you doing? Hope you're doing good. Hello. Anyways, we'll look at this. We'll look at this first. The dumbest tweets of 2013 Part 2 by Fresh Prince Yoop. Near will be the most normal entry of Depart Heaven. Interesting. Also, hi, Shadow Clips. How you doing? Hope you're doing good. Hello. Okay, we'll see. Anyways, we'll jump into this Fresh Prince Yoop. We'll see how that's gonna go. Can't be. It's a smiley again. Can't be as bad as it was as the last thing, right? It can't. Chill. It can't be that bad, right?
Are all nerds as good as you?
Yes.
Did it! Mock! Yeah! Ing! Yeah!
Drea Face tweeted, "My dentist just gave me a volume. What's this gonna do?"
So he didn't even.
For dentist did what? My dentist just gave me a volume. What's this gonna do? For dentist volume. I think something's wrong. Crocker what?
Volume. What's this gonna do?
So he didn't even give your ass medicine. He just gave your ass some sound. He was like, take 2 of these and get turned up.
Bro just gave her like an album to listen to and that's it.
Fat Belly Bella, aka Erica Badu, tweeted, "Detroit files for bankruptcy today. The whole state."
Erica Badu. Oh no. Detroit's a city.
Pretty Diva.
True. Detroit is not a state. Detroit is a city. The fuck? What are we doing? No. Detroit is a city, not a state. And y'all do know that black people originally came from Egypt, not Africa, right? Well, Egypt is in Africa, but Egyptians aren't black. What are you talking about? No. Also, no. Cleopatra was not black. She was Greek. Played Deltarune or Undertale. Do I really want to have anything to do with that parasitic community, that parasitic fandom? That's the question.
For you tweeted, and y'all do know that black people originally came from Egypt, not Africa, right?
Wait. You're black and you don't know Egypt's in Africa?
T-Fly tweeted, "STD's not really scary ever since they made antibody."
Wait. Detroit become human. True. Hi, Joe. How you doing? Hope you're doing good. Okay, let's dissect this. STDs not really scary ever since they made antibiotics. Idiotics. What the heck? What are we doing? Hello, Zoom. Hi, how are you doing? Hope you're doing good. What the hell are we doing? What the hell are we doing? They're so scary.
Addicts. What?
So what you're implying is that it's cool to get any STD as long as you got lottie-dotties, antibiotics, or whatever the hell you just called it.
The Thirst Though tweeted, Beyonce and Jay-Z are at the inauguration. This is such a great day.
You almost had it, Billy. The fact that so many people retweeted this leaves me little hope.
45th tweeted, about to buy me some new cardigan sweaters for when it get cold.
Isn't it cardigan? You mean antibiotics? Yeah, he does me that. Yeah, it's antibiotics, but it's spelled wrong, obviously.
What store sell cardigan sweaters?
T Slow tweeted, death is invegetable.
See, that's why I'm not vegetarian or vegan. Death is invegetable.
T-Slow. This name really suits you. Not only is death inevitable, it's in vegetables.
Clarissa Bebe 96 tweeted, if a cop say you smell like weed, simply just say thank you. It's my new colon I got. Winky face.
Winky phase. Yeah. Who would have guessed that weed is nowadays a colon?
Face with the double chin.
So what you're saying is your new cologne smells like doo-doo.
They love to hate me tweet.
Yeah. Which is crazy. Right? She didn't even spell it, right? She didn't really spell it, right? Cologne. She spelled colon. Which is basically you smell like shit. Just took this night quail. Yes, quail's mentioned, guys. Peak cinema. Alright, it's still reaction time. Yes, it is, Cricket.
I just took this night quail.
Oh, you know, NyQuil, Quail Man, same thing.
Night quail. Also, hi, Cricket. How you doing? Hope you're doing good. I'm as much of a vegan is a carnivore. Yo, there's vegan meat eaters. You won't believe it. Because they don't know what a vegan is.
Hey Kelly 82 tweeted, damn, Lil Wayne in a comma.
So Lil Wayne didn't even have a comma. He just went straight into a punctuation mark.
Don is Wavy tweeted, you can't spell entrepreneur without trap.
Okay. Let's dissect this. This person can spell. That's the first thing. And you'd probably break every single one of your bones trying to read this. What even? Spiritually vegan? In my heart of hearts, I am a vegan. You're good in comparison. Hope you too. Yeah. Yesterday was nice. Christmas markets don't hit as hard anymore. Can we get your night quails? No, you cannot get my night quails.
You know,
this whole tweet is all kinds of messed up. At least he got trap out of it. The fuck is without too. The way he spelled entrepreneur was just like he was trying to create a new Pokemon. That shit looks like orthodontist mixed with Bulbasaur.
Who is Yeezy tweeted, wait, what the hell? Why is his name AIDS and malaria? Nuclear weapons are not a joke. People take North Korea.
Nuclear. Yeah, the nuclear weapons. The nuclear weapons. I have them too. I clean the floor with them and in the sink and other things. Entrepreneur without what? That is a trap. You can't spell entrepreneur without trap. Maybe that person just likes anime femboys.
Seriously.
My nigga AIDS and malaria. There's a nuclear weapon.
Haley Greer tweeted, why is people bombing Boston? And where is Boston? It sounds like it's in England.
What? Take North Korea seriously? Right. Nobody. When was Boston bombed? Is Kirsch still alive? Sounds like it's in England. Clear weapons are useful before they won't know what hit them. True.
England.
If you use Apple Maps, you can find Boston, Massachusetts right over there in England.
Just a Black Guy, aka fake ass J. Cole, tweeted, 14-year-old girls got the best pussy. Trust me.
It's gotta have one of those tweets. Yeah, just a black guy, just a jail cell. What? What the fuck? That is crazy work. That's a crazy tweet. That is a Diddy leveled of tweet here. Jesus.
Nigga.
You want to explain to me what you're doing here? I came looking for booty.
Poppeth thy pussy,
Crazy work.
he tweeted. I had sex with my second cousin and
Are you Muslim by any chance?
I wouldn't take it back. That dick was too bomb.
Are you Muslim by any chance? Body.
The fuck? And another loss for light-skinned chicks.
Jada Freaky tweeted, Zimmerman free, but Michael Jordan served a year for killing dogs.
Wait. So you think Michael Jordan and Michael Vick... I'm
Are the same person? Yes, they think that.
done.
Drums, please.
Yeah, that was horrible. Bro teaches kindergarten as a That's crazy, bro. You are hosting a... Yeah, That's a crazy chat message right there. Jeez. Oh, well. You know what we can say? Get these motherfuckers into jail. Like, what the fuck? What are we doing? These tweets were pretty mid. These tweets were pretty mid, okay? But that second last one was diabolical. What do you mean 14-year-olds? I wonder how these people are doing. Isn't Michael Jordan that character in Space Jam? Imagine, like, people talking about Michael Jordan, right? And then some random comes up to them and is like, isn't that the guy from Space Jam? Bro, what a legacy. Anyways, like, comment, and subscribe. That was horrible. That was a horrible tweet. That is crazy. Where John Cena lives. Ah. Anyways. Okay, what are we doing next? Yeah, imagine. That probably has happened. I don't need to imagine that. That probably has happened. We need chatter quotes. Yeah, but that would be full with sumacs. We can't do that. We'd put her on blast. Isn't Michael Jackson was in a zombie apocalypse? True. Honestly, the video was worth it. Just for that one tweet. Real. It was. That one tweet saved the entire thing. It's crazy. Okay, what are we looking at? What are we looking at? I know what we're looking at. What are we looking at? Something stupid or nah? Guys, we're doing this.
Censorship in the video.
We're doing this. You know why? Guys, it would happen to me a few times. People sleep on Michael Jordan. That's crazy. Anyways, we're doing this. Look, guys, he just mixed up the numbers. He meant 41. Or that... Maybe he's hackbaxing. Stupid. Always. Did they have LeBron or something like that? True. Anyways, we got something stupid, okay? Guys, they're taking our anime women. Steam is taking our anime women. And we need to talk about it. Steam bans more anime games. Brown Tusk 2 blocked days before release. Sexy women targeted. Yeah, Brown Tusk 2 is essentially a Gooner gacha. Like, it's crazy. This is Bavaria Dark. We're gonna look at it what Steam did again. Remember, this has been going on for a while. Right? Anybody remember that horror indie game that was nuked for having a woman in a bikini in one of the title screens or title pictures or whatever? Anyways, we're looking at this. To be fair, I'm not surprised. Brown Tusk 2 is incredibly how do you say this? They have this is one of the gachas where I'm like, Broski, how did you get away with being 12 plus? How?
Censorship in the video game industry has been out of control for years at this point, but it looks like it's only going to continue to get worse, as I've had to talk a lot about Japanese developed games being targeted, and now Koreans are being added to the mix. I have a few different things to show off, but before I get into the topic, if you enjoy the content I create, check out the links in the description, join the community in my live streams, and consider supporting through Patreon or YouTube memberships. Now, all of these games have one specific theme that is being targeted, and that is
They have attractive anime women. That is what these... I'm surprised that it didn't happen to Blue Archive. I'll be real, I'm surprised. I'm genuinely surprised. But I'm not surprised really for Brown Dust 2. That is... peak Gooner material. Brown Dust 2 is 18. Neek is 12. Here in Germany, Brown Dust 2 was at one point 12, and Uma Musume is 18. Yeah. Now Brown Dust 2 is probably, I think maybe it has changed, I don't know, we'll see.
pretty women. We get to see a lot of AAA games be let through with no problems, but when it comes time for indies and AA studios to actually put their games onto platforms like Steam, put them in the PlayStation Store and even the eShop, then it becomes a major problem. And unfortunately, a lot of these developers don't have the power.
I looked it up. Brown Dust 2 here in Germany is 16 plus. It's for 16-year-olds. The more you know.
Power to fight back. They don't have money to throw at a lawsuit. They don't have the ability to really fight Steam. And unfortunately, it looks like things are only getting worse as more pretty women in video games are being targeted. So I did recently talk about how apparently butts are too graphic. Aftermath Red Pine Lake had posted back in November that apparently women's...
Yep. That was the one. Red Pine Lake, women booties. Women booties. Which is really interesting. That was too much for Steam. Can I get The Last of Us 2 on Steam? Why is a gay sex scene allowed? Anyways, Umusume is 18 due to being a horse racing game, which is by technicality gambling. Let's go gambling.
Behinds are not allowed because their game was initially supposed to go up on the platform, then it was restricted, and the Steam team had said if you look long enough, I'm sure you'll find plenty of other partners who are breaking our rules and guidelines. Focusing the topic of the image on a woman's behind is indeed sexual in nature, regardless of what she's wearing. Your graphical assets can be viewed by everyone on the platform.
Women aren't sex objects. Women women bodies are not sexual. Until they are. I find this weird double standard funny. So women bodies should not be sexualized. So it should be no problem for a woman's butt to appear, right? Because technically, we're saying that it's not that it's normal, right? We're saying it's normal. It shouldn't be something sexual, right? A woman in a bikini, that shouldn't be something sexual. Unless the double standards pull up. Then suddenly it is.
Form and should be appropriate for the store, which I think is so rich because they have so much worse content on the platform. It's not like this is a hentai game. It's not like it's NSFW. It simply has a picture of a woman in a bikini that, in my opinion, is not sexual in nature at all whatsoever. If you look at a woman in a bikini and instantly sexualize her, maybe you're part of the problem because it's normal swimwear, but apparently women's butts are too graphic now. Next, it might be ankles or shoulders or wrists and
hips. And after hips, feet bros, you're next. After hips, feet bros. Maybe they're preparing for the great so maybe they're preparing that every woman is supposed to wear essentially a burqa, right? Because then they're not sexualized anymore, right? I wonder if that would have changed anything. When Poe gets in the controversy for misogyny, it is what it is. Finally, I achieved it. Ultra misogyn instinct.
And I had posted, this is why I say censorship is a slippery slope. We've now gotten to the point where a woman's body is more offensive than the games with gore and violence. And I, of course, don't think any of this content should be censored, but they are fine with you hacking and slashing and shooting somebody. But God forbid a woman in a game wear a bikini, even though women in the real world wear bikinis. And
which is like the ironic part, right? That is the ironic part. So, sexualizing women in fictional content, bad. Women dressing like whores, empowerment. So one is sexualization and oppressive and misogyny and patriarchy and whatever. And the other one is women's freedom. Weird. That is weird. Sounds like you're actively trying to push women to sexualizing themselves. That's just me, though.
You have the situation with Lover's Kiss because the unequal Valve review that seems to target Japanese people, girl protagonist
Girl needs something to eat! Buddy, give this woman a nice steak. What the heck? What is this? Feed this woman. Help. Give her some meat. Fatten her up. What is this? Jeez. Oh, crazy. Crazy. One thrust and she just gets pulverized right there.
ADV, Inner Truth, and Girl Photography SLG, Lover Kiss, Endless Memories simultaneously removed from Steam. So yes, again, pretty women in games. But now we have to talk about how Brown Dust 2 was banned from Steam before release. Now, I have seen a limited amount of this game, but it is a Korean mobile RPG. It is a tile strategy title, though one of the ways they market it is with very beautiful.
Not only are the women hot. Not only are the women hot in this game, the game's also fun. Like, it's fun. Like, the strategizing is fun. Like, placing your characters in a way that you do enough damage and you hit them the right way, and it's like, the game generally, aside from like the hot women, it's still fun. Which is crazy.
Full women, and clearly there was a lot of excitement over this, given if you
Damn, boy.
open their webpage, it talks about how it had 100,000 Steam wish lists, and unfortunately now that is not the case, as they are facing problems. Now, this game, in my opinion, has such a pretty art style. I think all of the characters in this game actually look really cool. All of the art simply looks really, really cool.
I started the game when they dropped the first wave of summer outfits. And my god! I needed to get them all. I maxed out all of them. I maxed out all of them. The moment I saw that there's the summer characters, I was like, yep, this is it. I'm in that bitch.
And it's a title that, in my opinion, would capture most people's attention. Now, yes, there are characters in this game that are wearing pretty revealing outfits. As you can see, you've got like this bunny suit, kind of looks like Ultimate Bunny in the first Descendant. You've got several characters that, of course, look like this that are wearing very revealing outfits. Their assets are on full display, but either way,
I'm getting banned. Yeah, that's Brown does too.
we are talking about Steam, and Steam has way more risque content than this. Steam allows games with full-on sex scenes in it, which again, I think is perfectly fine because I'm not for censorship, and I think that If it's content you don't want to consume, you can just ignore it. And if you want to consume it, you should be able to buy it. But we're not talking about a game that like pushes the limits and has extreme gore and violence. And
As long as it's not illegal content, I see no issue. As long as it's not illegal, I see no issue. Steam was based at one point, but they're losing their baseness by the second.
sexual content, it's not like it's got everything that Steam would mark. We're talking about ladies in bunny suits, and it really just boils down to women's sexuality. Now, it's very funny to me because this is what feminists should technically be standing against, is the censorship of women. It doesn't matter where or when, but in this case,
Technically, it's sexualizing women because banning, essentially removing, games that show women's bodies because they're showing women's bodies is inherently sexualizing, which means technically feminists should be against because they're against the sexualization of women. Basically that. If you want to argue you're against the sexualization of women, then you would need to be against the idea that a woman's body is inherently sexual, which Steam is technically pushing. The math is mathing, I think.
it would be an entertainment, and yet they're nowhere to be found. And oftentimes they actually argue that these characters should be censored. This is the one time when we could actually maybe stand with the feminists in some way, but their priorities are so insane, and now they're for censoring women because they want to fight the male gaze, which of course is a fictionalized concept, that the one time
You fight the male gaze. I fight the male gaze. We are not the same.
they could be slightly relevant to a conversation, they're nowhere to be fucking found. And gamers are calling out Steam, and rightfully so, because we have seen a lot of issues when it comes to Steam and them sort of fighting the payment processors. But the issue, as I had said months ago when the Visa MasterCard situation was going on, is that years before that, Steam had been censoring content. Steam had been censoring women. Steam had been censoring anything that they found objectionable. And that is the problem we now face. Is this because of the payment processors? Is this just because a rogue Steam employee said, no, I don't like this game, so I'm going to deny it? We don't have any information, and unfortunately, we're probably not going to get any. Now, they did.
I'm gonna be honest. If you are... So, Brondas 2 developers. If they want you to censor the game, I would not cave. I would literally set up a website and just make it downloadable through your own website at this point. Like, straight up. Yes, we're probably less traffic, not through Steam, but at this point. Or any other place where you could put the game. But I wouldn't do it on Steam. Steam has clearly shown that, like, if they want them to censor the game, I wouldn't do that.
Did make a statement on their website. It's very short, it's very simple. They just said, we've identified an issue where access to the Brown Dust 2 game page and community features on the Steam platform is restricted. We are in communication with Steam and are working to resolve the issue as quickly as possible, but unfortunately, it doesn't seem like that's going to change if this truly is not just like one random situation where they didn't mean to hide it and restrict this game, but how often do they really?
Look at this game. Jesus. Look at this. Okay. So they nuked Brown Dust 2, right? Yet these games, sex with maids, sex with teachers, with the devil, with Hitler 2, with Hitler 2069, Stalin, that's a soundtrack, with Ogre. Okay, so these are now the problem. But Brown Dust 2 is. Sure, buddy, especially these two. Like, what the fuck, bro? Broski, what the hell?
Turn course and listen to gamers, not often. There are lots of people calling them out, which I think is amazing. They should just release their own PC launcher, probably the reason Nikkei didn't bother with the Steam release. This is a good point. Steam doesn't moderate their moderation team. A game's existence on Steam is entirely random and based on the personal views of whatever moderator they happen to get, and Steam won't do anything about this, never have, never will, and this is the unfortunate truth of the matter. They have employees who go rogue. They don't follow one consistent rule set, and
Yep. Moderators are... Mods are the lowest of the low. Obviously, well, not my mods. My mods are peak. They are great. I love my mods. But if there's one thing I don't like, it's Discord mods, Reddit mods, and the pure Steam mods.
it's been that way for years. That's why so many games are banned unfairly, yet Steam will allow content that is much more graphic on their platform. This censorship is also putting many creators out of jobs if they can't release their games on certain platforms. We were right there, man. Apparently, the updated wishlist number was 210,000, according to this poster. They could have done it a long time ago, but chose to do it right before release so they can piss off the most amount of people. Kind of funny, Steam has tons of hentai games, but they can't handle this game. Oh, brother. Here we go again. Unsurprising, Steam has been cringe lately. Just use the official launcher. And yeah, it's not like you can't play this game at all whatsoever. Now you just have to go down different routes and you have to find alternative ways to get it from their website first and foremost, but it's just really unfortunate that this is happening now. Maybe this will be one of those rare instances where, oh, it was actually just an error and they apologize to the developers, but when is...
Maybe, but it's a bit... See, it's a bit weird nuking it right before release. Like, it's been announced for a while. So if you nuke it right before release, that makes it weird and suspicious and odd. Like, you're actively trying to make the, like, force, basically, the game to somewhat fail a little. That's weird. Like, that mistake, that whatever issue, that should have been noted a long time ago then. It's a bit weird.
That ever happened? I genuinely can't think of an instance.
Might as well just be somebody who got offended by big titty anime women.
Off the top of my head, so I'll be following this pretty closely, but unfortunately, if you were excited for Brown Dust 2, you are no longer able to wishlist it and play it on Steam at this point in time. But that's all that I really had to discuss in this video. Let everyone know your thoughts in the comments below. If you found this important and informative, make sure to give it a like, share it, and subscribe to the channel. And if you didn't, give it a dislike. I appreciate your support either.
To summarize, Steam is retorted. They're gonna keep digging their own grave. I'm not surprised. It's Steam. Intelligence isn't something they've been recently known for, considering that they love nuking the stuff recently. Is this due to the payment processors? Maybe. It's definitely due to the mods. Steam, get new mods. How about we get new mods? How about that? Anyways, like, comment, and subscribe. Alrighty. Next. What are we going to look at next? I got it. I got it. Let's go look at something catastrophic. Okay? Look at something wild. Why not? The recent developments. Let's look at this.
Like, I'm sorry.
It's time to have a deep dive into the black pill. Let's go deep inside the black pill, guys. Let's look at the black pill, guys. Let's look at it. The looks maxing epidemic has gotten even worse. By Cameron. Yeah. Looks maxers. The only thing they are looks maxing is nothing. I find looks max is weird. Mostly the accounts. Not the guys that are doing it, actually. I find the accounts weird. Because these accounts, they max everything but their own looks. Sometimes I question if they're closeted gays. Because if you're a looks maxer, you should be maxing your looks, not glazing how other men look. Like the guys that only do looks maxing edits. And you don't see their face at all because they themselves are not doing anything. They're just out there glazing other men on TikTok. Yeah.
Like, I'm sorry, but the looks maxing community is one of the most insecure and sad communities I've ever seen in my life.
Very true. Very true. That is very, very true. They are. Why do you keep engaging with something that makes you miserable? Genuinely. Copyright music, yeah, because it's right. The looks maxing edit. Obviously, we're not hearing anything. Copyright music.
So what you just watched was a looks maxing or black pill edit of me because a few months ago I made a video about the cringe.
Wait, somebody actually made the black pill edit of this man? That is crazy. One more thing, The Boys Season 5 trailers. Are you watching it off stream? I have not watched The Boys at all. I'll be real.
World of looks maxing, calling out how this looks maxing epidemic is pretty cringe and it's toxic because it's just making you hyper focus on these small things that you really shouldn't be worried about. No one's perfect, so why try to do all these things to be perfect? And me being right, these looks maxers decide to make an edit of me calling it cope and calling me a sub 5, saying that I'm ugly. And in that video I also called them out for making these weird edits, flexing.
The problem is that the people that call you sub 5 are sub 5. That's the ironic part. The people that call you ugly are ugly. That is crazy.
Other dudes' looks, yet they wouldn't even show their face on their account. And when I did that, they would claim that I was proving the black pill right. When in that video, I never said that looks don't matter. I just said that looks aren't everything. And of course, if you're gonna sit there making videos of other people's looks, I would expect you to have your face on your account, especially when you're making fun of people's looks.
True, that's the thing. Like, come on, bro. Show your face. Come on, bro. Show your face. Show your face. See, the other thing is also, looks aren't unimportant. Nobody says looks aren't unimportant. They definitely open you doors that you would otherwise not get, right? Makes sense, right? Looks aren't unimportant. But here is something as well. Oh, there's plenty of big celebrities that look good, that have money, and they're still getting cheated on. Was it then the looks? How are you going to defend that point? Right? How are you going to defend that? You can't.
Who have birth defects. Like, they made a whole edit on this one dude, basically calling him ugly and saying that it's over for him because he has a cleft lip. It's disgusting. Look, I may not be the most attractive guy in the world, but I have many other qualities that people will like. And I promise you, this dude who has a cleft lip as well has many qualities that other people would like. Call it cope, but in my honest opinion, I call it being grateful and being optimistic, which is what a lot of these looks maxers and black pillars lack. I'm grateful that I don't wake up every single day hating the way I look to the point where I'm smashing my skull in with a hammer. But honestly, if you're a looks maxer and you hate my opinion on this stuff, make way more.
See, I always look at it like this. A sharp jawline can be changed with a hammer. So how does it matter?
Edits of me calling me chopped, all this stuff. The more you guys make, the more I'll make videos on this stuff. I will make a whole video reacting to your guys' looks maxing edits of me. Please make them. That would be hilarious. But yeah, in today's video, we're going to talk about looks maxing once again. And later in this video, we'll actually take a look at the comments on my last video because a lot of people disagreed with me. Also, another thing, I can't lie, in that video I did get a few things wrong. Like, I didn't know some of the terms for the certain facial bones, and also just some of the looks maxing terms and scales of looks maxing slash black pill. But my overall point was that this looks maxing stuff is cringe. And once again, don't get me wrong, looks do matter, but don't make it your top priority to the point where you're hitting yourself in the face with a hammer at 15 years old.
This is how to bone smash.
They max their looks, but they never max their soul.
I have my Sharpie here. See this area right here? Your cheekbones, your zygos right here. I'm just going to be marking where I'm going to be doing it. In these two areas, I'm just going to start hammering at this. I'm just going to be doing a shorter version. Normally I do it 5 minutes on each side. So 10 minutes in total. I'm just going to do a short hammer. Yeah, you gotta brace your head.
This is a young guy hitting his face with the hammer to look better. I don't care what your stance is, but you can't tell me that this is good. As a society, this shouldn't be something that's celebrated, in my opinion. While there is some science to it, they do this because of Wolff's Law, which is the principle that bones adapt their structure in the response of the mechanical stress placed on them. Some Muay Thai fighters actually do this to condition their shins. They'll kick hard metal poles to create microfractures so that when they repair, their shins just become even stronger. But again, I don't think this is good, especially to young men. Number one, you can get extremely hurt from doing this. Number two, you'll never be satisfied after it. You'll search for the next thing you...
Yeah, it's a slippery slope. Someone tell these people to try maxing the IQ. True. See, the thing is, you're always gonna find something, right? It's a slippery slope. First, it's your face, then it's your lip, your forehead, your arms, your legs. You're gonna continue that. And you know what the problem is? Then you have looks maxed, and chicks still don't want you. Because you have not gotten to the point where you could even talk to a woman. I recently saw a clip, right? We're cooked as men, right? I recently saw a clip of a guy having a panic attack, laying next to on stream next to a prostitute. Like, no kidding. Bro had a panic attack while laying next to a woman. That's how I imagine these guys.
Can change. And number three, it's going to frame your entire worth around your appearance. And the day that you don't look good to the looks maxing standard, you're going to feel terrible about yourself. Like, hyper focusing on your...
Like, it's going to get worse, right? It's going to get worse. The hammer can work. They just need to try a bit harder. The hammer ain't enough. Try drill. At this point, like, just save some money and get cosmetic surgery at this point.
Your looks is just going to drive you insane to the point where you're on these forums trying to see how to get rid of the left chin hair on your face because it stands out too much. That's what these looks maxers are on. These dudes could do every single tactic and get every single surgery in the world to look attractive, and they still wouldn't be satisfied. And that's the sad part about this. A lot of young men are going down this pipeline, and it's toxic. Like the guy who was bone smashing in that recent video. That guy is young. He doesn't have his age or anything in his bio, but he looks about maybe 16, 17 years old. He's not even finished with puberty yet, and he's trying to change his facial structure. That is bad. And speaking of changing your facial structure, one thing that's popular with the looks maxing community is this thing called a double jaw surgery, which is a procedure done by doctors that...
See, it's also really funny. Do you realize that this doesn't change anything? Realistically, if you looks max, okay, maybe you'll get a girl. Sure. But if you have children, they're not gonna get your fake face, right? Also, if I ever see one of these looks maxer dudes, right, complain about, like, a chick's makeup, that a woman wears makeup, or a woman does cosmetic surgery, I will do other things with that hammer, trust me. Because that's hypocritical. And I've seen looks maxers be like, oh yeah, but she doesn't look that way normally without makeup. Well, what are you doing? You also technically just putting a fake face on. Congratulations.
Repositions both the upper and lower jaws at the same time to correct severe misalignments and improve facial aesthetics. And this is something that's really only needed when you have a severe jaw misalignment, like a severe overbite or severe underbite. But these looks maxers glorify this surgery because the befores and afters are extremely dramatic, and it changes your bone structure and your side profile. And from doing this as a looks maxer, you can go from low on the scale to pretty high on the scale. A double jaw surgery slash Bimax would genuinely change my life. And the crazy part is, this isn't even a bad looking dude. I promise you, he's probably pulling a bunch of girls, right? But he's so hyper focused on getting this double jaw surgery because he went down the looks maxing pipeline, when in reality, he doesn't need this double jaw surgery. I mean, look at the dude. He thinks that this double jaw surgery is gonna make him look perfect, when in reality, if he were to get this, he'd look for the next thing to get and the next thing to get. And
Legit, I'll be real. If this guy just hit the gym, he'd look totally fine. He can pull girls easily. If he hit the gym, he'd be fine.
never be satisfied after that. And he's also acting like this thing can't go wrong. I mean, there's plenty of botched surgeries out there. I don't know, y'all may disagree with this, but I'm just not a fan of these surgeries unless they're really needed. Getting these surgeries in the hopes of going up on the looks maxing scale is just pretty stupid. This dude doesn't need surgery, he just needs character. He needs self-confidence. And I can see he already has confidence, you know? But just be confident enough in yourself that you don't need that double jaw surgery to pull even more girls. Maybe become funnier, maybe build more character. Building that character starts after you realize that no one in this world is perfect, so why try to strive for perfection? In my opinion, you don't need all these extreme procedures done yourself. Groom yourself properly, have good hygiene, hit the gym, eat well, build good character, and that's really all you need. You don't need these extreme surgeries.
All you really need is a good diet, hit the gym, hygiene, pop off. Maybe a haircut would work. Hi Darren, how you doing? Hope you're doing good. Hi GT, how you doing? Hope you're doing good. See, realistically, all these dudes need is good diet, gym, good hygiene, haircut. Most problems solved. Like, I see so many dudes who like, bro, if you lost some weight, you'd be a beast. Or if you put on some muscle, you'd be a beast. And I'm like, bro, why not do that instead? You're just gonna spend copious amount of money, and you're still just gonna spend, right? It's all just a money scheme, right? At the end of the day, it's just a psyop into literally just paying cosmetics, like the cosmetic industry, the beauty industry. At the end of the day, it's just a way to get them, right? Same with makeup and what was it? And the surgeries for women. It's all just the psyop, and you are feeding it.
Surgeries or dangerous tactics to pull women, bruh. And the whole reason I really wanted to revisit this looks maxing topic is because it's gotten even more popular since my last video. People are considering it mainstream now because recently there's been an influencer popping off by the name of Clavicular, who's a 19-year-old who's apparently the looks maxing god to these losers, and he's super dedicated to looks maxing to the point where it's taken over his whole life. Like, this guy is a teenager still, but his whole world is looks maxing. All he cares about is mogging, which, if you're unfamiliar with the term, it basically means to outshine whoever's next to you. Let's say me and you take a picture and I look better than you. That means that I mogged you. And that's this dude's goal in life, to look better than other people and to get compliments from other people from looking better.
I mean, the goal is to mog, okay? I just want to mog. I don't give a fuck about getting girls. I don't give a fuck about that shit. I want to mog people, right? I want to walk into a room and people are like, holy shit, look at this guy.
Like, this is just sad. Maybe it's because when he was like super young, he just wasn't seen enough. So
Maybe you got bullied as a kiddo. Darren, I do not speak your language. English. Here is the thing. Maybe he was bullied as a kiddo. Maybe he didn't look that good as a kiddo. And now it's different. Because he is the bad looking dude. He's a good looking dude. It's just, I don't know. He is gay. Gay. maybe, who knows?
He feels that if he does all this stuff, he's going to be more seen. It's just sad. And you can see that this dude is insecure. And what makes me think this is a lack of attention even more is because, I mean, there was this clip I saw of him while doing the research of this, where he was bone smashing in front of his parents, and they were telling this man to go away.
At that point in time, institutions sit down in the morning with their portfolio managers and their analysts and say, oh, they were going to make $6.
I'm not gonna lie, his parents are correct right there, bruh.
Yeah, if my kids started doing this, they're gonna grow up with the whole family's gonna grow up with generational trauma. I dare you. What are you doing, bro? Nothing much. We're reacting to this video. We're gonna watching this video.
Disowned my son if he was bone smashing. This guy is the insecure final boss. He's so insecure that he can't even pick up a slice of pizza.
Broski, what?
Dude, it isn't even a bad look.
Bro, wait, that is embarrassing. Holy shit.
He's so insecure that he can't even pick up a slice of pizza.
Bro, wait, are you telling me my man didn't pick up the pizza and just gave up afterwards? Ain't no way. Ain't no way. That is your king.
Dude, it isn't even a bad looking dude. No matter how much looks maxing this guy does, he could be the best looking person in the entire world. Yet you can tell he's still insecure. And that is sad. He'll never be secure with himself. And I can't lie, Clav definitely, like you can see, he's improved his looks from when he started to now. But you could also attribute that to puberty because I mean, the dude, I think he started when he was like maybe 16, 17 years old, somewhere.
Most people that have these jawlines, right? Like these sharp jawlines. I'm gonna tell you something you don't like. Most of these guys just got these jawlines because they lost weight. Because they're not fat. It's like, oh, I look smacked. I did all these things. And then you look at them. They started eating healthy. They started working out. No, your bone structure didn't change. You just lost weight. You formerly fat fuck.
Around there, and now he's 19. And since Clav just wants to mog everyone to reach this goal of being at his best, he's doing everything possible, like wearing makeup, getting surgeries, taking steroids, and even doing math. But switch that A with an E.
Wait, is it true you do math? Somebody told me you do math too.
I do math, yes. So I do math to, you know, basically suppress my appetite and try to get leaner. It's really not as bad as people think.
How do you take it?
Intranasally.
I'm sorry, what is that?
Like up your nose.
This dude is snorting math to suppress his appetite. This is disgusting, man. There's something in.
That means, I'm simplifying this. To simplify this, right? To simplify this, okay? To make a theory of butter popcorn is butter flavored coconut oil and flavicle, which is seasoned salt. Okay. Not that I will make this. Every time I shave, I always with a spot. Yeah, with a sharp jawline, that could be annoying. See. Basically, you take a substance so you don't gain weight. What that means is basically, you lack the self-discipline to have a proper diet. Looks maxing my ass.
Me that wants to say that this dude is trolling, but I highly doubt that considering that he also used to hit himself in the face with hard objects. I'm not surprised why he thinks this is just something that's okay to do.
I think men should wear makeup because it's the best way to conceal different flaws in your face without actually addressing the underlying issues. A lot of men are super against using makeup, and I don't know why. It's just about not getting caught. If you could use makeup and no one knows, then there's no reason why you shouldn't.
What kinds of makeup do you wear?
more. Using a microbrow pencil to fill in any gaps and growth, great way to make them look a little bit more full, a bit more striking. Anyone could have perfect eyebrows.
This is my biggest issue with this. It's all about hiding your flaws instead of embracing them. Like, nobody is perfect, and they're striving so hard to become perfect when being perfect just isn't real. It's just not real. To embrace the
It's also boring. It's also boring. Once you achieve perfect, what is there? What is there to strive for? What is there? In looks, in everything. It's boring. What are you gonna do after that? Like, let's say you achieve the perfect look. It does not get better. What are you gonna do then? Like, what are you gonna do? That's it. There's nowhere to go from. That's why I don't like these chicks who say they're 10 out of 10.
fact that you have flaws is to be secure with yourself. And none of these dudes care about being secure with themselves. All they care about are the compliments from others because they don't feel like they're enough in this world. And that's why they're never satisfied with how they look. I think more people just gotta accept the fact that, hey, people have flaws, man. No one's perfect. I accepted the fact that I have a big forehead. I mean, I could go out and get
self-conscious. We like that.
Surgery, you know, maybe get a hairline surgery or whatever to make it look better, but I'm happy with how I look. Obviously, there's room for improvement, but I'm not gonna go out of my way to get some sort of surgery to make my forehead smaller. This forehead is a staple, dog. This isn't going anywhere.
Are you spending $100,000 on surgery to go from 6'2" to 6'6"?
That is more about presence. You walk into a room, people notice, right? Because people will come up to me, they'll
A lot of these dudes that do the surgery, right? This leg lengthening surgery, right? Can no longer properly walk. What good is it going to do if you are no longer even able to run? Also, the proportions look off. You have ginormous long legs. Your arms aren't proportional to your legs. Your upper body's not proportional to your legs. There's no upper body lengthening surgery. Makeup is okay when you are in a party or an event, or is okay because you need to match the vibe of the event. Or if you're like I guess it's for like movie stars and stuff. That's also still fine, right? They use makeup as well, but like. Just get the chair, buddy. Just sit in the corner at this point.
say, oh, well, 6'2", you know, that's already very tall. But in terms of percentiles, it's only 91st percentile, right? 6'6", we get to 99th. I'm someone who wants to be the best, right? And I'm willing to do whatever it takes to get there. The unfortunate part about limb lengthening surgery is almost no one is going to be able to do it because you're going to have to be out of work for 6 months to a year. You're going to be hospitalized for the first 3 weeks. You're pretty much immobile for the first 3 months. The next 3 months after that, you know, you're really not going to be able to walk without crutches and stuff like that. So getting away from work for that long is just not possible by most people. And not to mention the outrageous prices. So it's a very treacherous process. It's very painful. You know, you have to be under close supervision with doctors, and you really have to gauge the value. Is this something that's worth it to you? Because it's a horrible process, and there's no beating around the bush on that.
Doing all this just for people to be like, hey, that guy's tall. Insecure final boss. This dude is extremely insecure, and I just feel bad, bro. Sure, being tall is a plus, but I don't think being tall is everything. There's no point in getting height lengthening surgery, because I promise you.
What does tall do you if you can't really do anything with it? He can't really do anything with it. Wow, you're 6'6", you're so tall. People are gonna look like, bro's tall, and move on with their day. At the end of the day, they don't remember because attention spans don't exist. You could literally go somewhere, take a shit in public, and 2 to 3 weeks later, nobody remembers you. Nobody does. Wow.
The moment you have kids, and let's say you're a short man, look, I'm 5'7". Imagine if I got height lengthening surgery.
Absolute cinema, I'm as well.
I went to like 6'2", and my kids grow up to be like 5'3" or 4. I'd be like, dang, man, that's rough. They're gonna be like, Dad, why am I not as tall as you? Man, you gotta get your bread up and get that height lengthening surgery. Sure, most women care about height, but I don't think it's to the extent that people make it to be online. Some people think that if you're not tall, then you're cooked. when in reality, that's just not true. Maturing is realizing if you're shorter than 6 feet, it's over for you. I feel like that's not.
Well, I disagree. We are getting to that point where if you don't fit certain things like height, you're gonna be cooked. But that's more so pushed by bad faith actors and delusionals and retarded people. Mostly the height thing is either pushed by, again, looks maxes or women you do not want to turn into housewives and mothers to begin with. So they technically don't matter. However, they inflate with the women who are normal with desire in a partner. So it isn't quite wrong.
Maturing. I think that's more of you dematuring if you're thinking that being under 6 feet means that you're cooked. If anything, I think your brain is cooked for thinking that you have to be over 6 feet or you're cooked in society. There's many great people in the world who are short, man. Being tall, yeah, it's a plus, but it's not everything, brother. Back to Clav though. Since he was popping off and losers attract losers, he decided to go on the Fresh and Fit podcast and he decided to rate women because that's something that a lot of these looks maxers love to do. They like rating people.
I'm going to give you a 4 out of 10. I'm definitely.
Wait. Do you want him to say like why you gave the rating and how they can improve? Can you give him say why so she got 3.5? Why and how can she improve?
Well, her mid face is way too long. Obviously, she's got the jowls coming in, horrible nasolabial folds, horrible total facial width to height ratio. Just really bad age indicators. But obviously, at 30, that's not something really that's going to surprise me. Her upper maxilla is super recessed, horrible infraorbitals. That's why your under eyes are coming in like hell. Really recessed chin. All the facial convexities are wrong. Her radix is recessed. Moving on. Okay, well, how much time do we have on the podcast?
This dude, I'm not gonna lie, this dude Clav would be an amazing doctor.
He could probably be like a crazy doctor for sure. So if you're small, you're cooked. So you're cooked, Poke. I wouldn't say that with your face out here. Anyways, do we just jump him at this point? No physical violence out here, but jeez. The problem is he can do all this. Problem is she probably has an OF and makes more money than him, so it's completely invalid. At least, like, he could counter with the looks, but she still probably makes more money posting her ass online. That's the problem.
And I say that because this dude has a lot of knowledge when it comes to this stuff. I'm not going to discredit him at all. He knows all the facial bones. He knows all this stuff, right? But I feel like he's just using this stuff for the wrong reasons. I hate to say it, but this looks maxing stuff is just going to be the new red pill. Like, y'all remember how back in 2021, 2020, and like 2022, 2023,
to be fair, most of this looks maxing stuff, this black pill stuff, has been there for quite a while. Like, it's been there for quite a while, right? Wheat Waffles was a big perpetrator of this.
there were all those red pill alpha males that were coming up saying all this stuff about women. The new red pill is just this looks maxing stuff, and it's going to get even more annoying by the year, and it's also going to get extremely dangerous. That red pill stuff got dangerous, but I feel like this looks maxing stuff is going to get even more dangerous. There's going to be little kids hitting their face with hammers because they're not attractive.
Well, initially red pill was not bad. Initially, right? Initially, right? Initially. It just drifted the wrong way. Red pill was like, yo man, respect yourself. And then it eventually started drifting off in this, be a male whore, sleep with a bunch of women, but only want a virgin.
Enough. When they're like 8 years old, they shouldn't be worried about this. Another person Clav decided to rate is the streamer Marlon, which I'm pretty sure we all know who Marlon is, but if you don't, he's this streamer who is also a model, and no homo, but he's a pretty good looking dude, you know? And this is what Clav had to say about him, because, you know, he's a looks maxer and he follows this looks maxing scale to the T.
What would you rate Marlon on a scale from 1 to 10?
I would rate Marlon between a 7.5 and an 8 out of 10. So I'd put him right around Chad. Extremely good looking, very mager. So I'd rate him Chad.
What's his like main negative?
His main negative is his mandibular growth, right? So he's got a bit of a recessed mandible. You look at some of the clips of him in motion from the side profile, his chin is slightly recessed. You know, obviously we're being hypercritical just for the objective rating, I think he's better looking than me before anyone goes crazy. But it's just like if we're being hyper analytical, that like these small things take him down a little bit in terms of his points.
He's pointing out all these things that really just don't matter, bruh. Just look at Marlon, bro. He's a good looking dude. Pause on that. No homo. So why even hyper analyze this stuff? But yeah, like I said, this dude Clav, he could become a doctor. He's very knowledgeable when it comes to this stuff.
Bro could probably be a cosmetics surgeon. He could probably do that. Will he? Nah.
I just feel like he's using it for the wrong reasons, man. Now, Clav, since he's also popping off, he's been streaming a lot with people like Aiden Ross, Cuffham, and Neon, the 3 horsemen of cancer streaming.
Why do you surround yourself with people that... Why is this man surrounding himself with Aiden Ross?
Neon's been a bit better now, but Aiden and Cuffham are pretty bad. And now Clav, he's here and he's the 4th cancer. He's been streaming a lot and acting all edgy, trying to be cool by saying things like the N-word live because, hey, nobody can cancel me. I'm a Chad, when it's just corny. Because I know he wouldn't say this to any other black person to their face. He only says it because the King Rigby, the raccoon, Cuffham, allows him to.
It gets like overwhelming.
Be real, you think like hella girls would approach me like as like they want to fuck with me? Like you saw me in person and bro, we're close now, you can be honest. Be real.
Fuck no.
And in one of Clav's streams, he was actually giving his
crazy work. Well, there have been changes. Didn't XQC recently just drop the N-word on stream as well?
His girlfriend, who's 17, these fat dissolving face shots.
Hey guy, I hear you got the plug for those fresh
17. Get this, he's not a pedo, but we're getting the client list slowly.
Shut the fuck up.
Dude, I can already see clips. Clav injects meth on
Chat, we're looks maxing her. It's all good.
I know people are gonna fry me for this, which I don't know why. This is an ice cold take. This shouldn't be a hot take in today's day and age. I think everyone should agree with this, but I don't think a 17-year-old should be taking these fat dissolving injections to the face out of a random syringe.
No, they shouldn't be taking these even if it was not a random syringe. Here's the thing. When people go essentially crash out, right? Because we say kids shouldn't be taking hormones. Then we cannot be, because I can guarantee you, this dude definitely agrees with the idea that kids should not be taking hormones to transition, right? Then you cannot stand here and say, yeah, but kids can absolutely take random shots that lower your fat, the fat in your face. That doesn't go either. Then because otherwise then you'd be a hypocrite. Then you'd just be a hypocrite, straight up, 100%. You can't be saying that and then say the other thing. Because I can guarantee you that this guy thinks that way too.
Hot take. You know, I may get canceled for that, but I don't.
Nah, you wouldn't. That's a cold take. No surgeries, no other weird shit into kids' bodies. If we don't allow them surgeries, we don't allow them these as well. Because this could be a life-altering, right? What? Let's say there's complications, and this could be a life-altering measure. We don't do that.
I think that should be happening. People are going to be calling me crazy for saying that, but this is just weird. And I think the weirdest part is that this guy's audience is so young, so they're going to take this into account and they're going to think that this is something that's okay. They're doing this just like it's something normal when this is dangerous and you shouldn't be doing this. Watching looks maxers convince little kids they're ugly. They haven't even gone through puberty yet and they're being told it's over for them. Looks maxing is literally a ploy for companies to make money by destroying men's mental health.
Yes, absolutely. That's why I said, it's just a psyop. You're getting psyoped into giving the beauty industry more money. It's a psyop. And I can guarantee you, this guy's getting paid. This guy's absolutely getting paid by this industry, 100%.
I highly agree with that. Like I said, looks do matter, but there's other things you can focus on other than just looks. These companies are trying to sell you a solution to a problem that just doesn't exist. The reason this stuff is so pushed is because they want you to be insecure about a small thing so you could buy the cure. when that small thing really doesn't matter at all.
A classic, right? Create a problem and sell the cure. A classic.
When the real cure, if we're being honest, is just self-love. And this looks maxing stuff is also destroying women, because you got women out here taking X-Acto knives, trying to make little cuts within their eyes to get up
Oh, stop!
on that scale. This stuff is just disgusting. But like I said, my last looks maxing video got a lot of comments, so why not respond to some of those within this video? Of course, it's a sub 5. So if I was attractive, would you take what I'm saying into account, or would you just say that, of course, it's an attractive person saying this? I wonder. I can smell the edits coming for you. Please make more edits of me. I'd laugh at every single one of them. I'm gonna
As a VTuber, I have this slight advantage. You will not be making edits of me.
laugh because there's going to be many looks maxers out there that pay for all these surgeries and they're not going to be satisfied. I'm going to be over here looking just normal and be satisfied with how I look. Please make more edits of me, because I promise 10 years from now, we're going to bring this clip up and we're going to talk about this exact same thing. And y'all are going to see that I'm happy, but these looks maxers aren't. Of course, it's a sub 5 incel that's making a video about looks maxing.
Isn't it ironic? The sub 5 incel is calling somebody else a sub 5 incel. Isn't that ironic? This is like a thief calling somebody else a thief. Sometimes I'm like, maybe the feminists are completely wrong. Some of these dudes be retarded.
Definitely just a sub 5 incel, man. This video is just normie cope. They'll see the less sane side of looks maxing and write off the entire movement. Actually, when I think about it, it's a good thing normies don't wake up to it, because that means less people improving themselves, thus less competition. Once again, in that video, I mean, I said that there's nothing wrong with trying to maximize the way you look. But I think it becomes a huge problem when you're doing all these crazy surgeries and extreme things to achieve that.
Let's say everybody does looks maxing, right? Everybody. Every person does look. Let's say every person does looks maxing. We're all gonna look like Greek gods. Have you thought about your children? Have you thought about the consequences? What are you gonna? What are your children? Because your children are gonna look like you with unlooks maxed, right? That's what your children are essentially gonna look like. Have you considered those? Have you once in your life considered anybody but yourself? But then again, I don't assume that these people, competition to what? I don't see these people as competition. I don't even think about them 80%, like 99% of the time. There is the only thing they're competing is with the guys they made up in their head.
Look, I just don't think that's good. Call it normie cope, but hey man, I just think it's pretty stupid. You ugly. With a capital ugly. What do you mean I'm ugly? I'm like the second coming of Marlon, dog. I get it, but calling looks maxers cringe is like bullying a kid because he can't make friends. Bro, what are you talking about? I don't think that's anywhere near what that is. And yeah, this stuff is cringe. It is very cringe. If you don't see that it's cringe, then you're a part of the problem. You look terrible, dude. Well, I mean, I look terrible to your scale, but I'm pretty sure there's a lot of people out there.
See, here's the thing, right? And these people no, they can't. Here's the thing. Here's the thing, right? These people. Again, they call you ugly. Well, they, first of all, don't have their face up. That's the first thing. So they can't be out here calling somebody ugly. Second of all, if they had their face up, they'd themselves be a sub 5 incel who can't get girls. Because if I learned one thing is that looks maxers do anything but actually looks maxing. Anything but actually going out, working out, getting a healthy diet. It just ugh. Hi Eliza, how are you doing? Hope you're doing good. You're right. Let's suffer their own judgmental life. They are suffering their own judgmental life. They're making up their problems. They're creating the own problems.
That maybe might think I'm attractive. So why does the way that you think that I look matter? if there's other people out there that maybe think that I'm attractive. Who cares? Look at your chin, hair, eyebrows, brother. Oh man, you may mog me when it comes to my chin, my hair, and my eyebrows and everything, man, but at the end of the day, those are things that I can't really control. One thing I can control though is the amount of money that goes into my bank account each month, which you probably can as well. And let's just say I mog you, brother. I don't mean to be that guy.
True. There is no denial. He mogs them financially.
But I definitely mog you, brother, when it comes to that. I also mog you when it comes to just self-love, man. I mog your self-love, dude. Sub 5 got triggered. See, look, I may have gotten triggered a little bit, but would you say that you got triggered as well for commenting that? It's over for bro. Heartbreak emoji. I mean, if it's over for me because I love myself, then what does that mean for you? Is it over for you if you can't afford these certain surgeries that you want to get to look better? And if you get those surgeries, then you'll still be unhappy? Is it really over for me, or is it just more over for you? Like, let me know. This video proves exactly Black Pill's point, and also how our society has felt past years, and how much our IQs have felt. If you see a Black Pill edit with sad music, saw disabled people, and you think they are making fun of them, this shows how stupid you are. Of course, most of these methods of looks maxing are copes, but also this is how dumb most of you are. Nad, in the same time you asked for a face reveal. Never mind, Grays. I had a complete stroke trying to read that. That isn't me proving.
Bro broke all his bones trying to read that. It's just like, again, have you thought about the implications? You have not thought of your own children. That's the first thing, because then you would know. By the way, did you notice every incel has an anime profile picture? Every one of these incels? Absolutely. Absolutely. And you can. For once, I can actually use the word incels. Because they are incels. For once, we can actually use the term appropriately.
Black Pill right. That's just me saying that if you're gonna make fun of somebody else's looks, why not show your face? And these Black Pillars were making fun of people with birth defects. If you think that's something that's okay, then you're just an idiot. You're a disgusting human being. And I like how this guy is trying to talk about IQs when this guy's IQ is so low that he can't even understand my point. I think this video is wrong and just points on the worst parts of looks maxing, but being honest, this generation needs it. This generation does not need this extreme looks maxing. All they need to know is to have good hygiene, groom yourself properly, be a good person, build good character, have a routine, and boom, you're good. You don't need all this other stuff. Of course, a Yakub.
Never seen the good-looking looks maxer. It's not there are some good-looking dudes that do looks maxing, right? They do exist. It's mostly about these dudes. These dudes, right? These dudes, right? They do anything but actually work on their looks. They glaze other men, which is incredibly gay, like legit. There's nothing gayer than a looks maxer. Sucking dick is less gay than being one of these dudes. For real.
Looking sub 5 calls looks maxing cringe. When your fourth wife divorces you for Chad, maybe then you will swallow the BP.
But even Chad gets divorced. Even Chad gets divorced. Have you seen all these celebrities, singers, rappers, right? Have you seen all these people? They still get divorced. They still get this divorced. They still overdose on drugs. Weird.
That is so cringe. Oh my gosh, that was the cringiest comment I have ever seen. This guy is definitely 3 years old. He's definitely 3. I'm gonna cut him some slack though, because maybe his frontal lobe hasn't fully developed. By judging them for not showing their faces in their vids, demeaning them as ugly for not doing so, and bundling them as cringe for that and joking about it, you're basically proving their point that looks are everything. You're literally reducing them to their appearance and judging based on that. That's literally their point that people do that like you do. You're literally proving their own point right there. Once again, I'm not proving their point. I'm just saying that if you're going to make fun of other people's looks, you should
if you make fun of other people's looks, you better make sure that you look good. You can't make fun of other people being bad, for example, at boxing, when you are absolutely horrendously ass at boxing. You cannot make fun of people that I don't know, can't walk. If you can't, like, this is basically, right? Two guys sit in the each one of them sits in a wheelchair, and one guy makes fun of the other guy for sitting in a wheelchair. It's hypocritical.
At least show what you look like first. Holy jaw asymmetry. Average sub 5 triggered. Over for you, sub 5. Lamau, bro. Lamau. That's like the only response that these looks maxers have. They'll just be like, oh, you're a sub 5. And that's it. Then they just go into their room and cry because they weren't born a certain way. Notice how the only people who criticize looks max and all are chopped as F. Ha ha ha. It's so insane how they're right about society in general. Next time, if you feel insecure, fam, don't make a video about kids. Kids like literally teens. It's crazy when you're a grown ass man. Holy shit.
So you're saying that the people that do this are just children? What does sub 5 mean? They have like the scale from like 0 to 10, and sub 5 means you look worse than 5 on the scale.
I think the thing is, I'm making videos about this so people don't fall down that pipeline and become extremely insecure. It's crazy that you don't see that you're insecure, yet you're calling me insecure for making a video about it. I think you guys are more insecure than anyone on this entire planet because you guys are getting all these surgeries and still being unhappy after you get these surgeries. So who's really insecure? It's like if they were sitting here judging how much money other people were making each month, yet they weren't talking about how much they made each month. Obviously, I'm gonna ask that question, how much do you make each month, to feel like you can judge other people on how much they make each month? And if you can't understand that, then once again, you are just an idiot. Of course you look like that, Lamau. Yeah, of course I do look like that. I look like a great guy.
Yeah, like I said, you cannot make fun of somebody not having money if you don't have money. This is like a homeless man calling another homeless man broke.
Your forehead is the world. That is actually a funny comment. I can't lie. That's actually really funny. In conclusion, love yourself and accept your imperfections. Look, no one is perfect in this world, so never try to strive for perfection. The moment you get over that hill where you can accept your imperfections is the moment you really start living. Once again, I think looks matter, but there's other things you can focus on other than just looks. These companies are literally just trying to sell you a solution to a problem that doesn't exist. They want you to be insecure about a small thing so you could buy that cure, when the real cure is self-love. But yeah, all that being said, this is gonna wrap up the video. Let me know what you guys think in the comment section below. Twitch CameraWAK, Twitter CameraWAK, Instagram CameraWAK, Discord link in the description. If you guys enjoyed this video, then I highly recommend you guys check out my most recent video. It'll be right up here on the screen. All that being said, thank you guys for watching.
Simple. To put it simple, the creator isn't even bad looking though. That does not matter to them. They feel attacked, and they compare. They compare. Is that a Labubu in the BG table? Could be. Yeah, that is a Labubu. Whoops. See, here's the thing. They compare. Essentially, they basically compare themselves to and others to dudes that do cosmetic surgery, which means it's not even their own face, essentially. That's what they compare themselves to. They're just incredibly insecure in what they look like, and it's funny. I'll probably get a bunch of these comments next. I'm assuming. But anyways, like, comment, and subscribe. Cat vids. First we'll do cat vids, then the Australian video. I need to add that anyways. We'll do some cat stuff. Cat voice anime wasn't it? It wasn't a cat video. It was animal voiceovers, wasn't it? Unless you added a new cat video. Because that's that. Coco sent another one in as well. Let's do some cat videos. Hey. Animal voiceovers. Oh boy. Help, my voice thing. Wait, does it go? Nah, this is a regular thumbs up. Sad. Sad. Wait a minute, I need water. I sent 2, yeah. I don't know since when my cat video arc. Jesus Christ, what's going on? Help! Voice! Help! It's over, guys. I've died. Anyways, we got cats or animals or whatever. Best Animal Voiceover Compilation, Episode 1 by KLR Productions. We're gonna look at that. Time for some kitty stuff, I guess.
Hey, how you doing? Doing good, nice and comfy? Wanna know something crazy? I could murder you right now. Could grate your face like a block of cheese. Remember that.
Yep, it's moving.
Sometimes I would genuinely like to know what animals are thinking when they're... Sometimes I wish animals could talk. Sometimes I wish. Because when they do something stupid, what is going on inside their dumb head? Like, genuinely, what is going on in their head?
I see it moving.
Yeah, it's moving.
Yeah, but just wait, dude.
What do you think I'm doing?
Okay, dude, I know.
Jesus, I'm waiting so good.
Just remember what Dad says. Good things come to good...
the third towel?
A good boy's way, like that.
It's almost at the second, dude. Man, it is a beautiful day out here. The sun is shining. The water is flowing.
Excuse me?
Damn! You scared the fish out of me.
Who the hell are you?
Oh, yeah, sorry. My name's Axolotl.
Why does this look like a parasitic worm? Broski looks like a parasitic worm. By the way, Axolotl can randomly, if conditions are met, they can turn into like salamander-like thingies. They will turn into salamanders. They can't do this. They're essentially a Pokemon. What happens if you press B in Pokemon? And now this looks like a parasitic worm. But yeah, they can turn into salamanders if the conditions are met.
I'm a paedomorphic salamander.
You look like that creature from the new Fallout show.
Good things come to good boys and good boys. Can you just stop talking? I'm trying to focus. Good things come to good boys and good boys. I know good things come to good boys who good boys are good at waiting. I'm trying to focus. Good at waiting.
I think I could get it.
What, are you sure? No, you could just wait a little bit.
No, I'm going.
Okay, okay. Look, you're right there. Dude, just lean a little bit further.
I see it. I can smell it.
Is it cold? Are you good?
I think I'm okay for a little bit.
Okay,
like 10 seconds.
Just hang in there, man.
So, what is it? I have no idea.
Your cat, when they see you, I will bite this guy. True and real. But yeah, good boys wait. Yeah. I don't know if I could leave my dog alone with a baby. To be fair, I don't know.
Jeremy, any ideas? Should we, sacrifice it? Maybe we'll get some...
Sacrifice it? Maybe we'll get some tuna.
Tuna. All in favor for sacrificing in hopes for some tuna? Say meow, 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 mew.
What do you think I should do? Whatever you're comfortable with.
I don't know what to do. There's no...
I think you should grab it.
I'm out.
Dude, I'm sorry. Oh, slow. Careful, man. Slow your bolt.
Taste it.
Yeah, you have it. Oh, don't push it away. It's going away. Dude, I told you good boys.
I know. Just waiting.
No, I'm just joking, okay.
Alright, 2 double Big Macs, extra fries, marmot sauce, banana split. 2 double...
Is that an alpaca? Crazy sacrifice for sure, meow. No sacrifice with baby.
Big Macs, fries, banana split. Hey there, buddy, how's it going?
Have you ever killed something?
Oh, buddy, what the hell?
Have you?
Yeah, 2 double Big Macs. Well,
I don't think you understand, Mama. You're the McNext victim of the McSassy.
Oh, buddy, you know what? I just...
The mech assassin. Dogs love babies. I heard pit bulls love children quite a lot, apparently. Or so I've heard.
Realized I left my wallet in the car.
Come.
Well, I'm gonna go grab it.
Scrub-a-doob-doob, I'm a marmot-getting dude. Hey, Tony, we talked about this.
Look at this fat chubby boy. Look at this fat chubby.
Doob, I'm a marmot.
Look at this fat boy. Look at this chubby motherfucker.
Getting dude. Hey, Tony, we talked about this.
It's just a ginormous fat guinea pig.
Hey, I'm back, buddy. Hey, yeah, sorry. No McDonald's. No go on the McDo. No double Big Mac. God damn it. All right. Well, what about the grass? We still back in a bowl or what? Yeah, I know. Sorry, champ. But hey, let me ask you something real quick. Have you ever killed something?
Listen to me, Mr. Sloth. You're faster than the other toys give you credit for. You're not slow. What are you looking at? All right, I'm gonna bury you outside real quick. Mr. Banana. I know we've shared intimacies.
That's cute. That is cute. That is very cute. So my dog has the same dog toy twice, right? The same one. And those are essentially her babies. She will. She's essentially, if she can't find it, she's gonna whine and she's gonna yearn for her babies, essentially. She's gonna look for them with that thing. And llama doing in my cat's videos. It's animal voiceovers.
In the past, but my heart belongs to the sloth now. Mr. Zebra, you're just a kooky little guy, aren't you? Mr. Lamb, I have heard rumors that you have cheated on Banana with the zany zebra, and I cannot have that, so I'm gonna rip one of your legs off. But you, Mr. Sloth, you are my favorite. I love you forever and always. Mr. Bear, you're a close second. I'm sorry for peeing on you that one time. Hello, lonely traveler. Welcome to...
Give him a hat and a little staff, and you have a little forest wizard. It's dangerous to go alone. Take this.
My forest. To gain entry, you must give me 2 kilos of cocaine. She told me her favorite color is pink, so, you know, I hope she likes them. She's supposed to be here in 15 minutes. We actually...
Bro is dripped out. Look at him. The drip, it's too strong. Bro is definitely waiting for his girl to date. And what he's gonna get is that a beaver? I don't know. Could be a bobber. Bobber. Regardless. And at the end of the day, buddy, it's probably gonna be a fat catfish.
Actually met on meerkatfinder.com. She's probably late because of the traffic out there. You know, it's pretty the traffic, you know. Was that someone at the door? She's not coming in. You know, cue the sad music. My love burns like a candle in the wind, weak. I yearn for what I will always seek. Hope is a road that can tear you apart.
Speaking of yearning, there has been a weird trend recently that I've noticed among women. Women are like, men are no longer yearning. They are no longer yearning. They're no longer yearning for like women and love. I've noticed that. Something from the family. Beaver have huge teeth and thick tail. Damn boy, he thick.
Left alone and ticking with an idle heart. I continue on into the dark, with my candle ever flickering.
Bro's dead.
Tell Sharon I love her! Oh, that actually wasn't too...
Tell Sharon I love her.
Bad. Wait a second, is that a leopard seal? Oh, get down, Mr. President! Whoa! Report 2 canines in the parameses! We gotta get you down to the underground litter box! Are you with me? Let's go!
Damn, Mom won't let me pray in my face now.
Yeah,
I'm sorry. Creep. I love you. I'm so sorry. I respect you, and I love you. Do you mean it? Yeah. Okay, I forgive you.
Damn.
If it were this easy. If it were this easy. Look at this old man.
Dude, would you get that from the Dollar Tree? F*** out of here.
What do you got here, baby? Just a bat in the cave.
Bro is digging for gold!
We got 2 bats. Tastes like banana.
That random 60-year-old guy in the buzz. Save energy. Bro's digging. Tastes like a banana.
It's fruit bat. Give me all that. Banana bat.
You got this, Timmy.
He's gonna fall right on his feet. Yeah, what a loser.
Don't listen to him, Timmy. You got me. Timmy, let's go. Holy shit, that was crazy.
This doggone thing fixing to piss me off. So 1-800 Meow Support. Come on.
Hello.
Hi, welcome to Meow Support. This is Oreo.
What the heck? That's a nice color. I must admit, that's perfect.
Meow, can I meow meow?
Yeah, I was fixing to print off my cat facts, and the doggone printer won't connect the computer. I don't know what y'all doing down there.
Okay, calm down, Mr. Meow. Just head on over that printer and let's see what the problem is. Oh, God, I'm going, but I tell you what, ever since Gen Z got in the workforce, ain't nothing been working. All right, Oregano, I'm at the printer. All right, now use the mouse to select on the... There's a mouse! No. Where? Use the mouse. There's no mouse. Oh, my God.
1 banana, 2 banana. No, you coming on 3 banana. No, try again. No, that is in C minor. You need to be in G sharp. You play like ape.
Why is the money cat's got the queso accent? Why is the monkey? Is the monkey the piano instructor? Is he?
Again. No.
Damn, I guess it got nuked due to the voiceover. The was copyrighted. Interesting. My dog just gave me the most crazy side eye I've ever seen. That's wild.
That's right, baby Sharon. Just relax. All right, so let's go over the rules.
Aw, cute. The baby cat massage.
Rules again. Number 1, never forget Tuna Tuesday, okay? It's a very important rule. Number 2, don't ever believe a word. Oh, Sharon, this doesn't concern you. Beat it. Get out here. I refuse to let this young one to grow up to be as dense as you. All right, there you go, baby Sharon. Just relax. I got you in my paws now. Get out.
That's why they call him the cat-slinging slasher. What? And they say you could still hear him singing catnip. Catnip, I want. What? The fluff, guys, did you see that? I'm scared. She was like an orange. You like orange like that? We're his next victim.
No.
Hey, you. Do your fluffing homework, huh?
All right, Luke.
Homework. We're never doing homework. Also, if the fucking cow in your bedroom is crazy, by the way.
It's moo o'clock. Let's huff to it, man. Come on, wake up. I'm hungry. Yeah, man, there we go. Get those molars off there, dude. Hey, now. Just milking your titties there, but seriously, I'm sick of this hay. Can't get some of your cereal, dude? Please. Oh, my. It's dry, dude. It's dry as hell.
That's crazy. Is that a cow? That is a cow.
Oh, yeah. That was delicious, dude. Let's get. Do you think Mike Tyson is going to beat Logan Paul? I think he's going to knock him out in one punch, man. Hey, what are you watching? Dude, can we watch Home on the Range again, please? Oh, little popcorn, man. Oh, damn it. What a good one. Home on the Range, please? Come on, I'll clean it up. Oh, come on, Luke, don't do this, man, please. I'll be better next time, I swear. I got taste, Greg. I'm as spoiled as last week's milk.
I'm as spoiled as last week's milk. Okay. I like cows. Like the ones, like the small ones, right? The ones that don't really grow that large, that are like brown and fluffy. Dude, I just, if I see one, I just put him on top of my car and just like, I can drive. I'm gonna put it on top of my brother's car, new car by the way, and just gonna drive that little cow home. I don't care. It needs to happen. Anyways, that was cute. That was cute. That was sweet. I don't know since when we started this, but that was cute. Anyways, like, comment, and subscribe. Merry Christmas, even if it's a bit early. Check Discord. Oh God. Oh God. Oh God. Good Lord. What did you do? If I see this now, I will put you in jail. It's just the monster girl dancing from that monster girl anime. I expected more, knowing how degenerate you are, but I guess that's fine. Could be worse. Could be worse. Anyways, I must add that Australians video now real quick. I must add that Australians video. Though I don't think I can add it because Australia obviously does not exist. as it would. Why is it? I hate that it is opening it inside X. That's so annoying, bro. That is so frustrating when it does that. Interesting. Really annoying. Anyways, let's look at this man's video. Regardless. Alrighty. It is added. Let me click on something.
Hi, I'm just a fat little.
I'm just a fat little Asian man. Let's see what this is about. I'm wondering. Let's see what this is about. Here we go. Might be peak or nod. Let's see. Just waiting for a mate. Investigating the greatest moment in Australian history by Yorick Hunt. I got no idea. We're gonna look what that means. I know nothing about Australia. Except that they are descendants of criminals. Just kidding.
On the 16th of February 2012, the Australian 7 network released the second episode of the third series of their relatively new TV show, Highway Patrol. The episode in question was titled Drunk Park.
Highway Patrol, drunk parking. An officer sees a poorly parked car at a shopping center, but the man behind the wheel claims he's not driving and just waiting for a mate. Mating, how fun. Pause. Chill.
And unbeknownst to them at the time, it would go on to change the
It froze. And there's no audio.
trajectory.
Interesting. Anyways, back to 20 seconds.
The episode in question was titled Drunk Parking, and unbeknownst to them at the time, it would go on to change the trajectory of the universe and become ingrained into Australian culture as possibly the greatest moment in all of Australia's history.
I don't know about that one, buddy. I don't know about that one. Weird. Interesting. Where is this going?
Now obviously in this video, we will be revisiting this great historic event. So as per usual, it's time for me to stop the waffle and jump into the Australian DeLorean and head back in time to what I assume was sometime in late 2011 on that fateful night in a shopping centre car park roughly an hour southeast of the city of Melbourne, Australia. So first up, for all the Patrick stars out there who have been living under a rock or simply just forgotten how it happened over the years, I'll do a quick recap on the story so that you guys are up to date. It all started with 2 phone calls after 10 PM at night. The first one that someone was doing burnouts in the car park, and the second that someone in a vehicle that matched the description of the car that was doing the burnouts had stacked it and gotten stuck on the curb. Now,
what the fuck? Interesting. Why chill? What's wrong with mating? Nothing.
obviously it didn't take long for Senior Constable Ash Bowden to find the culprit, and as soon as he hopped out of the police car and walked up to the man in the crashed Mitsubishi Lancer, Australian history was made.
I'm just waiting for a mate. Is that why your car's all smashed up and you're up on the grass at the moment, or what?
So I have a question, okay? So how does this work? Is he sitting on the... all I know about Australia is that all of God's creations that he made while drunk, he put there. That's why I call it the dark continent. Even the koalas are dangerous. Regardless. Is he sitting on the passenger seat and saying he's waiting for a mate while this is actually his car?
Yeah. He's waiting for a mate. He's gone in there.
Now, despite putting on an Oscar-worthy acting performance, the man who at this point we still didn't know the name of was not fooling Senior Constable Ash Bowden.
Who's your mate? Hey? Who's your mate? James. Yeah? James who?
Who's your mate, James? What a regular normal name. That is crazy.
Huh? How'd you get down here? Does it matter? It kind of does, mate, because you've just been involved in an accident. No, I haven't. Yes, you have.
And while still trying to convince him that he wasn't the one driving and was simply just waiting for a mate called James who was in the shop, he attempted to plead the fifth.
Can I see your license, please?
No.
No? No. Been drinking tonight?
No. Nar. Nar. Australians got a great accent. Nar. They're even a grenade tree. I know. No, I know. It's the driving seat. So he's waiting in the driving seat for a homie, but he's not the driver. Bro's cooked.
Nah. I can smell it on you.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Well, I'm not driving.
And after blessing us with a few of the greatest one-liners in modern history, such as,
What kind of accident?
One with a curb, mate, and your whole car's smashed up.
One with the curb.
and
Been drinking tonight?
Nah.
I can smell it on you.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Well, I'm not driving.
and
I need you to make a definitive decision.
Definitive. Can you define that?
and a few minutes
Definitive. Can you define that? Define that? Crazy word. Definitive. Define that for me real quick, please. Bro is trying. Bro is playing the long game.
later, he was plucked from his car with a footwell full of wild
I saw his cheeks. I saw half of his ass out there. Pretty normal. We got women nowadays.
turkey and placed under arrest. And after this whole debacle and while he was under arrest, we found out that his name was actually Clinton.
Clinton, shut up and listen to me. It's quite serious.
But not before he tried to tell the police officer that his name was James, coincidentally the same name as the mate.
So he's waiting. So he's waiting for James. But James is he says he's James. Is bro schizophrenic?
He was allegedly waiting for.
Well, what's your name? Let's start with that.
James.
Now, after a little bit more digging, they found out that he actually was drink driving, but he'd also lost his license about 12 months earlier for drink driving. Now, in the end, he was taken back to the police station where, surprise, surprise, he blew 4 times the legal limit and got himself a date with the magistrate. And
Wild turkey. Dude, even the wheel is done. Bro is cooked.
that's pretty much the full story. I'll leave the full video in the description of this video if you guys want to watch it for yourself. Now, this video ended up going viral after being uploaded all over the internet pretty much as soon as it aired. And over the years, it's been seen millions and millions of times. There's been news articles about it, people have reacted to the video countless times. There's been a boatload of merchandise, and Clinton
Bro was using this as that was an opportunity.
himself has even been spotted here and there. But what I haven't seen yet is somebody make the
And then they stand out here and say there's no white culture. This is culture enough. This is peak culture.
pilgrimage to the location where it all took place and pay their respects to the man who created one of the greatest moments in all of Australia's history. But luckily for you guys, I know just the man for the job, and his name is yours truly. So in this video, I'll be heading down to Carrum Downs to check it out in the most biblically accurate way as possible. Unfortunately for you guys, I didn't have a Lancer on hand to complete this journey in, but what I do have is a car that's much better cut out for this sort of thing, until it wasn't. But for now, all I ask of you is to sit back and enjoy the show, because I'm on a mission from God. Let's get into it.
This music is concerning me. How long? Hopefully this doesn't go too long, too on. Duck, hello. Hi, Sumax. How you doing? Hope you're doing good. Hello.
Alright boys, we're here in Carrum Downs. We're about 10 minutes
If I get castrated, I'm blaming Dinosaur, by the way, for this one.
away from the scene of the crime, but we can't just turn up there empty-handed. So what we're going to do first is head into Dan Murphy's and collect ourselves a 10-pack of wild turkey, just like the prophecy foretold. But before we go to Dan Murphy's, look at this. Look how many of you guys aren't...
True. Not subscribed. 64%. You know what? Let's check my own. Let's check my own so I can make a point here, right? So I can make a point, right? Guys. 75% of you are not subscribed in comparison to 23%. What is this? You must subscribe. And if you're a woman, you definitely should. Because I just have 10% women. How dare you? We gotta, just like Ludwig said, we gotta up those numbers, right? We gotta up those numbers, okay?
Subscribed. If all of you guys that aren't subscribed, press that subscribe button right now. I'd be at like 50 million subscribers if my calculations are correct. So make sure to click that subscribe button, and if you don't, you're not invited to my birthday party. It's as simple as that. Dan Murphy's doesn't look very open, which doesn't make much sense to me because the clock says it's 7:45. Maybe it needs a little bit of adjusting. Anyway, luckily, I know a special little trick. All right, because we're doing this as biblically accurate as possible, it is...
As biblically accurate, crazy. That's crazy. I'm doing well. I went out today again. Nice, nice.
Past 10 o'clock, which means Dan Murphy's is shut. Fortunately for us, that's not an issue for me because I got a special trick. All this trick requires is a pair of bolt cutters, a strong kick, and a good attitude. Now, unfortunately, due to the nature of this trick, I can't film it and put it on YouTube. But I've told you what you need to perform it, and I'm sure you can put the dots together. Alright, now that we've got the perfect car for this mission and the footwell full of wild turkey, it's time for us to head to Carrum Downs Coles and pay our respects to the man Clinton.
Well, he got his wild turkey. So that's nice. Why is that even an alcoholic drink? Why is that even beer? I'm pretty sure that's beer. Why does that exist? The apple doesn't count as a woman, right? Correct. She's a homie with a ponytail. But biblically, my country pushing it instead of real education. That's not, we're not talking about the literal Bible, buddy. We're not talking about the literal Bible here. We're talking about an event called just waiting for a mate.
Alright guys, we're just pulling into the shopping centre where it all took place. On the left here we got Carrum Downs. I don't know how good the lighting is, probably not that good. But if you look over here, that's the Shell. Here's the Coles. This is the place where history was made. I'm not a local here, I'm not a Carrum Downie, but we're here. I think this is the Carrum Downs Central.
Isn't this essentially just a meme documentary? This is literally just a meme documentary.
Carrum Downs Plaza, I don't know. But unfortunately, the car park is a lot bigger than I was anticipating in real life. I guess we've got to find out a way to figure out where exactly this took place. And thankfully for you guys, I've brought a quality piece of equipment with me. Some of you may remember it, the PERV unit, which stands for Performance Electronic Reconnaissance Vehicle. So we'll pop that out and see if we can find it from the heavens. Oh, that's upside down.
I feel attacked. I feel attacked because I do that quite often. I have like a tool thingy like this, right? And sometimes I just put it upside down, like, and open it, and just all the tools fall out, and it's like, fuck, dude, shit.
Look at this. Mint condition after its incident with the tree in Titty Bong. How the f are we gonna get that out?
Help, step drone, I'm stuck.
Don't build them like they used to. Get this jit going. Oh, chill. It's biting me, bro. It's not happy after I crash into the tree. Now, as you can see from this POV footage, the PERV unit was just as useless as it was in Titty Bong. So we decided to land it, toss it back in the back seat, get back in the car and do some more research and run the numbers. And after about 5 minutes, it finally clicked. The answer was right in front of us, or should I say, right around the...
Where we should have been. Where we were. So it's over here instead of here. So they're the complete opposite, wrong side. Wow. Peak. Oh, come on, Sumax, really?
Corner, the entire time.
I think I got it.
That is... That does not sound nice for car. Not the drone step test. We had yesterday we had a video where there was brotherly love sent by this Apple. That was crazy. Where the brother, one brother was 16 and the other 24. That was love.
Always remember to put on your seatbelt and your headlights. All right, so it turns out there's a few car parks in that one car park, and the car park where it happened is like near the Coles, where they get their deliveries, sort of like the back end of the Coles. So we got a little bit lost, but we're heading back there now. I found the exact spot where it happened, and I can prove it. So I'll see you when we get there. This is the spot right here. We're literally right here where it happened. I don't know how good the camera's picking up in this lighting, but we'll get out and give you a quick look at it. But this is exactly where Clinton was when he stacked his car into the curb. All right, boys, this is it. This is actually the spot where it happened. So if you look over here.
Bitch, we can't see shit. It's dark. Oh, lovely. Glad I missed that. Well, there's a part 2. There's a part 2, technically.
This bit of curb right here is exactly where Clinton's car was. This is the footpath that he walked down when the cops made him get out of the car. So he walked down here. If you come over here, this footpath here, this footpath here is exactly where that cop car was, where the big arrest happened. So what he would have done in the mighty Lancer, he would have come down this street at, 1 billion kilometers an hour, and he would have...
It's literally just a meme documentary of a drunk guy, drunk driving. If that's the most interesting thing that happens in Australia, I'm kind of disappointed, considering that I consider it the dark continent of Earth. That's rather disappointing. But then again, apparently they want to ban YouTube if you are under 16, so the Republic of Australia? Yeah. The Republic of Australia.
Come, tried to make this left-hand turn.
The Democratic Republic of Australia. China. Australia, I mean.
Into here. I don't know if you can see it, but there's a sign for Liquor Land, so that's obviously where we got the wild turkeys from. But he's come here 1,000,000 k's an hour. He's missed the turn and gone straight through this garden bed and beached it here. So, there you go. Well, I came here with my AU Falcon and my footwell full of wild turkey. It's time for me to pay my respects to Clinton himself. This is exactly what Clinton had in his footwell, a 10-pack of wild turkey. So we'll crack this open and pay our respects.
Don't drink and drive. That's in Australia. That's an order. Now Australia fighting immigration to the darkest of Australia at the moment. Well, it doesn't matter if nobody can talk about it, then and nobody sees it. Life would be sad without YouTube. They already can't use social media at all if you're under 16. So, well, fuck.
Wow. 6.5%, 1.9 standard drinks. So it makes sense why he blew 4 times the legal limit. All right, so we'll just pour this out where it happened to pay respects to Clinton. Ooh.
That's just the way my guy just wasted the entire thing. I don't drink alcohol, but that's a waste.
Oh fuck! Oh. This is about as biblically accurate as it gets, but I'm not drink driving and I haven't crashed. Definitive. Can you define that?
Why is he doing that? Why is he doing that? Why is that a thing? Why does he do that? There's no point in this. There's two options here. There's two options here. Either I see a World War I soldier, or I see Donald Trump. I see Donald Trump! Why do I see Donald Trump? That is a... What's bro even doing? That's a good... I see Donald Trump! I see Donald Trump! Wait a minute. You can't see it. I see Donald Trump, guys. Hi, Jacob. How you doing? Hope you're doing good. I see Donald Trump. What are you guys seeing? What are you guys seeing? YouTube created like in early 2000s. I can't without it now, but life was better before it. Before that, I see him. I wonder if anyone ever did define definitive for Clinton. That's a good question. Anyways, Donald Trump randomly spotted. Why you see Trump? Because of the hair. Like, I see Trump. See Trump. This looks like the shadow that Trump would have. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I see Trump.
Alright boys, in all seriousness, we've come to this majestic location. A true piece of Australian history was created here, right next to the Liquorland and the Coles. One day, if I've got enough money, I intend to build a shrine here to commemorate this iconic location in Australia's history, possibly the greatest moment in Australia's history. Right next to the Liquorland, comb down Coles, there's a Shell over there. Like, what else could you need? Yeah, I'm just getting a bit emotional. In all seriousness, Clinton, I hope you're doing well. I hope you get your license back. As much as we love to laugh at this moment in Australia.
Nah, bro, don't give that man maybe young Trump. Yeah, eat my dad's special cookies. Well, my dog ate my waffles one, so it's fine. It kind of looks like a lesbian, but also Trump. Is Trump a lesbian? Is he that? Is that why he's bubbling booba?
Australian history and look back at it in a, under a good light. Clinton was drink driving. He's in the wrong, but he made a good TV show, so we can excuse it a little bit, but at the end of the day, I'm sure he's learned his lesson, and I hope he's taught you guys a lesson as well. I mean, what now, bro? This is just a car park in Carrum Downs. There's not really that much to it. I've got an idea. I've thought of a great way to give back to the community in Clinton's name, so let's go.
Now unfortunately, this was a lot easier said than done, because just a few kilometers down the road as we headed back to our final destination, my eBay high flow fuel pump decided to completely and utterly shit itself. This started a chain of events which started with blown fuses and resulted in a completely burnt out
What the fuck is happening? That's crazy.
fuel pump, which left the car bricked on the side of the road. Now at this point it was 1:30 AM and I couldn't just really leave the car here because it was sort of still in the lane. So we had to jump in the other car and head back to the cameraman's house, and then swap that car out for the tow rig and headed to the only BP that was open and had a trailer for hire at 2:30 AM on a Monday morning. Then we headed back down the freeway once again to where the car was stranded and begun the process of getting the beast on the trailer.
So you are saying, okay? You made this meme video documentary, right? And your own car just started blowing up, essentially, and failing. Crazy.
Now while the AU was stuck on the side of the road and in a ditch, meaning that we couldn't push it, luckily for us, all the way back in 1998, Ford decided to add a brand new hybrid system to all their cars, called the starter motor. So with the car in first gear and cranking that starter motor, not only were we saving the lives of millions of polar bears and the ozone layer,
Down the road we go.
we got the car in the trailer and back to civilization. And after that fucking debacle, we finally managed to get to our final destination, where we could finally complete our mission from God.
Well, that took a lot longer than I expected. As you can see, we're here at my favourite place, work. I got my 10-pack of wild turkeys. I'm going to donate some to the cause, but not all of them, because I've lost a lot of money tonight. I need a new fuel pump. I had to spend $150 on a trailer, and it is currently, what time is it? 4:30 AM. Me and
in the morning, crazy. Hey, that's around the time I wake up. Anyways, interesting. So the entire, was it worth it? Legit, was it worth it? Was it worth it getting having your car break down on the way home? Was that worth it?
The cameraman met up to film this video at 7 p.m. So that's what, 9.5 hours to film a video that we thought would take like 2, because, you know, we only live half an hour away from Carrum Downs, but when you spend 4 hours fucking around with cars getting stuck and shit, it's how it works. So here we go. You know what they say? 3 is the magic number. If you enjoyed this video, make sure to like, subscribe, comment, and share. And you may even get a can of wild turkey on me. It's 5 a.m. I'm ruined. I'm going home and straight to bed. I'll see you guys.
That was interesting. So, one of Australia's greatest historical moments is a guy drunk driving. It's a guy drunk driving. Wow. Crazy. Absolute cinema. I don't know. This entire video did not feel worth making. This must have made enough money for it to... It must have made more money than he would have lost on the car breaking down. Otherwise, this was not worth it. Anyways, like, comment, and subscribe. Can eat these cookies, but they had the cookies in his back pocket. He had the cookies in his back pocket. Well, dogs should not be getting high, so I don't think that's too healthy for the dog. I am assuming this much. That is not really healthy for the dog. I think that is not very healthy for the dog to have that. Guys, I'm taking a quick bathroom break. I will be right back. Don't goon or gump. Can a man not take a piss in peace? Goodness gracious, Joe. Bro's already acting like one of my hoes. And I don't want you to be one of my hoes. Chill a little bit. Jeez. Also, yes, I ate a cake real quick. Real quick. A piece of cake. Anyways. Got apple pie with cinnamon and shit. Well, that yum is incorrect in this case. Unfortunately. Jeez. Anyways, let me check something real quick. Okay, you have no hose. Well, look at my chat. I'm just kidding, obviously. I am just kidding. I am just kidding. Skill issue. Truly. Truly a skill issue. Nah, Samex knows I'm getting the goods. Just kidding. Samex knows. The Apple knows I'm getting the goods. Okay, next video that I want to look at. Oh yeah, right. That video, huh?
One fish, tuna fish.
Chill. He has a hoe. And he made them mods. True. I got hoes. I know. What can I say? Women don't like me all that much. And if they do, they cheat. Afterwards. Anyways, we got the Coty animation video. You know how this works. We know how this works. The final Squid Game. You know how this goes. Yeah, I know. Shed Eclipse. We got that one as well. We're gonna do that right after this one. We are not humans. We are horses. Femboy? Question mark? Oh, he's like Rico from the penguins from Madagascar, but essentially, realistically, theoretically, with the ass. Essentially. I have a theory. Are you dating Deer by any chance? Like, are you? Like, are you by any chance? Like, are you dating Deer? You know, one must ask this important question. Whatever that was. Whatever that was. That is what Samex has been recently recommending me. All the freaky weird shit. From this to cannibalism to all the other crazy shit. But she has been recommending me diabolical stuff. And yes, I'm calling you out once again because it has been wild. Anyways, let's see. What do I want to look? Obviously, we're gonna do that now. Recall game, so insane it killed a man. True. Death by booty cheeks. Yo, that is probably a nice death. I choose death by booba or death by thigh. Anyways. So caked up, they morphed into trampolines. True. Well, a butt must be bouncy.
Say hi to Poseidon.
Okay, we got another crazy video game review. And obviously, I must also feed Shadow Eclipse with the slop, so that's what we be doing out here. Anyways, I need water desperately. Got plenty of videos still. Apple trying to enter true crime episode. Oh no, lore. Yeah, well, not lore. It's a game review, but it's really not. The most underrated PSP tactics game. Gungnir by K-Bash. This is gonna be interesting. Is this another one of these crazy? Are we gonna be hit by bullet hell again? Hopefully not. Anyways.
Say hi to Poseidon for me, you dumb fuck. It's all ending soon. This is it. This is the day they tear me down, make a mockery of everything I've done, reduce me to absurdity. I read the reviews, I played the game, and I don't get it. Because Gungnir's something so rare, even a
Gungnir. Gungnir. So it's Gungnir. Okay. 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 Unless you spell it saying it wrong too. Okay, let's see.
falling star couldn't hold a candle.
Hey, do you need anything?
Yeah. Dindins, please. Yeah. Something so rare you'd think it never existed at all.
Do I have to do game reviews to get a wife? By the way? Is that the strat?
Gungnir, a game we're gonna have to get on the same page about, right?
Also, will there be also new teenagers like in the last one?
Right now. Look at this word. No, this word is not pronounced.
Gungear. Gungear. Gung-ho.
Alright, what's this professor gotta say?
Gungnir.
Alright, sounds good. Gungnir is the last English release and final entry in the Department Heaven series. Episode 9, the final boss. The most unique game, apparently. It's not. Now, Riviera was a pretty standard JRPG with a little...
Dude, he looks like me with prettier hair. Long lost brother found.
dating. Igdra Union was a tactical RPG with difficulty, and Nights in the Nightmare was something. I don't know what, but it was. So it's a little odd to say that Gungnir, regardless of the systems at play, is pretty normal. I mean, this game has its warts and its wounds, you just have to peel back the skin. People call this game more...
We're talking about skinning. Peak. No, Poke, you have to go out and put yourself out there. But Joe, I'm scaring the hoes. And the hoes are scaring me. This'll never work.
Gray, but I think it's more of a morality vacuum, a gaping hole in space where morality and virtue go to die. It might be the most mature story told in a Sting game, and the least satisfying by a mile. Wait, what's coming over me? I feel the need to be disrespectful, annoying. I can't control it! Here's the protagonist, Julio Ragwell of Espada. Oh, Española!
Spanish. I only understand Spanish. So. Is this gonna be an obnoxious protagonist? Moosebull, by the way, Moosebull. I'll lend you one of my hoes. I have too many. Pause.
He'll be joined by his brother.
I just barely know still a little bit about Spanish. Like I know some words. Like if somebody would be texting me something in Spanish, I would maybe remember some words, maybe. But that's about it. No, Poke, you scared of grass? Nah, it's women. Women are scary. It's okay to scare Wait, what? You scared of hoes? Just accept you're gay? I don't like men either.
Felix from Golden Sun, an old drunk with twig ankles. Alright, Paulo. So, you're benched? This anime character who just can't be f***ed. I love it. A bunch of other characters that don't matter, and... Igdra? So Gungnir opens with...
Igdra? Bro had flashbacks.
Julio and his friends, the freedom fighter buddy pals, raiding a caravan. We do an ultra murder and we're left with a choice. Cut him up! Oh, what? Dumb. Never let anyone from any evil empire live, dipshit. That's rule number 1. Inside the caravan is Igdra, or Alyssa. So the freedom fighter buddy pals think hard about what to do with her. Guys, let's sell her into slavery!
That's crazy. Asexual much? No. My libido is very strong, in fact. I can promise you. Depends. They do grow forests down there on occasion, from what I've heard. Bro, just get yourself a girlfriend. Take Joe's advice. Goodness gracious.
Yeah, this game just goes there, and moments like these are pretty...
If she's from a great family, maybe we can get 75,000. Well, I occasionally try to sell my viewers, so this is nothing new, actually. Yo, this is nothing new. Though I doubt any of my viewers would be worth 75,000 gold or something like that. Unless we're doing organs. Unless we're selling them in parts and organs and on the black market.
Pretty frequent in the game. I appreciate a game where you kill instead of defeat, you know? But Alyssa has some odd magnetism and like a really nice dress, so they keep her around until— oh my god, Julio, what did I tell you? The local baron, upon learning that some bandits took his cargo, brought all his men and he's gonna do an ultra murder right back. One unwinnable—
so they keep her around because she's hot. Simple.
battle later, and the freedom fighter buddy pals are in trouble. Thankfully, the Baron is merciful.
Well, fuck, they're dead.
But then out of nowhere, this crazy, huge weapon—
Demon lands.
falls from the sky, along with the anime girl. So let's put a pin in story discussion and talk gameplay. What's Gungnir? Why is it episode 9? Why do I like it? Well, for starters, Gungnir is a TRPG that looks familiar and welcoming. It controls easy too. I don't need to learn a whole new combat system, and I don't need an hour of tutorials to play. I appreciate that, even if I love Sting's shameless innovations. The game does that thing other tactics games do, loading you up with plot characters, but you almost never have to use the ones you don't like. Most of them are unique or actually combine the capabilities of other classes, so while they can be extremely effective, you can get away with benching Paulo. Dumb drunk fuck. Usually the stars of these games are the generic units, at least for me. I don't want to pick Ryu or Ken when there's a whole roster of unique stuff to choose from. Sting's distinctive art style is on full display, and I've got to give him credit. For the most part, all of these classes are good looking, have their own—
I feel like that's a general trend with these games. They generally have a nice and pretty they generally have a nice and pretty art style. This is a general trend with these. To be fair, this is a trend, generally a nice trend. Okay, if you planned the Xmas, whoever's saying Xmas, I think we need to publicly execute. It's Christmas. Christ, put the name back in there.
Niches and applications and have full game staying power. But not you. Dingly dang ding. I really can't praise them enough. I went in with a party in mind, and every member had key moments in different battles where they just crushed it. My knight held down important locations and acted like the wall he was meant to be, dealing out tons of close-range damage. My priestess was integral to keeping Paulo on the bench and was absolutely the MVP.
Can you date somebody again? Or did they remove that?
Carries with AoE healing from start to finish. I didn't pick up my sorceress till the end game, but she trivialized the final battles with AoE burn, absolutely annihilating the enemy's forces. The fuck y'all laughing at? And finally, the lowly thrower. He just throws his stick. Hell yeah! Actually, during research, people were kind of crapping on the thrower, like, because his main gimmick is doing a ranged knockback.
That's interesting. Hi Diagonal, how you doing? Hope you're doing good. Good morning, Poker. How are you today? I'm alright. Christmas is too long to type into my spell and game is weak. Allow it? Never.
Attack, but the witch can do that, albeit on a timer. Do big spells and fly, so utility, right? But this guy...
Wait, he can be used to knock enemies off the map? It's kind of interesting and incredibly mean.
This is a good time to talk about stages, which, like, side note, are so pretty, man. Holy crap. So they're just—
they look very generally, these games don't disappoint in art style. They just make you scared. They scare you because of their mechanics. But in art style, these games are incredibly beautiful.
Just like any of the other isometric cubed deals in the genre, and while these games usually play with height a little, Gungnir fully embraces it. If you jump down higher than your character should, they'll fall on their ass, sometimes taking a ton of damage. And like you saw, you can totally knock dudes off cliffs from—
fall damage. Fall damage in a strategy game. Well, that's fun. That's fun.
massive and often lethal damage. It's one of the most satisfying things about the game. You can even ring people out like it's Soul Calibur or something. The first time it happened, I almost spit out my tea. The game's even more devious than that. Sometimes there's water sections, and water has height. Nobody in this game can swim, and water is water, right? There's a current. If you put yourself adjacent to a deep section, sometimes you'll drown when you're not paying attention.
Diabolical. Diabolical. Another. We haven't had that one yet. We haven't had in the series full damage and drowning. That's a new one.
And getting
Julio drowned.
Washed away by the flow of time. There's this hilarious rage post where some dude got really mad about losing the match because of this, but you can lure enemies into drowning just as well, so I think it's a really neat addition. Enemies aren't too much to talk about. The AI is pretty average unless you're on a higher difficulty than basic mode. Killing in this game is a bit different. Reducing an enemy to 0 HP makes them retreat, leaving a random item behind. Overkilling them does that, and lets you choose something from the corpse's inventory. And it's like, no, they're dead. The worms aren't fighting me for their shirt or whatever. Let me have it all. But I'm gonna charitably read this as the items getting damaged from the overkill. Items are actually a really big deal in Gungnir. Yeah, okay, I know. Sting can't stop with items. Items are everything. It's like a kid can pick up any old sword in a Sting game and turn it.
Obviously, it does have the same item mechanics, probably, I'm assuming, where normal attacks don't do shit unless you have an item.
Into a god. But seriously, you have limited money, scrounging from corpses is really helpful, and like the FFT games, skills are linked to the weapons you equip. More on skills later. Actually, one thing you've got to look out for is extremely valuable weapons hiding in mailboxes for some reason and other breakable objects. But whenever you break one of these pinatas, then the thing pops.
Poke, try this one. Gonna play this. What was the name again? Gungnir on the PSP. I'm doing alright. Also hate having to say happy holidays at work, so if I can read a customer correctly, I will say Merry Christmas when I can. Wait, you have to say happy holidays? Why? So you don't offend anybody? That's weird as hell.
Out, you gotta pick it up. So it's possible an enemy will come along and steal the item, which like, don't touch my stuff! That isn't what she taught. Oh hey, Pamela's back.
So let me get this straight. Enemies can steal your items. And when you defeat them, you won't get back the item that they stole. You will get something else. Or is there like a percentage chance? She is, I like her. She looks interesting. Anyways.
Yeah, you sit up on that mountain, and if you even think of coming down here, I'll throw your hat in the snow.
I want also a wife that's named Griselda. Some of these fantasy names have something. Griselda has something.
Oh, idiot. I don't really know why Sting thought it'd be cool to bring her back, but her ringing her own teammates out is very cool. Good stuff, guys. So the gameplay elements I've mentioned are pretty basic. Some Sting funny business, but you know, they're real funny guys down there. So where's the complications? Alright, Gungnir, give me your skin. The game has a clock system which determines when you're going and when enemies are going. Notably, each individual enemy has their own wait time, but your guys are lumped together, letting you move them when you want. Not really though, because every unit also has a passive wait time stat that you can see in their stats menu. Let's just take a look here. Nope! Not doing it! Basically, in-game ticks determine when currents move waterlogged units, when spells can go off, because like FFT, they all have a cast time, and when days.
Okay, interesting. So practically, it's just it's a timer that basically decides when you can do things. Interesting. It is so don't offend people, also to be politically correct. Oh my god, that is horrible. Wow.
It's treated like Advance Wars, where time ticks on extremely quickly. Like, some of these battles are 20-man skirmishes. This ain't some drawn-out war scenario, dude. You can choose to override your units, wait time if they recently did something, but it'll cost some of their maximum HP, like they're being overexerted. I really like the flexibility the game offers. On that note, you can even use the scramble button to take your
Okay, yeah, right. Question? This isn't elaborated. Is the same problem, if you call it that, it's a mechanic, right? That you can't heal your characters here unless they once again level up? Cause I don't know, that was not elaborated.
Turn earlier than usual, which really makes for some interesting, emergent, and reactive gameplay, like dodging a spell last second, but you need to spend tactics points to do it. So tactics points. Gungnir thought it'd be really funny and cute by adding a point system where you need to capture bases or flags on the map to increase your TP maximum, and you gain those points by walking. Some units have high tactics scores and some don't, so some can generate more than others. Just don't worry and remember you get points by moving. Tactics points get spent on certain actions, like the scramble ability from before. The big thing is Julio's spear, Gungnir, which will let him summon war gods to the field and, you know, f*** up Pierre or whatever. The trouble is war gods cost a ton of TP to use and will...
It's once again the art style, the design of the characters. As usual, it looks good. I can't complain, it looks good.
Randomly want to hit your own units as well. It's possible to manipulate the outcome with patience, but in general, war gods are an unnecessary tactic and exist to carry your own inability to strategize. Like, I don't want to summon... Thank you, and have him...
Crazy name. So they're just like, you just use them if you're too incompetent. Simply put.
Eat all my gear. Oh man, come on. Don't touch my stuff! More consistently, you'll be using your points for scramble and beats. Beats do remind me of Victory Union, with allies teaming up to attack enemies and vice versa. Seriously, you don't want to be on the other end of an unexpected enemy beatdown. But it's a great way to do damage, especially to bosses with bloated health pools. And it's a really cool theme of Sting's tactical games, contextual team support. The system's complex, but the gist is you spend tactics points when you attack, allowing nearby enemies to assist. The range increases with each base you capture too, so you can perform and get hit by some wild stuff.
I just realized what this reminds me of. Button Kaito's Origins. When one of the characters can jump in and you can like quickly beat down enemies by being able to let all three back-to-back attack. If you have the right deck. That's what this reminds me of.
And that's the gameplay. It's a bit complex, at least far and away more complex than whatever's going on in FFT and Fire Emblem, but you get the hang of it partway through the game. Maybe I'm just used to Sting constantly shoving stats and bars and items and fonts in my face, but none of this is really all that strange. I think the real out there game mechanic is the 42 different status ailments. Well, shoot.
42? 42 different issues. What happened to sleep, paralysis, and poison? Maybe a confusion and getting KO'd, but that's it. What is this?
That's enough to do this. We gotta wrap some ailments. Yo, why'd they make 40? What? Let's get it on. I want to spread disease across the land to
disease?
And freeze, yeah, that's my plan. Silent, pyrism, slowcast, undead, sacrifice, scapegoat, poison, branded, pouring, free, shieldless, gravity, nightmare, aquism, jump plus slippery.
he made a he took the Pokemon rap, but turned it into status elements. Believe it or not, I've accidentally offended more people by saying Happy Holidays instead of saying Merry Christmas, so I think the work rule is retarded. Excuse my language, but I'm also not sorry. But it's true, it is retarded. Because, let's face it, the average person is not politically correct. So it makes sense. It's like really weird. It's just, what a weird rule.
Oh, no. You'll notice some of them aren't ailments, but buffs, so I guess Sting was gunning for the world record. Either way, most never really come up, and the most dangerous and ubiquitous ailments are poison and burn. Both of these do damage every tick of the clock, and will absolutely decimate the victim. Seriously, I beat the final boss with basically only burn. It was crazy. By the way, what's this guy's deal? Final boss? Dude, you're in a wheelchair and you're all-
Yo, that's some aura though. If you are the final boss and you sit in a wheelchair and you're still the final boss, that says something. Bro does not need the legs to take over the world.
Level isn't wheelchair friendly. you boob, you ultramaroon. Oh, fuck. Now, Gungnir's a game where all the elements are working in unison. The game flow is extremely tight. You watch a cutscene, do a mission, watch a cutscene, do some shopping, and repeat 26 times. Missions last from 15 to 40 minutes, generally speaking, and there's an in-game turn.
Damn, they even got vampire ladies, scantily clothed vampire ladies. You know what else is tight? Anyways,
limit on each one. It keeps the game at a brisk pace, knowing you have to go open the treasure chests and rout the enemies in a timely fashion, and there's never any real place.
I should play this game simply for Griselda. She's a baddie. Ableism, yay, peak.
Or time to grind. The game's meant to be replayed, and I happen to like it this way, but I can see why some people would be turned off by it. Some games have adapted difficulty, like Resident Evil 4, which, if you're failing a particular section, means that eventually some enemies stop appearing. But when you play through, you don't really notice it, and it makes the game feel perfectly balanced, even if it's illusory. Gungnir has something similar with the star system.
See, there is a game that is meant to be replayed, but you don't want to replay it. It's Metroid Prime 4, one of the worst Metroid games I think I have ever seen. Yeah, if you thought that the continuation of the Metroid Prime series was good, no, it wasn't. It is worse than all Metroid previous Prime games. It is that bad. It is horrendous. Anyways, stop thirsting over pixels and go find an actual woman. What's a woman? What is that? Can you eat that? Nah, I think pixels is the only way at this point.
System. You're graded on your performance with 3 stars, and if you get 3 consistently, the health of enemies rises and it can get really difficult. If you're not even getting stars, the enemy's HP starts to lower, so like, the game's not trying to beat you down. However, stars affect how many chests appear in the next map, up to 3, and they sometimes have incredibly rare and valuable items. It's hard to know whether to gun for everything or just aim to complete the thing. If you're a Sting veteran, it's not unsurprising to have to leave items behind. That's just how they do things, and again, multiple playthroughs are encouraged, so fair enough. So I've more or less described the game, but who cares? Why is Gungnir so special? Let me tell you something. Among the games I cover on my show, among most games released, it's really rare to find a game that's artistically unified. Like I said, every element's working in unison, from gameplay to narrative, and the message the game's trying to convey in every detail of its construction is seize the day, doing what you can with the time and resources you have.
I wonder, do these games have modern, still like, does the developer of these games still do modern releases? Probably not because of how niche it is, but still, this has a place. Probably, looking at how many releases there are, a woman is like a man, but better, and yes, you can eat them. Okay. That's not what I expected, but okay.
Movement, action, it's so refreshing in this kind of game. It emerges in basic gameplay stuff like equipment. Every character can only hold on to so much, with a maximum weight limit, and taking on less actually lets your character move more frequently. You don't sweat not being able to equip every last accessory, you just use what you can. Quick decision making is often extremely rewarding in this game, with the scramble feature allowing you so much flexibility in handling various problematic scenarios, moving wounded units in last minute to an AoE heal, escaping damage. The notion that movement itself is a method of generating power with tactics points makes for a much more active and engaging game than most of the tactics games I've ever played, even among some of the greats. Skill gain is difficult and fairly inconsistent at times. You have to commit to a weapon and use its ability a bunch to unlock any other abilities. And sometimes you just won't be able to by the time a newer, stronger weapon appears. Sometimes you're really pressed for deployment slots in a battle and the guy you want to train just doesn't fit. I don't like this aspect of the game, but the message is clear. Use your weapon to the best of your ability, but you're gonna have to adapt eventually. Ace units exist, so
Ace units, okay, where's that? Ace units, the ace unit must not be killed. Time up, you must win before deadline. Obviously that makes sense. So losing conditions. So you have units that are not allowed. Well, that's nothing new, right? That's nothing new. Fire Emblem does have these two, right? Characters that if they die, the game's just over. Like, right? In Radiant Dawn, like if Micaiah gets absolutely eradicated, or Ike gets taken out, right? You just lose. That makes sense. That's a usual thing. What is a woman? Can you eat that? I've heard from, remember the Shoe on Head video about the kitchen cells? I've heard that women taste like putting a bunch of scents in your mouth and licking a battery. Something like that.
The leader of the band. It's always a plot character, but available choices differ every map, and sometimes it's only units you haven't been training and don't want to use, but you do what you can and push on. This game has a lot of min-max potential with units and elements and affinities for certain weapon abilities that I won't go into, but the gist is this. If you want the best sorceress possible to cast AoE fireballs, you're gonna have to wait to the end of the game before the potential to recruit that character exists, and that's absolutely maddening, but this game, again, is sending a message. Don't sweat it. Like you're supposed to just play the damn game, not min-max it like a psychopath. Actually, you can't even keep your units like you normally would in New Game Plus. Every unit has a specific name. They're not randomized, and they have unique stats as well. Not that the
Wait, so how does New Game Plus work? Like, would you just keep, like, all the levels and all the items? Supposedly? How would New Game Plus work?
game outright tells you. You have to recruit the same named generic unit again in a new game. So yeah, if you want that same sorceress again, you're gonna have to wait till mission 20 of New Game Plus to get Beatrix or whatever. I really don't care for that, but it's an invitation to train new units, try new things, whatever it takes. You might have noticed that 90% of those things I mentioned were gripes, things that bug me about the game, but I appreciate the artistic value, the ability to push a conceit so far. It doesn't stop there though. Making choices regardless of the situation, forcing yourself forward at all costs is a concept integral to the narrative, especially when much of the narrative is couched in the notion that fate is mostly inescapable. Spoiler time. Gungnir takes place in the Gargan Empire, a country with two races, Daltons and Leonicans. The Leonicans, who you play as, are called a cursed race. Throughout the
we got racism. Classic. Fictional setting, racism always works perfectly well. I can tell you've never tasted a woman or a battery. What? How could you tell? I'm surprised myself. No shit, Sherlock.
game, and not once is a single reason given to justify it. The Leonican characters aren't even visually distinct from the Daltons, two things I'm absolutely sure were intentional. The plot is simple, but the story is multifaceted. You're playing as Julio, who comes to lead Esperanza, the liberation movement his now deceased father started years ago. Julio only knows killing, and his place in the world that other people decided for.
What a deep story. I was only 10. When I made my first kill. I was playing with I was already you made your first kill when you were 10. I was almost in a relationship. Already in a relationship.
Him. He's not anyone he chose to be, not really an autonomous person, just a body adrift in the world with only his strength, his truth, and other people's expectations driving him onward. In many ways, he's a symbol, not even a fully fledged human. But Julio's cause is just, as far as the player can tell. The story isn't really some mess of gray morality, because that would imply enough context is given to make every side similarly empathetic, but the other sides really aren't. If anything, Julio's struggle is the only one worth anything. The only one that promises any substantive change for the good. Whew. At least, we need some humor.
Are you lusting for me? Yes. But you're not Griselda, so shush, bird woman. Goodbye. I don't care. You're not Griselda. I mean, it's not like I've known you for over a year, Poke. Shocking, truly shocking.
Thank you. I'll show you what I mean about the factions. The other relevant actors in the plot are the Republican faction, who want democracy and kind of rely on Esperanza to overthrow the kingdom for them. And while that's great, the game spends almost zero time on.
Well, the Republic is not the same as democracy. It's a republic, not a democracy. So how can the Republicans ask for democracy when a republic is not a democracy? Hold up, wait a minute.
them and their beliefs, so they're just an excuse to shove a party member who leaves and comes back later onto you. And then there's Alyssa, and ooh, I need to talk about this one for a bit. This character starts out all innocent with the pretty girl in the slums bit and even gets all these little romantic scenes with Julio, but devolves so fast into a person who also realizes her place in the world, eventually throwing out—
Is this Yuri? Stop touching! Lewdly! There will be no hugs and no hand-holding. That's lewd.
Idealism for pragmatism and stringing Julio along for the entire game, using him as a pawn to get her way. What she wants is to overthrow the Emperor because the current empire is corrupted by Wheelchair Man, right? But her proposal is to put herself on the throne, which is hardly change, except the Leonicans won't get discriminated against. Pinky promise? Yeah, that's a good deal. Put the fate of your people on a pinky promise with someone who glued flowers on her lance. The last faction, of course—
That's cute, though. What's wrong with gluing flowers to your lands? I see no issue.
Is the current empire and Zyad. Now you gotta let me know, game reviewers, what part of this game has gray morality when the final boss just drops unapologetic Dalton supremacy? There is no character in a video game that can give a speech about false racial supremacy and look like a sympathetic character. I never thought I could feel good about lighting a wheelchair on fire, but
you should try that IRL. Anyways, lesbians, yay, lesbians, women love women. My opinion still stands. Yuri and Yaoi are just glorified hentai tags. Moving on.
Here we are. You know, not many moments in the game are really memorable, though a couple—
Let's get married. Absolute cinema. Sheepers would call it het slob.
Really cool things happen, like these horrible mercenaries finding out about your blood lineage and suddenly showing you massive respect. But I gotta talk about the—
What?
Horrible mercenaries finding out about your blood lineage and suddenly showing you massive respect.
I came to give you my head. Woola woo. What do you mean by that? What do you mean by that? I came to give you my head. Do not give this boy your head. Chill.
Respect. But I gotta talk about the two anime characters right now. I hate this stupid little necromancer girl. You gotta fight her 3 times, and every time she lives. It's super annoying. Then off screen, Elise just hunts—
Bro, it's just like, I wanna kill her. I wanna kill her.
Her down while she's recovering and literally shatters her existence. It's incredible. Normally, Elise is a character I'd make fun of, you know? Doesn't fit the aesthetic well, and she's one of those really ancient but looks like a child characters, you know, not a fan, but she's so snarky, careless, and in this one moment, f***ing badass. Hell yeah, good job, Elise. Now, the thing that absolutely kills—
She's not Griselda. I'll take his head, he's a fine man. Do you not have a man? Get out of here.
Me about this game is fate. Fate is such a strong concept in media, and probably because it resonates so well with so many people who feel disaffected, adrift in the world with no clear direction, and only time to guide them to their inevitable end. Fate is common cruelty, the most banal tragedy, and stories of characters struggling against fate are so powerful because of this. Julio has every reason to despise his life, a life of blood and steel forced into the shoes of his father, never able to carve his own place in the world. You make so many choices throughout the game, but ultimately none of them even matter. Most of them are simply a choice between allowing Julio to be flagrantly manipulated or not. Even the good endings take all the energy building throughout the game and put it on freeze, sputtering out some cutesy cosmic gas before things reset to 0, having accomplished nothing along the way. Nothing really, just a rotting pile of corpses and promises. 3 endings, 3 chances for interesting and diverse ways to resolve the—
Interesting. I mean, Yuri and Yaoi is just Japanese for lesbian and gay, respectively. Yet I find it funny, right? The main consumer base of Yuri is straight dudes. And the main consumer base of Yaoi is straight women. And both of them are incredibly freaky. That's the interesting part. That's why I'm saying it's just a glorified hentai tag. No, I have a man I have feelings for, but I'm single. I wouldn't be speaking like it if I had a boyfriend. Okay. Get your man, dude! Get your chance! Don't wait too long before he's gone.
The plot, but the ending barely changes among them. Alyssa still turns on you, your revolution still dissolves, and the characters just resume drifting. The sum of all your quick thinking, all your triumphant moments, your adaptation, your decision.
Funny, every time the main character gets a chick, she either dies or she turns on you. That's very interesting.
Decision making, even when the odds were against you, even when nothing could truly change, because fate itself kept you in lockstep, is choice. The choice to act. Choose to struggle, do whatever you can with whatever you have, because the other choice isn't death, but non-existence. Man, I fucking love Gungnir.
Nice. Okay, well, we've got the last one for now. This is the last one for now. We are essentially up to date with the series, unless there's more. Unless there's more, we're up to date. Interesting. From what I can tell, Gungnir seems to be the most accessible out of all of them. But if I start playing one, I need to play all of them, and I don't know how I feel about that. I don't know if I like hell. Anyways, like, comment, and subscribe. I'm trying. Try harder. And don't fail like me! Water. A boa. A boa. Okay, what are we? Let's watch racism.
Hi.
Let's watch it. Let's watch this one. This one was interesting the last few times already. The last time as well. Southeast Asian racism and Balkan racism are almost identical by Fat Little Asian Man. Here we go. We reacted to the Asian version. Just like the South, what was it called? Southeast Asian racism is built different, something like that. We'll jump in. There are a lot of factors to it, like it wouldn't be very convenient for me and him. Well, that's kinda ass.
Hi. I'm just a fat little Asian man, and this is a video that I made. Pretty much.
Yeah, Asian racism was it. Asian racism is built different than your average racism. I didn't react to this one.
Much just trying to make sense of Asian racism. Honestly, I thought it'd be fun to talk about and just kinda uploaded it without much thought. To my surprise, a lot of people watched it, and the comments sparked some interesting conversations and experiences about racism. But there was one topic that consistently popped up in the comments. Balkan racism.
Balkan racism, here we go.
And yeah, I wasn't familiar with it at all. If this Balkan racism is anything like, or even bigger than Asian racism, naturally I wanted to learn more about it.
Wait, what? That's crazy. Wait a minute. Crazy. How do you know so much about foreign history? I am racist! That's crazy.
Naturally, I wanted to learn more about it. The more I researched, the more I felt this sense of deja vu. The mentality of, we may hate each other, but are united in our dislike of others.
But isn't that usually how it works? You work together because you dislike somebody else? Like, the enemy of my enemy is my friend?
Seemed oddly familiar. Like a distant cousin. And then it hit me. Asia's most competitive racism server. Southeast Asia. Now, some of you might be thinking, what could the Balkans and Southeast Asia possibly have in common with each other when they're separated by roughly 10,000 kilometers with completely different histories, cultures, and languages? Trying to find meaningful similarities sounds pretty dumb. And okay, yeah, they aren't exactly the same, but you'd be surprised how similar they are. The over-the-top relationship of how everyone manages to both hate and be each other's best friends at the same time. The loudest, longest nationalistic fights about everybody trying to prove.
But isn't that pretty normal? Like, if you have a very, a friend group of different kind of people, you all get along, right? But you're all racist to each other. There has never been anybody more racist than a group of homies. It's just normal. It's just normal.
Prove how their ancestors civilized everybody else's Neanderthal predecessors. Each region even has countries with similar positions too. Bulgarians and Macedonians fighting is like Malaysians and Indonesians. Nobody cares except for the two parties involved. Slovenia and Singapore just count money while everybody is fighting, while Montenegro and Brunei never get mentioned. The most interesting thing for me is that even with all this fighting inside, they are best friends out of their own regions. Like peak friend groups in Germany consist of at least 3 different Balkaners, and I've seen
friend groups all around in Germany are like that. There's like a German guy, a Turkish guy, a Serbian guy, a Russian guy, and I don't know. It's just like everything combined. Everyone is racist to each other, but we're still homies. That is how we work here.
Seen Thais and Cambodians be best friends in South Korea. So, how did this unique form of racism develop in such different backgrounds of the world? Well, it's because they share a similar history, one filled with diverse ethnic and religious relationships, thousands of wars and historical conflicts that make the Geneva Convention look like my niece's diaper. While the intense racism in both the Balkans and Southeast Asia might be a little heavy for some, don't worry. As someone recently enlightened by both the rich intellectualism of Southeast Asia and the Balkans, let's embark on a journey to understand racism in these regions together.
Balkan humor guide. Femboy. Gay. Cockroach Nazi. War crimes. Goat fucker. Doesn't exist. Muslim thief Mongol monkey. That's crazy. Southeast Asian humor guide. I don't know how they pronounce that. Rogue something. Racist. Viet Cong. Femboy. Sleep. Malaysia. War crimes. OnlyFans sim. When did that happen? By the way, the origin of sim is actually from black people in America. The more you know. North Thai and literally who. The more you know. The more you know. The word simp comes actually for black people. And it's usually just a guy who it's a black dude throwing money at black women while essentially getting nothing out of it. I think it was meant as an insult for guys that date single mothers. Anyways.
And how racism might actually bring everyone closer to each other. Let's start by introducing the Balkans. Albania, Bosnia and Herzegovina, Bulgaria, Croatia, Greece, Kosovo, Montenegro, North Macedonia.
Yeah, bro said it. Anyways.
Romania, Serbia, Slovenia, and Turkey. Together, they make up the world's most alcoholic family. Like most alcoholics, they're really dysfunctional, as in they fight all the time, but they're also each other's best drinking mates. You might think it's the constant alcoholism that makes the Balkans fight incessantly, but it's actually their history where Balkan racism is made. You see, the Balkans share a rich and complex history that is all crammed in this relatively small region in Europe.
Seems like a cozy region. I never saw any issues with Greek people though. How is Croatia Nazi? I don't know. That's a good question. They have some history probably with that.
Europe. As an Asian, I cannot hope to explain this history perfectly. But don't worry, any inaccuracies will be pointed out by Balkaners in the comments. Now, the reason for all this lore in the Balkans is because of its geography. The Balkans are located in southern Europe, sitting on the intersection between Asia and Europe, as well as being surrounded by a couple of seas, making it a mandatory checkpoint for trade and exchange of cultures. Acting as the gateway to Europe or Asia wasn't...
Yeah, but does it even matter? Literally? Like, Greece belongs to the Chinese at this point. Turkish and Muslim, they can't drink alcohol. Yeah, you say that, but there's a lot of hobby Muslims out there. You need to realize that Muslims in Europe are like this. I'm calling a woman who doesn't wear her hijab a whore. But I drink, smoke, and sleep around. That's Muslims in Europe. A lot of them. A very large portion. They don't take Islam that seriously, and thankfully that they don't take it that seriously.
Always just trading cultures, though. It also filled the Balkans with many wars and conflicts. Here's just a few. Greece versus Persia, East and West Rome, the Mongol invasion, Byzantine Empire and the Ottoman Empire, both world wars. Yeah, the Balkans have been through a lot. All this fighting and trade caused a constant movement of people, shaping the region to be the crossroads of many cultures, ethnicities, and religions. All this complex and diverse history makes it difficult even for peak Balkan intellectuals to come to a perfect understanding of their own history. This is why one of the biggest parts of Balkan racism is basically fighting about which country's ancestors came.
Why does he look like Andrew Tate, though? With a man bun. Maybe I'm just seeing things, but that looks like Andrew Tate. Anyways. Technically, these are all technically just the same people, but they're beating each other's ass. Hello, workers. I always say Russia. Hello, hi, how are you doing? Hope you're doing good. Hello. No issues with Greeks, unless you go over 2,000 years back. Yeah, no, there was a time.
First, and spread civilization to the other barbarian cavemen in the rest of the Balkans. For example, Bulgarians say that they taught everyone how to read, Serbs say they are responsible of bringing Byzantine culture, Turks claim about how food in the Balkans is actually all Turkish, and Greeks talk about how Ataturk is Greek for the millionth time, and the list goes on. Now, a few thousand miles around the globe is Southeast Asia, where you can meet the ASEANs. Brunei, Cambodia.
Wait, what did it say? What did it say? Brunei implements stoning to death under anti-LGBT laws. Well, didn't Russia just recently ban Roblox for being too gay? That happened. We reached Stalingrad? No, we have not. We have not. I'm German, but I know that we don't have enough winter clothes to go there.
Cambodia, Indonesia, Laos, Malaysia, Myanmar, the Philippines.
This is where... Is that... Okay. So if the men there are not into their own women, does that explain why there's so many women from the Philippines changing their location to like Germany and European countries? Still, the dating profile that broke me was from a Japanese woman, essentially saying, "I want mixed babies. I want half white mixed babies." And we Japanese women are very sexually explorative. I like the doggy style. That was literally in that dating profile from that Japanese lady. It was crazy.
Singapore, Thailand, Vietnam.
Average Thai man.
Vietnam, and Timor-Leste. They're not as alcoholic as the Balkans, but they're just as dysfunctional. They have a we hate each other equally, so we're the only ones allowed to bully each other dynamic going on as well. Their geography is pretty similar too. Like the Balkans.
Why racist to my homie? Only I can be racist to my homie. We have Philippines too as caretaker majority. I can literally right now download Hinge, and the only profiles that I will see here, if I put it in like 150 kilometers radius, I can promise you 80% of all the accounts that I will see are actually from the Philippines. There might be, and there's some Indonesian women sprinkled in between, but that is how it currently looks. It is crazy.
And Southeast Asia is also the intersection that connects huge civilizations together. On land, they're bordered by China and India, while through sea, they act as the maritime gateway between Europe and Asia. Naturally, the region became the center of global trade routes for centuries, also acting as the migration hub in Asia. Many trade-rich countries like the Khmer Empire and the Srivijayan Empire emerged from the mix of cultures, religions, and people from around the world. Of course, getting rich off trade meant that everybody else wanted to control over the region to get rich off themselves. Not only did ancient kingdoms constantly fight each other, China and Indian dynasties, Islamic sultanates, and Europeans constantly took turns dividing, conquering, and redrawing borders. All this chaos made the region extremely diverse, over several
but also probably very unstable. This 5-kilometer range. That's gonna be nobody. There's no major place in 5 kilometers. Like, if I would put it at 5 kilometers, that would literally just be my little village. That's it. Of like, wait, a few hundred people. That's gonna be rough. Become one of those passport bros. Yeah, that would probably not work.
100 ethnicities and languages live side by side, with all 4 major religions present. Much like the Balkans, a big part of Southeast Asian racism comes from debating which pristine culture civilized.
Wait, it's all Philippines. Always has been.
The rest. Vietnam and Cambodia fight about who saved whose country.
Vietnam removing the Khmer Rouge in 1979. Vietnam ending the Khmer Rouge during the Cambodian Civil War.
All the time. Filipinos will claim they're the world's most powerful race while constantly watching some white girls OnlyFans.
Yeah, bro. Okay, interesting. But where's that? Okay, if a Filipino person comes across this video, please elaborate where this is coming from. Please elaborate where this is coming from. You need someone local. There are no local women. These local women are undateable. These local women are undateable unless I start acting like a liberal. Unless I start acting like a leftist, these women are undateable. Germany is very, very, very progressive, all in caps.
Laotians hate Uncle Roger because Lao food supremacy, and Timor-Leste's here.
Monkeys?
Somewhere? Now, some of you doubters may be thinking, does that mean the Balkans and Southeast Asians are just confused about their chaotic history? And first of all, if they knew English, you might start coughing in 3 days. And secondly, no, it's because both the Balkans and Southeast Asians are very, very nationalistic. Just go on their League of Legends lobbies and you can find out yourself. Nationalism is the biggest reason the Balkans are a big meme in the world today. It could be the same for SEA, but nobody understands their languages, Rip. I've already told you that both the Balkans and Southeast Asia have been through a lot of conflicts due to its location being stuck between massive civilizations. All the chaos from fighting and conquering meant that there was usually multiple empires that controlled different parts of each region. For a ruling empire, categorizing the region into religious or ethnic communities made it much easier to rule over the extremely diverse ethnicities and cultures. For the Balkans, this is especially true during the Ottoman Empire.
Brings a tear to my eye. It's enough to make a grown man cry. Why we're bringing politics and dating? Simple. Have you ever had an encounter where you put I wait until marriage into your dating profile, and then they just swipe you just to tell you that you're misogynistic? Ever happened to you? That's the type of women I have to deal with. This is, by the way, not an isolated case.
Empires rule. Before the Ottomans, the Balkans consisted of various empires, kingdoms, and tribal territories with their own political autonomy with overlapping religious and cultural traditions. Simply, this means that divides in the Balkans were mostly which side of the river you drank and which version of Christianity your ruler told you to believe. When the Ottomans took over the Balkan region, they erased all the pre-existing borders and
Interesting. So where is this gonna go? Where there's so many? There's plenty. Interesting. Very interesting. Okay, that's interesting. We're gonna put that there. Why not? Sounds interesting. Might put a laugh there. True. How it's misogynistic? Because it absolutely comes with conservative values if you wait until marriage. So, if you do that, if you have that in there, they automatically assume that you hate women. Simple. It's that simple. You're likely Christian, you're likely more conservative. You're a misogynistic Nazi, simply put.
Instead divided them up into arbitrary lines. And we all know what happens when you do that. The Ottomans used religion as a system to rule over others.
Yeah, they still want to do that, by the way. Anyways. And I have been called a Nazi over a dating app already. Mind you, I have nothing political in my in my profile. Nothing. They still did that. When I say women in Germany are incredibly progressive, I literally mean that.
Creating a hierarchy with Muslims at the top, with Christians on the bottom. If you're a Muslim, you got to enjoy benefits in land, courts, and status, while if you're a Christian, you needed to pay more taxes and sacrifice your eldest son to become a yen.
Yep. That is, by the way, that's just Sharia law, by the way. That is just Sharia law. Oh, UK, you are cooked.
A cherry killing machine. Every region was then split into religious communities called millets. Each were allowed a little autonomy, but were basically segregated for nearly 500 years. It's not that much different in Southeast Asia too. Remember when I said that the region is home to hundreds of ethnicities and languages? Naturally, that made Southeast Asia a sprawling landscape of kingdoms and sultanates, all fighting each other for influence over trade routes and whose religion is the best. This was all normal. As kingdoms fell and emerged, it became its own kind of ecosystem and international dynamics. Of course,
and the perfect breeding ground for being racist to each other. It's a personal preference allowed. It's also allowed to, if the other side disapproves. Yeah, but do you call somebody misogynistic or Nazi of it? That's the other question.
Everything changed when the colonizers attacked, and they did what they do best. Blending centuries-old kingdoms and dozens of other ethnicities into arbitrary borders. What ended up happening was, you've had countries where former enemies
You have freed us. I wouldn't say freed, more like under new management.
and rivals were suddenly living in the same neighborhoods. For example, Khmers, Laos, and Vietnamese, who were each other's rivals for centuries, suddenly had to work side by side in French Indochina. On top of this, many colonizers brought millions of Chinese and Indian laborers into Southeast Asia, creating sudden new socio-ethnic classes on the already chaotic colonies. Another colonizer classic was to favor certain ethnic minorities into colonial elites to fuel resentment and prevent unified.
Just as planned, the French. The French are Frenching, as usual.
Resistance.
Oh, the mighty French have fallen. From conquerors and literal empire to... I give up. I surrender.
Some examples are, Indian migrants were used as police for the locals and Muslims in British Malaya. Or, like how the Karen minority was given
The Karen minority? I don't think Karens are a minority. A large part of the population worldwide, the Karens. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Inclusive military ranks over the Burman majority in Burma. In American terms, this would be like if you colonized Chicago and forcibly made people from LA and New York live as roommates, then brought over British and French as laborers while making Canadians rule over everybody. As colonial powers became weaker though, all the segregation, unequal social structures, and resentment fostered over the years exploded out into nationalist movements. Nationalism was indeed the natural response when your country is being taken over by a foreign force. However, even after their long-awaited independence, these newly emerging nations went through excruciating post-independence periods, just trying to piece together fragmented countries and systems. What usually ended up happening was just a lot of war, corrupt governments, and inhumane massacres. Most post-colonial governments just went for the true and try strategy of exploiting
Malay supremacy. Get out, no.
ethno-religious divisions to solidify their power, aka making policies that benefit the majority group and nationalism to gain their support. Most of the time, leaders would exploit the us vs them mentality.
Vietnam equals bad. Pol Pot, Cambodian dictator. At least it's pretty.
By portraying neighboring countries and minorities as national threats. In Europe, the entire 20th century was just pure chaos, especially for the Balkans. The Ottoman Empire's grip on the Balkan states were loosening, with many states fighting for independence in the Balkan Wars.
First Balkan War in a nutshell. Beating the Ottoman. Second Balkan War in a nutshell. Beating somebody else.
That independence came at a cost of entire borders being redrawn completely, forcibly relocating entire populations. It didn't help at all that both world wars had completely devastated the region, with mass atrocities committed by fascists.
Give me your Jews, fine. Give me your Jews. No, you did what? What do you mean by that? What do you mean that do that? What did they do? What did they do?
Just puppet states. After all that disaster, the Balkans took a short intermission, where there was a period of peace, united as Yugoslavia by Joseph Tito and communism. After Tito died though, it wouldn't take much for everything to just fall apart again. And surprise surprise, leaders turned to nationalism yet again for power. Only this time, escalated tensions would explode into the Yugoslav wars. It was more or less a bloody contest to see who could ignore the Geneva Convention the most, with many battles and—
Wait, the Croatians did the exact same shit? Or similar shit? That's crazy work. They did also shit to the Jews. Crazy.
Genocides. All the fighting, dead people, broken homes, and genocide created massive displacement and deep mistrust, splitting up the region even more. It made sense for leaders to integrate—
I'm so sorry for what my ancestors did. No, we didn't commit any war crimes. My dad is a war criminal. Well, it's just funny how the Japanese just literally said, you know what, we're now kawaii desu. And everybody forgot. We're just gonna put big booby anime women there and problem solved. Well, I grew up growing up with being blamed for what the Nazis did. It is what it is.
Nationalism into education, diplomatic, and economic policies, as they were just so wide.
Petition to bomb Serbia again. There's no way this is a real petition, by the way. 18 million have signed. Let's get 19.5 million. What? That's crazy.
Widespread in the region. Such policies made it more difficult for reconciliation, and nationalism and racism was more encouraged at the time.
Average Serb in 1990s. I have two sides. It didn't happen. They deserved it.
The 20th century was also a disaster in SCA, with colonizers changing from European to Japanese back to European in a few years. The post-war was extremely chaotic, as newly independent states struggled to rebuild from the ashes of World War II and decades of colonial rule. It's the same old story. Different groups competed to fill the power vacuum. Most used radical ideas of nationalism, attempting to stabilize and unite a fragmented country. Malaysia, Indonesia, Myanmar, Philippines, Cambodia, all of them. With all this instability going around in Southeast Asia, the region became...
To simplify the entire thing, right? Southeast Asia and the Balkans have essentially one thing in common. They act like a dysfunctional family.
A kind of breeding grounds for Cold War conflicts, where ethnic divisions kind of merged with ideological ones. Addition of major powers as patrons led to local disputes being further amplified. You'd be radicalized too if most of your neighborhood was bombed into the ground, genocides in your next door neighbor, and border skirmishes still going on to this day. Indonesian communist leader Sukarno launched a war in the region because he was convinced that Malaysia was created to kill Indonesia. After his regime failed, Indonesia then spent their time massacring their own ethnic minorities instead. Myanmar went into its own disaster, where Buddhist nationalists led the ethnic cleansing on the Muslim Rohingyas.
Damn. Another one. It's not a real petition. I looked. I'm gonna get arrested for that. Well, it was nice knowing you. You're cooked. Yeah. Okay. I wish it was, though. That'd be funny.
Even to this day. All the complex ethnic tensions built throughout a history of exchange and conflict were heightened through over a century of colonialism. Then, they were radicalized through the post-war independence period, shaping the good old racism in these regions we know today. The crazy, over-the-top, degenerate nationalist comments. Fighting over who suffered more. Who is the superior civilization?
Many people do not realize how big Ottoman Empire was in the 16th century. It's kind of interesting. Yeah. Balkan countries discussing anything, beating each other up. Balkan countries discussing the Ottomans.
Pointing which countries are NATO or Chinese.
Wake up, NATO! We have Serbia to bomb! Cyberpunk 1999! These great memes.
Sellout. Loving atrocities and denying war crimes.
Romania did war crime? Yes, they did in World War II. Nice!
Crimes. All of this was shaped throughout its history. Here's the thing though. While racism is still a very real issue, it's become part of an unexpected story of regional unity. In both the Balkans and Southeast Asia, generations have been shaped by histories of conflict, trauma, and rivalry. Yet, they've been turning their ironic nationalism and racism into memes.
We hold hands while calling each other slurs. Absolute cinema. Cursed Balkan YouTube comments. This Twitter account like this one, but with Indians. Is there a Twitter account like this one, but with Indians versus Pakistanis? There probably is. We Albanians are the most racist people of the world, you idiot. We are the only white people with balls. What Indonesian flag stands for? No corruption, good government, fast internet, no racists. Wait, but there's no... The colors don't match. I wish Germany could be this open.
Over time, as efforts for cooperation through regional frameworks like ASEAN, EU integration, and others push each region for stability.
Instead of celebrating our differences, celebrating our racism. Other Balkan countries trying to join the EU. Please, it's been a decade, just let us join. Sorry, but you haven't completed the 165 requirements. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. Romania and Bulgaria. Bro, do you have any idea how they let you in? No, lol, me neither.
Modernization and reconciliation, more and more generations are stepping
Online genociders, land stealers reality.
away from old historical grudges and have been creating a sense of
Entire German economy, Balkan is working 3 jobs. well, actually it's literally just 13 million people that keep Germany running while everyone else is either retired or too young to work. Or is not working at all. Indonesia versus Malaysia debate in 2010s. Malaysia is better. No, you literally stole our culture and sent terrorists into our country. Indonesia versus Malaysia debate in 2025. Malaysia is better. Yes.
unity throughout their shared experiences. The more memes and social media poke
Fuck racism, man. All my homies hate each other based on national basis.
fun as stereotypes and nationalist pride, there's more conversation and friendship.
I'm not racist, her friends. This, by the way, very true. This is literally accurate. I am racist, his friends. That's also very accurate. They call me a racist, but my friend group is more diverse than theirs.
Shared experiences with food.
Me spreading anti-migrant propaganda while eating a kebab from a local Turk. It tastes amazing. This is me, by the way. This entire meme, that's me. That's me. That is me. Anyways. Asian motherfuckers, state history lessons.
Corrupt governments, terrible infrastructure, and alcoholism.
My country's run by clowns. Same. Every election got the corrupt candidate. Oh shit, I think I accidentally moved to Greece.
Give something people to bond over, both online and in real life. All this is helping people move forward, showing that even the most historical enemies can be friends. In the end, maybe all this racism isn't just a tragic legacy.
Racism, my beloved. Nothing brings people together like racism. This is crazy. That's crazy. Poke, your friend circle's more diverse than your whole village, probably. On a random, Poke, would you be willing to give me YouTube poll permissions? How does one even do that? It's a good question. Anyways, interesting.
But a sign that these regions are finding ways to make peace with the past. Sometimes by laughing at it together. And also, apparently Serbia wants to join ASEAN, so you guys might actually be a family very soon. Thanks for watching another video made by my smooth brain. If you're interested in videos like this about Southeast Asia, please subscribe because more is definitely on the way.
More racism, I hope. This was a peak video. This was a peak video. What do we learn? What do we learn for this? Southeast Asia and the Balkans are literally just a dysfunctional family. They're united in racism. Absolute cinema. Anyways, like, comment, and subscribe. How does one give poll permissions? Visible confusion. Visible confusion, clearly. Water. Water. Love racism. Yeah. I'm going to be racist to you in a loving way. Another animal dub video. I mean, sure, we can't do that. Yeah, why not? Something funny again. Sure, why not? So Joe can sleep at night with no issue. Best animal voiceovers. That's episode 61. Crazy. By KLR Productions. Well, we're gonna see what's gonna happen here. Let's go.
1 fish, tuna fish, 3 fish. Wait. If Dr. Seuss let the fish loose, then who? Was it you who opened the green eggs and can, demon? No. I would not eat it in a cage. I would not eat it full of rage. I would not eat it even if someone told me to. You? Did you tell me to? I knew it was you, but too bad for you.
Jeez. Sometimes I really... Why can't these guys not... Why can't these... Why can cats and dogs not talk? It's time.
Slam poetry cat is not down. I descend into the depths of hell. Only a cat can tell.
No shit, Big T's coming.
Big T! Big T! Big D, my friend. Big diabetes. Bro has diabetes type 5 or something. Bro is dying.
Oh, what do you want?
Big T! Bro, is that a fat, chunky boy? Look at this mass. Look at this fat fucking boy, bro. Damn, boy, he's thick!
Hey! Big T. Is that all he says, or?
Big T. Can bro even walk this long?
Big T.
Bro already need a break.
Come on, you're a level 3 panda barbarian. You got this. Come on. Whoa, shit. God. Oh.
By the way, these guys are dying out because they're literally too stupid to save their own life. Their own species. They literally sit on their own babies and squash them because they're that fucking stupid.
Is that my precious? My precious? Steven needs his precious. Precious. Yes. Yeah.
Bro, you've missed opportunity. Whether this is voiceover, missed opportunity. There should be an Italian accent. Because since Dr. Dolittle, every time I see something like this, but with a raccoon, I need to hear it in an Italian accent. Anyways.
If you want to receive the worm, you must think like the worm. Watch him push and watch him pull. Like the tides of the ocean, the worm will flow. Watch him wiggle.
Don't trust men that do these, by the way, these guys, these things, right? Like these spiritual stuff. Especially if your wife's going to them, because they're gonna go fuck your wife.
Watch him stroll, then into the body. For dinner he go.
Hello? Excuse me, sir?
I love this clip. These fat fucking boys. These are also fat, chunky boys. Like, if I see one like that, I'm grabbing him, taking him home.
Sir, what? My name's Marvin. I'm from the United Marmot Association, okay? Just doing my rounds on the prairie, and what do you got there, sir? It looks like to be some illegal contraband. I'm gonna... Oh, wow, let me see this. Oh, yeah, I'm gonna have to kind of take a bite.
Hey, little mama, I saw you back there.
Huh?
Once again, it might be true. Maybe I need to do, like, you know, like birds attract women with, like, their little cute dances. Also, no feet holding. Lewd.
Catching all those mice. It's real impressive, you know. These big, strong wings.
Don't touch me.
Brown feathers. Hey, it's okay.
Hey, no wing holding. Lewd.
I just want to talk,
So don't touch me.
Think you could ever see yourself with a parrot?
Huh?
Deception. Wait, there's options. Deception. I'll always love you. I get it. I'll always love you. Oh, fucking God, bro. Intimidation. You can't escape my claws of love. Persuasion. How many licks does it take to get the center of your tooth? Crazy. No poking, no touching stranger women. I'm touching stranger things. I'm cracking the Demogorgon.
No, for real. Can I ask you something, though?
What?
How many licks does it take to get to the center of your tootsie?
The cops are on their way. You're going to jail.
All right, the Marmot Association's gonna have to confiscate all this contraband. Just give me the. Oh yeah. Where is it? I know it's in here. I saw it.
See, that's guys. That's the kind of love I'm looking for. Like, she's so obsessed, she's gonna look through my jacket without my consent.
Oh, skirt. Oh yeah. Oh. Yeah. That's what I'm talking about, man.
And then R. Kelly peed on them, and he went to jail for 20 years. What? You could go to jail for that? Yeah. 20 years? That's like 2 life sentences.
Okay, so I'm gonna run the target, and then...
The Dog Kingdom has suffered a mighty blow against the tabby cats of the East, and we must send word to the Yorkshire Terriers to establish
Is that okay?
dominance of the Northwest.
When I get back,
Tina,
we can go like
I'm
get a pep
thinking.
or something.
Okay.
Is that good?
Yes.
I'll be right back.
Okay. I love you too. Just be back soon. Okay. I love you. Okay. Bye. As the Golden King, I will bring peace unto the Dog Kingdom.
Fun fact: golden retrievers are so inbred that I think over half of them will get cancer at one point in their lifetime. Anyways, moving on.
Once again, and the Cat Alliance will fall.
You know, the Marmot Association. Yeah, you can pat me. That's cool, man. That's my hair. What's your name anyway, man? You kind of look like a Dave. You know,
You look like Marvin and Dave. Gorgon in D&D's very scary monster to meet. I don't know. I'm cracking that. I'm cracking it. It's gonna wear a dress and lipstick.
And Dave. Yeah, I think I'll put a good word in for you. And become a member of the Marmot Association. Yeah, that'll be good. Just bring these crackers to the meeting.
Yo, Tony, I was just in Sheila's room.
Yeah, and?
You care to explain why it smells like your ass in there?
What, you're trying to accuse me?
Yeah.
Bro, are you serious? You're trying to accuse me of stealing your girl?
No. Listen, Tony. I just want answers, damn it. What happened?
I wouldn't lay a paw on Sheila, alright?
Sheila. Interesting. Don't trust them. Don't trust them. They just randomly hit up other dude and start sexting them. At this point, women are inherently evil. That is a joke, by the way. Women are not inherently evil, but there's many inherently evil women.
Not that kind of cat. You got that? Not everyone is like you.
Okay, what was that supposed to mean? What kind of catnip you snorting?
Are you fluffing kidding me right now, bro?
No.
You don't remember last year?
What?
Stephanie?
Yeah.
I told you about Stephanie. How much I loved her.
What about her?
And that a cat lived without her. I was totally gonna marry her.
What does that mean?
And then a week before I propose, who do I find eating my tuna crackers?
Propose.
With my girl in my cat tower?
It's not what... It's not what
You, mother fluffer.
What?
So if anyone's stealing Sheila, yeah, it's gonna be me.
What?
And not because I like her, because I deserve to.
Wait, so you were in Sheila's room, you son of a...
Yeah, maybe I was in Sheila's room.
No.
Maybe we did play catnip for
Please.
3 hours and sniff each other.
Sniffing at each other's bum. Catnip. Cats love to rub their ass on your bed if they have worms. I don't need to know what you like to do in my bedroom. Stop.
But
1, 2,
Do you understand now why these guys are dying out? Like, do you understand it now?
I don't want to play Panda Express anymore.
You're gonna play Panda Express, and you're gonna like it. Now get your little panda ass up here.
Okay, I'm coming.
Timmy, get your... Come on. Here we go. I call this one the John Cena Express. See you back at home, Timmy.
I'm going on 3.
1, 2. Don't count when I count. I have a problem with that.
What's the matter with you?
Turn your mouth sideways. If you look at me, I lose count.
What are you, crazy? 1,
2, 3.
Don't do it at the
You
same
said
time.
3.
You go on 4. Can you count?
4. So on your 3 or my 4?
There's only 1 3.
I'm trying to get out.
Then you do it on 4.
You said 3. So are we doing it on 3?
Holy shit, goats are so stupid. Goats are so stupid.
Or am I doing it on 2?
For Christ's sake!
I heard 3.
If the count is 3, you do it on 4.
Now it's 4.
Why would you go on 4?
You gave me 4. You gave me 4.
But I have to count 3.
You stole my
first. Just let me say.
You stole my 4, Tom.
Hey guys, I know you're in there. My mom called your mom and said that I could join you guys in the Raccoon Federation. So
How did he know where we are?
Raccoon? That's a fat coon. Buddy, that is a fat fucking boy. That thing's extra large.
Teddy, did you tell him where we are? I'm coming in. Teddy, bring his mom into this. I'm coming in. Can't stop me. Hey guys, how's it going?
Hey, Timmy, don't be weird, man.
Alright, Pound Control, this is Charlie Alpha Tango. We are heading into uncharted territory.
Uncharted territory. Well, once again, would you look at this? That's a fat raccoon. That was a fat raccoon, truly.
I repeat, Houston, there is a collision imminent with...
Brother, help me!
Actually, I'm orange and you're black, so the roles are reversed, so it doesn't work.
Nah, it's fine. Guys, you need to realize orange is the new black. Yes, that was a reference to a TV show. Also, there's not Scar and Mufasa.
No, just help me, please. Actually, seriously though,
That's right, do the old midnight steamroller on Sharon's toothbrush.
Oh, well, that's long live the king. That's gonna be some cat doo-doo on that brush. That is an ass brush.
Last time she forgets, Tuna Tuesday. Oh hey.
Oh my God,
Hey,
Alex,
excuse me, fellas. Nice little doc you got here. You want to play a fun little game? It's called Otter Attacks Humans. Okay, ready, set, go! Get you, violent little bastards!
Bro, it's just an... So, okay, let me get this straight. They jumped into the water, right? Where it's essentially the other's perfect element, right? Right? Smart.
What's your name, Tom? You. All right, I'm gonna do a little sneak attack. Bite your toes out. Let's go. Oh God!
Get you safe from this guy.
Grown men, guys. Grown fucking men scared of an otter.
Balloon hairless bats at me. Go for you, Tom. Oh my God! I can't believe it's raining. I'm gonna be late to Mark. Oh my God! It's getting my hair. I just did my hair. Open the hatch. Open it. Yeah. Airbud steals the ball. He's makes the half court and he shoots. He scores. Oh,
Hey,
whoa,
son, what the hell's the matter with you?
Sorry.
Say, park it, okay? Did you eat little Timmy's homework today?
No.
Well, it's not gonna eat itself, so let's hop to it.
Okay.
Hey, waiter. I demand to bark with the manager right now, okay? It is... What time is it? It's 3:05. I've been sitting here for 2 minutes and no...
This is the average woman on a dating app. 30 years old. I'm just kidding. However, I should do that with my dog and take a picture. Too bad I do not have a wig.
No one's taking my order. I want a milk bone with no milk. I'm lactose.
Jeremy?
Never mind, that's a Karen.
Jeremy, calm down. Listen to me.
Why is he smiling like this? Why is he smiling like this, bro? That's crazy. This dog is high. Bro is high.
Buddy, I know I took a giant poop in the living room, but you're looking at it wrong. It's just a happy little accident.
Hi.
This dog's looking like Bob Ross.
Trick or treat. I'm not a baby. I'm a polar bear. Oh, is this a Snickers? Yeah. Come on.
Oh shit! Let me look at that thing. Oh girl, let me see that. Oh girl, let me see that thing. Oh,
That was peak. Bird violently eats son alive. What the fuck is that? What the fuck is that title? Jeez. Anyways, that was interesting. That was fun. That was a little fun, cutesy thing again. At this point, I'm gonna be a full-time pet reactor at this point. That nobody has done that yet. We're doing that now. Anyways, like, comment, and subscribe. That smiley plant something. What the fuck is that? That is wild. That is wild. That is wild. Water. Hello again. Gonna end with the Sydney video. Nah, I'm not gonna end with the Sydney video. But I'm gonna add it real quick to my list. we might as well do a Sydney video. Welcome back, Gumper. Welcome back, Samax, kiddo, child, little one. Hold up. Let me see. Real quick. I need to go through a few things first. Need to check a few things. Coco's also sent something. Well, don't need to really watch that. I know that you can win Uma Usume, but only... And no, we're not ending yet. Chill your tits, calm your tits. It's good. Everyone here, calm their tits. Even your man boobs can be calmed. You gotta calm down. I'm just checking something. Oh God, ugh. Do I really want to watch this? Goodness gracious. What is going on in Hollywood? What are they doing to our actors? What is this? What are we doing? What are we doing? What are we doing? What are they doing to our actors? What are we gonna do? I want to do something normal before we do Culture War. I was gonna say everyone here doesn't have them, but then I remembered how inclusive you are. Yeah, I included you by saying man tits. Because you're flat as fuck. Anyways. Let's do something. Before we do the Culture War thingy again, let's do something more fun.
I am sure you have all...
That is not what I expected. Let's do something more fun. Last time we did dinosaurs, right? Last time we did dinosaurs, now we're doing whatever this is. As Samix, we didn't want this. So we're gonna look at this first. Why not? The most terrifying discoveries made by archaeologists. By Extinct Zoo. Whatever is gonna happen here. Whatever's gonna happen. That thumbnail looked interesting, but we'll have to see. What do you mean? Isn't this fun? A crab with a knife? Bro out here looking like Jack the Crabbler.
I am sure you have all heard the question, what is the scariest animal? I mean, it is...
That would be me. I am the scariest animal in almost all fields. Yes, even in bed. And I have no experience. Anyways.
This is one of the greatest icebreakers, at least in my opinion. And some of the more common responses to this are things such as snakes, sharks, spiders, crocs, bears, etc. Now, these answers are fair.
I mean, that is probably one of the most terrifying sights you probably encounter. Like, a bear going this crazy? Sure.
They all can be quite scary. But really, statistically, there is only one true answer. And no.
It's us, bitch. It's us, bitch. You've got that dog in you? Sorry, I'm not a white woman.
It's not mosquitoes. Rather, other humans. No animal causes ourselves as much pain as, well, ourselves. And every year, at least 475,000 people are killed by other humans. And mind you, this is not including war, car crashes, accidents, or the transmission of contagious diseases, which would then put the number in the many millions. And so not only can no other animal compare to this by numbers, but also not by brutality. Because without going into too much detail, I'm sure most of you already know how
9-year-old and TV journalist deleted in Florida of the suspect turns to scene of earlier fatal shooting, sheriff says. Mother with an axe. Huge 39 bodies found in Bayes. Abusive husband jailed for 21 years for stabbing wife to death. We got the classics.
Brutal humans can be. However, for as bad things can seem today, in some ways, I much prefer the present over the past. As back in the day, people could be quite, out of control. And there is no better evidence.
Well, you can definitely argue that. Like, think about it. Nowadays, we don't eat humans. It still happens, but it's an outlier. Back then, there were tribes. I mean, there's still tribes who ate their dead.
For this than real-life discoveries which document ancient human violence, which was in some cases so grim that it honestly makes horror movies look like sunshine and roses. And a decent place to start is about just the worst time you could have spawned as a human, the Neolithic, also known as the New Stone Age. It's hard to describe this period in one word, but whatever that word is, it's not a good one.
It's not a big deal. I'm cracking a Neanderthal baddie.
And that largely was because of us, with violence and war being the name of the game back then. In fact, the violence was so bad that it might have resulted in a drastic drop in population that was severe enough to cause an actual genetic bottleneck.
Yeah, apparently, from what I know, so basically, there was a point where there were barely any men left. There was a gravitational and so bad, like a war so bad, that the vast majority of men just died. Really interesting.
And due to this, you might be unsurprised to hear that we know of literally hundreds of mass burials and sites of brutal violence that all trace back to this period. Yet, like everything, there were levels to the derangedness, with some sites being more plain, you know, a simple blunt force victim here and there, while others make you want to go, what the freakosaurus. And one of the most horrifying sites yet was a place known as Herxheim. This archaeological site sits in the southwest of Germany.
Of course. Of course. Of course, it's Germany. Of course. Of course. Of course. Of course it's Germany. Why is it not?
And is frankly a place you wonder if it would be best if it was never discovered, as it contains the remains of a pretty grisly massacre even by prehistoric standards.
With that name, it could have been only two options anyways. Germany or Austria.
And is actually the largest ancient massacre site we know of, with there being at least 1,000 slain individuals that have been chucked into a series of pits that surrounded a then large settlement. And based on a few of the more intact bodies found, it's been suggested that the dead have been offed by not one, but by a variety of different weapons. You know, gotta switch it up sometimes.
Gotta switch it up sometimes. I heard Heim and I knew it was you guys. I'm not surprised. The Germans doing the German stuff.
With stone axes in particular being quite prevalent, causing smashed skulls, broken limbs. It's been suggested that the dead have been offed by not one, but by a variety of different weapons. You know, gotta switch it up sometimes. But with stone axes in particular being quite prevalent, causing smashed.
Buddy. My guy. Not even if you got run over by a car like that, you would look like that. Bro, what happened? The bro's face was just straight up mush. After that, homie's face was just straight up mush. Like just a pile of sludge after that. Goodness, look at this shit. There's nothing intact. Nothing.
Skulls, broken limbs, and just in general, a whole lot of trauma. And let's just say,
that's some diabolical scoliosis right there. That is some real scoliosis right there, bro.
a whole lot of trauma. And let's just say, absolutely no mercy was shown to the victims, as men, women, children, and even newborns were amongst the dead. And something else that was pretty unusual and grotesque about this place.
Well, at the end of the day, you gotta make sure that their ancestors can't hunt you either, so you must remove all of them.
Was that in the pits of the deceased, researchers wound up finding victims that belonged not to just one group, but multiple. And these groups, in some cases, came from very different places, being from areas up to 310 kilometers or 500 miles away. And so this, along with the presence of the settlement, led to the horrifying notion that Herxheim wasn't some aftermath of a battlefield or just a raid on a village, but rather the center of a murderous cult, which rounded up captives from across great distances before then taking them here to be quote-unquote silenced, or perhaps sacrificed. And that alone should be enough to show the dark side of humanity. But the true nightmare involves what happened to these people
Damn, sounds like my basement.
after death, as the vast majority of skeletons were in abysmal states, being in pieces, charred, shattered, or cleaved, a sign that the killers had meticulously butchered, dismembered, and in some cases, freaking spit roasted these poor people.
Spit roast? Yeah, they definitely ate them. Was better revenge than raising the kid whose family you massacred as your own and making the kid hate them as well? That would be a better option, but chances are they were probably in an age where a lot of them were also in an age where they could remember. You could, however, cuck them by taking their wives.
And all this might have been done for a feast. As they crossed the bones, researchers found numerous signs of biting and gnawing.
Like I said, food.
Reflecting cannibalism on a scale never seen before. And some of the bones were even more gnawed than others, suggesting that in this cult, the killers also had their favorite parts of the body, so to speak. And sadly, we don't really need our imagination.
Yo, when there's not much food available, you gotta eat what you gotta eat.
To imagine what parts those were, as we are quite certain that one of the most prized parts turned out to be the noggin, i.e. the brain, as the majority of skulls were treated in the exact same manner, being that they had been struck along the sagittal line, splitting faces, mandibles, and skull caps, creating symmetrical halves, with a few also clearly having been skinned as well. How lovely. And after eating the flesh off the heads and extracting.
So you're literally saying they ate the brains? Fuck it, like zombies? That's crazy. But that's weak. Many did that. Hey, yo, whole is whole at this point.
The brain contents for a good source of
Gotta continue the species somehow.
daily fat, this cult would then take the vaults of the skull and transform them into essentially skull cups, from which they would
Bro, like, look at this. This is where your mama's brain was once. Anyways.
then drink, leading to another very pleasant idea that the victims were feasted upon while their killers drank from their literal skulls. Quite a horrifying thought, being eaten while someone uses your skull to quench their thirst. But with all this said,
to be fair, at least I'd be useful in death. Happens.
Ultimately, Herxheim was just one of numerous sites that demonstrated such behavior. But it definitely holds the crown when it comes to quantity and quality, so you could say. And you really won't find locations more brutal than this one. But you can definitely find acts that are almost as cruel and also very strange. Such as a discovery that was made in 2023, when a team stumbled upon a collection of dismembered body parts. Specifically, a dozen
Hands? Hands! Why hands?
of hands that were unearthed within 3 separate pits. No bodies, just hands. Now, admit
Maybe they just didn't need hands. Maybe they wanted everything else but the hands. You know?
Admittedly, it wasn't the first time specific bones were found in pits, but these ones were located in a rather odd place, where you wouldn't expect to find such a violent act. And where was that? Well, in front of a courtyard. And whose courtyard? Well, instead of a specific person, it belonged to a culture, in a sense. One that I'm sure you have all heard of, and at some point might have been very interested in, as it belonged to ancient Egyptians. Yup.
Damn, the ancient Egyptians were farming hand. Well, did they have maybe they had a punishment for thieves and they just put the hands there. Who knows, maybe.
It seems like these guys had a knack for hacking people's hands off, and then stuffing them into pits. Now, we were already aware of their affinity for this, based on certain hieroglyphs which have been discovered in the
Oh, yeah. They definitely did that.
past, depicting people clearly collecting hands like some type of game achievement. But this find was the first case of researchers actually seeing the practice carried out in real life. Here's the thing though, severed hands are not exactly new. We've seen them happen in prehistoric cases of violence before. You know, such as where a hand is lost in battle. Yet, this story is a bit stranger than simple violence, if you will.
You see, the courtyard was situated right in front of a throne room, which belonged to the Hyksos dynasty, a rather well-known group that actually originated in the Levant, and ruled thousands of years ago, marking them as the first foreign rulers of Egypt, with this site explicitly being over 3,500 years old. And they are well known for having introduced a variety of cultures and new tech to the Egyptians, including
and apparently also removing hands. For some odd reason.
example, chariots. And I guess taking hands was a part of this too. But they weren't just taken for the sake of taking. No, instead it seems like these severed hands were used as some sort of currency, And I don't know about you guys, but humans constructing a society were removing hands.
What do you mean? What do you mean by that? Others who were like, sell a kidney, sell any other organ. These fuckers were like, want some hands? Can I lend you a hand? Wait, there's complicated violence and there's simple violence.
Is rewarded with gold or silver.
Right? If I skin you and wear you as a mantle, that is more complicated violence than if I just take off your hand and throw it away.
This isn't necessarily a place I'm trying to time travel to.
Why are you showing Egyptian baddies? I came to achieve knowledge, not to goon.
Visit for too long, or really at all. And so what archaeologists think happened is that soldiers would sever hands off the living or already dead enemies of their rulers, before making them look nice and pretty and presenting them to the pharaoh or some noble, where in return, they would have gotten the bag. There's also the suggestion that severed hands were a bit of a cultural currency too, wherein different rulers and people high up would show off.
The more hands you had, the more higher gamer stats were.
Off by proving they had more sliced hands than the next guy or girl. And this all makes me wonder how many innocent people ultimately got their hands taken, simply because some soldier or person wanted some extra gold, or perhaps that a pharaoh just wanted to show off. And so far, a dozen of hands have been unearthed from this specific site, which by the way, belonged exactly to 12 individuals, who were above the ages of 21 but not elderly, and all but one were likely males, with the last hand possibly having belonged to a lone woman, which we know based off of finger length ratios. Now, to be honest, I'm certainly not saying this is the most brutal find we have involving people. Yet, I do think it really shows how strange humans are.
That is very weird. That is very weird, collecting hands. Not the worst thing in the world, but still, collecting hands is kind of crazy.
In a kind of bad way, where removing the body parts of your own species can be seen as a monetary, good, and cool thing.
I love the sack boy meme. I truly do. It's absolute cinema.
And this all makes me wonder, how did we even go from banging some rocks together to trading numerous body parts for gold? Well, I doubt I, or anyone can tell you all the precise steps involved, but I can tell you about the oldest evidence we have for intentional violence between Homo sapiens, the real Cain and Abel, if you will. A few years back within Romania, a team was excavating the Pestera Sioc.
That looks like an interesting cave. I must admit, that's an interesting cave.
Slovenia cave of South Transylvania, where they then stumbled upon a multitude of different fossils and artifacts, specifically consisting of stone tools tracing to the Aurignacian culture, along with several bones belonging to cave bears. And now, despite being found in Romania, in Transylvania, this was no vampire's lair, rather a person or persons who had inhabited it for a while and had seemingly whacked a few animals here and there, which were brought back to be grubbed up. Yet, among the
Interesting. Very interesting. I would never see that coming. That looks, honestly, it's a lot of bones.
pile of material, the researchers noticed something. One very odd thing, which stuck out like a sore thumb. Or should I say, a sore head. As it was actually a large piece of a skull. And it didn't belong to no cave bear, but rather a human. To be exact, it seemed to belong to an...
Well, again, maybe he died and they just threw him in there. You never know. Maybe they did.
Adult man, which had lived in the area about 33,000 years ago during the Upper Paleolithic. And something else they deduced quite obviously was that this was one banged up skull, as the skull's right side had essentially been cracked like a freaking egg. However, the team
Diabolical.
wasn't really sure what this meant. They couldn't figure out if the damage had been accidental, like maybe he was a clumsy goober who tripped and hit his head, or if the damage came from something like a falling rock. And so this meant they would need to do some research, which entailed gathering what was essentially the Avengers of Science, uniting researchers from multiple countries and carrying out a slew of tests and scans on the skull, which all ended up revealing a disturbing truth. Very disturbing. And that is that...
What do you mean disturbing? He was probably just bugged.
Nothing accidental had happened to this man. He had been straight up killed. Intentionally, obviously. Specifically, they were able to identify not one, but two near identical massive fractures that ran along the right side of the skull.
So he was just bugged. That's not that deep.
And guess what? The presence of these two fractures was huge news. as their identicalness meant that this man had been hit twice in quick succession. And not just that, but that each hit was done by the exact same object. In other words, there's no way this dude slipped. Additionally, while comparing the pathology from the skull to that of those seen in present day, they confirmed that the pattern and nature of the wounds only matched damage seen in violent attacks carried out with blunt force objects. In this case,
Oh, that must have hurt. That must have heard. That must have definitely heard, broski. That must have heard.
A bat. And with this, the team had a confident idea on what had happened. For whatever reason, 33,000 years ago, this man was minding his own beeswax, maybe, when all of a sudden he was struck twice by another individual, holding a bat-like weapon, with the first hit incapacitating him with this.
Why did they always draw this with the dude's dick out? I have to ask. Why does he rather look like he touched a something electric?
Second, having ended him, likely via catastrophic brain damage. Additionally, this attack seems to have been quite personal too, as the location of the wound suggests.
Quite personal. They smashed his head, the usual, pretty much.
Suggests that his killer was facing him head on while carrying out the deed. And for whatever it's worth, it also appears that the killer was left-handed, given that the fractures occurred on the right side of the skull. And when looking at the age of the remains, it is for now considered the oldest near-conclusive evidence we have for intentional violence among humans, and the first homicide. However, I will mention
the first homicide.
that this absolutely does not mean that in the first 300,000 years we've existed, there were no other acts of murder or violence against fellow man. In fact, it's guaranteed not to have been. It's rather just the first one we are aware of. But there is actually a close competitor that occurred in Russia around the same time, in what is now known as the Sahir Cave.
Russia, doesn't surprise me at all. The Sahir Cave. Okay, let's see. Why working with dogs and still gotta deal with motherfuckers? when the dogs are more pleasant than the customers.
Yet the dating for this one is a bit less clear, and the wounds found on the specimens within are not yet 100% confirmed to have been intentional, with them possibly having been accidental. But one interesting thing about human violence is that in some ways it does seem to—
Let me grab your neck. Again. Wait. Neanderthal baddie! She even got her tits out. Perfect. I'm taking her home. Neanderthal baddie. Look at her.
to be a bit like a fashion trend, where it waxes and wanes in popularity. Sometimes it's quote-unquote cooler to massacre, and other times not as much, thankfully. And actually, for a good duration of our existence, large-scale violence did seem to be rarer than frequent, with one hypothesis being that for a chunk of history, the population of humans was too low and too mobile for large conflicts to pop up often. Yet, as humans settled into areas more permanently, developed more complex societies, and swelled in numbers, the opportunity and reward for violence grew exponentially. And really, as of now, the oldest evidence for large-scale violence dates to around the same time that permanent settlements became a thing. And the location of this atrocity that I'm referring to was discovered within the Valley of the Nile, specifically the Sudanese section. And it really was a doozy for scientists.
Valley of the Nile. Okay, interesting. The Valley of the Nile.
As within this narrow valley lay the remains of at least 64 near-intact skeletons.
64 complete skeleton. Complete? What does that mean, though? Complete in the sense of everything's there, or complete in the sense of they're actually, like, undamaged, complete?
Skeletons, and a bunch of fragmented bones, most of which were in
so fragmented, okay.
poor condition. And when I say condition, I don't mean bad condition from weathering or the passing of time. Rather, these lot have been brutally killed, with every single person
bonked once more
having some kind of major injury to their body. And unfortunately, the slain weren't just adults, as the deceased were a range of ages and gender, with the indiscriminate violence even being extended to young children, as 2 child specimens, dubbed JS-14 and JS-13, have been literally headshotted by numerous projectiles.
Damn, they had sharpshooters back in the day. Back in the dark ages, they already had snipers.
With none of the wounds having healed, meaning they died then and there, likely alongside the rest of their family. And the thing is, they weren't just headshotted, but rather literally riddled by projectiles, entire body over. So whoever shot them clearly had no mercy in their heart, and even along the legs of these children was their extensive damage, wherein various projectiles had impacted them and were strong enough to badly damage their femurs, causing large chunks of the femur to literally fly off. and in general, it seems like all the victims received similar overkill treatment. And in 21 individuals, they even found the remains of actual stone-edged points that pierced their bodies, which would have been unimaginably painful in life, lodging into their bones or slicing straight
Why random naked baddie?
through flesh into organs and other vital structures. The shapes of the points indicated that the attack had been carried out with bows and spears.
So they were shooting arrows and throwing spears, or stabbing them.
And at first was believed to have represented a pitched battle between two warring factions. However, after some analysis, including the varying ages and gender, a new conclusion was drawn, that the Jebel Sahaba was the site of not one, but multiple battles, and none against two armed groups. Rather a series of raids and ambushes on not only unsuspecting groups, but unarmed groups. In this particular situation, scientists believe that the now
Could this have just been like... Could this have been a traveling route? And they were just ambushed on in that section, potentially?
valley had been undergoing immense ecological changes, likely drying out, which thus led to a drop in resources and suddenly making it very quote-unquote advantageous for humans to start killing their fellow kind. And to me, this isn't the greatest reflection on our species, where in the event that things get tough, instead of cooperating and trying to come up with a solution, the solution is instead...
See, there's two ways. You could collaborate, but you could also just munching on the bones of your fellow homie.
Instead, to murder everyone around you, including children. So let me go ahead and just say this to any aliens watching this. I don't condone this, and I'm sure we can do better, so don't wipe us out. Now, with this all said, while Homo sapiens have...
Who would actually... So if aliens actually came to Earth, they would just, like... First of all, if they came here, they would not wipe us out. They would turn us into slaves. And if they were genetically compatible with us, they would use us for breeding. Anyways, moving on.
Produced the most disturbing fossil finds by level of violence is definitely an issue not limited to our species. Rather, it's a problem for our overall genus.
Look at all these guys. Homo sapiens, Homo neanderthalensis. That's Europeans. In part. Homo denisova, Homo erectus, Homo rhodensiensis, Homo naledi, Homo luzonensis, Homo florenziensis, and Homo sapiens plus Homo denisova, the red deer caveman. Why is he in the video? Get this man out of here.
Homo. And thus, even the species that
Homo.
are no longer with us have been responsible for their own horrific act or two. This list isn't short either. Yet, what I think takes the cake for the most deranged discovery regarding non-sapient humans has to be something called Atapuerca. This forsaken location is situated in the Burgos province of Spain, and is by far the oldest case I've talked about, dating all the way back to 850,000 years ago, during the early Pleistocene. However, despite it being one location, it's really multiple sites within one massive
4 locations, like 4 sites in the same location.
area. And through different excavation, 9 different areas have been explored, each yielding vastly different finds from multiple periods. But one of the more memorable ones is a natural chimney of sorts that has accumulated the largest deposit of early hominins that we know of, with the inside of it containing over 5,500.
That is a lot of skeletons. 5,500? That is a lot of skeletons. God damn, bro. H?
100 skeletons. And get this, they didn't even all belong to the same humans, with some belonging to Homo heidelbergensis, others to Neanderthals, and some possibly to Denisovans, with the age
Heidelberg. Germans.
Also ranging greatly, with them being from 350,000 to 800,000 years old. And along with the diversity in species, this site also had variance in terms of what it revealed about our past, as some of the deceased had certain health conditions, like craniosynostosis, while others were evidently killed by their fellow humans via blunt force trauma, and some simply seem to have died from old age. Now, what we aren't sure is if this chimney full of bones was a natural occurrence, like for example, with water having swept over the area and thus carrying all these bones into this location, or if it was some sort of burial practice. Yet, regardless, this isn't what we are here for, as another area of autopoietic.
Well, if it was a burial practice, wouldn't all of these groups need to be like in the similar living in similar location? Because how would they all have the same burial practice then?
Dubbed Trinchera Dolina, is in some ways more important and definitely more heinous. Now, this wasn't some narrow chimney, rather a massive cavern that first started to be excavated back in the early 1980s. Interestingly, there are multiple different quote-unquote levels to this place, each one with a different sediment that represents a different time period. And thus far, there are 11 different levels which are dubbed TDs. Now, most of the TDs are actually rather tame. You know, you might find a tool on one level, some animal bones on the other, etc, etc. You get the picture. However, TD6 was bat poop crazy, as here the remains belonging to at least 11 different hominins have been found. 11 different hominins that were butchered. Not exactly new news, but here's the thing. More than 30% of the lot had clear signs of having been cannibalized, with bones showing cut
Eating. Once more, eating.
Marks akin to how hunters butcher animals, with observations also showing that they were scraped, meaning whoever ate them wanted to get every last nook and cranny of meat. So quite upsetting, but I'm about to up it one more time, because this wasn't a simple cannibalistic massacre, rather one aimed at a very specific type of person: children.
Oh, they were eating. Well, it's the youngest and freshest meat. Cannibalism, yay! Why is everything that you think I should watch has that to do with cannibalism? What is this?
Yes, among the dead, not a single adult human was found. Instead, all were either
not an adult at all. Absolute cinema.
They're infants, or at the oldest, teenagers, with more than half clearly being under 10 years old. Sickening. And if you didn't think
under 10, wow,
it could get any worse, then I'm sorry, as the scientists ended up considering this nutritional cannibalism. In other words, the killers viewed these
nutritional. Well, they would technically, well, the cannibalism industry's real, guys.
People as just wild animals and flesh, hunting them like they would a deer. Additionally, it is believed that youngsters were targeted as opposed to adults because they would have been less capable of defending themselves. It would be an effective way for the hostile attackers to limit the growth capabilities of other groups. Nasty business. The part that really gets me though, is that an analysis on the area and its surroundings that compared the rate of human bones to other animal ones suggested that during this region, 850,000 years ago, things were going just fine. There was no climate crisis, no disease going around.
So they literally just had the option to eat animals, and they still opted for humans. That is crazy.
And in other words, these people didn't have to be cannibals. They just chose to. Not to mention that during the act, they even decapitated one of the young specimens, likely while they were still alive. And for now, this is considered the oldest evidence, by a good margin, of cannibalism in the Homo genus, setting such a nice tone for the future, doesn't it? Plus, given its nature, it's the first case of cannibalism targeted at younger people as well. And while we know the rough ages of the slain, the case remains unsolved in one very important area: the species, as there is disagreement on what Homo these victims were. The candidates proposed so far have been Homo erectus, Homo heidelbergensis, or the Homo antecessor.
So like, potentially far back. Interesting.
3 different species known to have lived in Europe at the time. And because there was many shared similarities between these different species, and given just the poor condition of the butchered bodies, it's been hard for scientists to sort out which ones they were explicitly. But this mystery is not the point of the story here, just that our genus is a bit messed up. And science actually kind of supports this as well, as a study in over 1,000 different species.
Oh, that's crazy. I would also beat up people in the rabbit costume, I'll be real.
Found that primates, which is what we are, have much higher rates of interspecific violence than most other mammals do. And in this circle, where red means bad stuff, you can see that we are definitely on the naughty list. Although, I will say that I was pretty surprised to find that the most bloody of all mammals are really meerkats, apparently, not—
Huh? Meerkats? But why? How? Huh? These get bloody? Look at him! There's nothing going on between these eyes. What do you mean? No way.
humans. But that's perhaps another story, one that I
No, explain! What do you mean?
might talk about on my other channel, Living Zoo. So if you're not subscribed to that, go do that now. Humans, given our intelligence and, creativity, have the ability to be much more scary and sinister than meerkats. In other words, if I get caught by something trying to kill me, I really hope it's not a person, because we can come up with some pretty brutal ideas. And if you've watched any sort of true crime, you know this. But unfortunately, ancient humans also demonstrate this very well. And perhaps no other place shows it like Schöne Kilianstetten. Doesn't exactly roll off the tongue well.
That's Germany. That's Germany. That's Germany again. Schöne Kilianstetten. This is German. Germany again. Of course it is Germany again.
Well, at least on my tongue. And nor did it on the eyes, as it was here that an unnecessarily brutal act was carried
Or it could also be... No, it's just Germany.
out. Fun fact, this location is actually not far from the major city of Frankfurt in Germany.
Germany.
But, in this case, dates back to 7,000 years ago, making it just one of the over 200 known sites worldwide of mass violence, hailing from the Neolithic. Once again, highlighting the viciousness of this age. And at a first glance, it doesn't seem so special, as it was much smaller than, say, Herxheim, only consisting of one large V-shaped pit, wherein lay at least 12 different children, 1 teenager, and 13 adults, who had all either been whacked on the head or skewered with projectiles, which was, unfortunately, pretty standard for the time. However, what was really strange here, and not seen anywhere else, was that half of the bodies had the same peculiar pathology, smashed tibias. In other words, they got their shin bones demolished. Pretty
Interesting. Maybe a fighting strategy, right? Breaking somebody's bones so they can't walk away. I wouldn't be surprised if tactics were already used at that time.
unusual. I mean, literally one of a kind. And it was only seen in some of the individuals. But remember, they already had lethal wounds. All of them. So, what does this all mean? Well, according to the team that excavated the bones, it points to a dark hallmark of humanity. Mutilation and torture. All the breakage seems to have been carried out with the same weapons. But what was really
Oh, maybe they were trying to extort information. Hunga bunga!
striking is that the afflicted group were residents of a small Neolithic community. In other words, they weren't some warring adversaries, rather just people living their lives, who were then attacked by a party which decided to not only raid them, but torture them by bashing in their legs, and kill them. Now, it's possible that the attack was done in order to take the resources of this community for the attackers group. Yet, that still makes the torturing part a big question, and shows perhaps early signs of sadism, which is, unfortunately,
Early signs of sadism. Crazy work is Frankfurt. The place where that speech happened. Could be? I don't know. May have also happened in Munich. I don't know. Depends. Regardless. Frankfurt has one important thing, and that's its train stations, which are they stink and are that's what Frankfurt is popular for nowadays, and known for.
actually surprisingly common in humans, at least based on a few studies. There's also the perhaps weirder but less horrifying idea that the shins were actually broken after death in order to
After death, though, interesting.
prevent their ghosts from chasing the
Maybe. Interesting.
killers. Odd, but given how odd we are, believable. Yet the one thing that gets me is that, like mentioned, not all the legs have been broken. Plus, even some of the kids had signs of this mutilation, meaning it would seem odd that they didn't make sure that all of the ghosts couldn't run after them. But whatever the case, didn't exactly restore my confidence in humanity. So I think I'm gonna go take a walk in nature. Peace.
Interesting. That is a horrific sight. Okay. Well, so now we know. Humans are interesting, to say the least. Even before weapons of mass destruction, humans were on demon timing. Interesting. Duck, you should tell the good bits. There's nothing good about Frankfurt. Nothing. Not a little bit. It is the worst city in Germany, easily. Anyways, like, comment, and subscribe. Humans were back then already on demon timing. Very interesting. Bye-bye, Mr. Insert name. Insert name. The channel's name is Extinct Zoo. Guys, I need a bathroom break. I will be right back. And then would you like maybe 2 or 3 more videos? We'll see. But yeah, I'll be right back. Don't Gunnar Gump. Me back. Sorry, it took a little longer. My dog wanted to go outside, so it took a little longer. Sorry. Happens to the best of us. But I'm back. Sorry. Water. What do you mean again? This was my second time taking a break today. The fuck you mean? I wish you were here. I'd throw my bottle at you. Yeah, yoink. Just like throw it. Hello again back. I hate your dad jokes. That's a dad joke. Literally. Anyways, back to it. All right. What we're gonna look at now? Let me see. What do we have? We could do another. You know what? This looks interesting. This looks interesting. We're gonna look at this. That looks very interesting. Truly abusive. That is a lie. You're abusing me. That looks very interesting. We'll look at this. That looks very interesting. Very, very interesting. Look just like you. Classic. Anyways. Testing North Korea's illegal smartphones. Mr. Who's the Boss. Interesting name, by the way. Anyways, we'll look at this. Let's see. I don't know. I know that, like, North Korea is a little special, right? Because you have to, like, you have to go into, like, a little shop, app shop, and to download apps and crazy shit. We'll see. I'm curious.
These are two extremely rare phones from North Korea, and it's kind of insane that I'm even holding them.
They look fairly normal.
The North Korean population is so cut off from the outside world that it's almost impossible to even get a text message out, let alone two fully functional smuggled phones that show us in crystal clear detail what it's actually like to be a North Korean citizen. So this is the Haean 701. It's one of the country's
Haean 701, okay, one of the countries what?
These budget phones. Just to give
Budget phones? Budget phones?
you an idea of how little is known about this stuff, you can Google the phone's name and nothing will come up. Absolutely zero. And then the second is the Samtaesung 8, which is a flagship North Korean phone. And yeah, this is different to South Korea's Samsung, which translates to 3 stars.
Okay, interesting.
This is Samtaesung, which translates
Samtaesung. So they literally just like took the name, put the tape art in, and that's it?
to 3 huge stars. You're going to be seeing a lot of this whole my dad could totally beat up your dad energy. But that's because convincing North Koreans that they are superior to South Koreans, that they are morally purer and militarily stronger, is about the most effective way of keeping them loyal to the government. And it's pretty clear when you look.
Yeah, but they're gonna die out. They're gonna die out because they ain't making babies. They're too old. I mean, the women were literally crying on camera. At this point, yo, if you want a breeding visa, Kim, I'm coming.
Look at these phones, that the smartphone is playing a big part in that. I can actually show you this right now by trying to type on these phones. So if I write Namhan, this means South Korea. The second that I hit the spacebar, that gets auto-corrected to puppet state. It is
Diabolical. Interesting. So you can't type South Korea. And it gets turned into puppet state. Auto-corrected. It's simple, South bad, North good. In their heads maybe, but in reality, not so much.
bonkers seeing censorship this explicit happening in real time in front of my eyes. You physically cannot send the word Namhan even if you try, which shows just how committed North Korea's government is to sustaining its narrative that South Korea is this inferior, less individual country that just blindly follows whatever the US asks them to. Other ways of wording it, like Republic of Korea, that doesn't even get corrected. That just turns straight into asterisks. Kind of like you're a child and you just tried to make your Club Penguin username a swear word. And you can actually see the censorship because...
Yeah, it was literally just like censored. We're doing tech vids now. We've been doing tech videos before. For example, what was the recent one? How... In what ways fast charging badly affects phones. We did that before. And probably a few videos before that.
Becoming more invasive as time is going on. Because if we use this...
Also, is it really a tech video? This is really just an interesting... This is really just an interesting topic. I mean, North Korean phones? You don't see that all day.
Heian phone, which came a few months before, this one lets you write North Korea as North Korea, but the Samtaesung doesn't even let you do that. The only way that you're allowed to refer to North Korea now is Joseon, the traditional name for the Korean kingdom, and then South Korea, almost as if they're belonging to them, as South Joseon. But it gets worse, because Daily NK News, the guys who actually secured these phones in the first place, and whose basement I'm sitting in right now, they've probed around and found all sorts of extra oddities in the software. Like how, if you type Kim Jong-un, the name of the current leader, into any app, it will make the text bold the second you finish the word.
Interesting. Interesting. Okay. Bro is self-glaze. That's a crazy glaze. Guys, that is an insane glaze. That is a diabolical glaze. This man is glazing himself by letting others type his name.
Or how all sorts of South Korean slang is just subtly corrected to the more proper North Korean approved way of saying the same thing. Presumably because a lot of this slang originates in some capacity from South Korean media, and the North doesn't want their population to even indirectly experience that. But probably the single craziest example of this is if we type oppa. This is a common South Korean expression that can be used to mean either older brother or in slang terms, boyfriend.
이거 좀 따주세요, 오빠.
Which in itself does raise a few questions. On these...
But why? Interesting. Interesting, huh?
North Korean phones, though, it corrects the word to comrade, accompanied...
Comrade. Yeah, the communism through and through.
By a warning. This word can only be used to describe your siblings. Imagine getting a warning for attempting to type a slang word. That's moderation on a level that I have never experienced before. But...
well, the UK might maybe follow soon. Who knows, my friend?
I would say even more significant than autocorrect. The biggest factor in controlling information going in and out of North Korea, and the main reason that the country is still this cryptic bubble and we barely know these phones even exist, is the internet situation. Or really, the lack of...
Do you mean the lack of internet? North Korea has no internet, barely any internet. I think my homie Cricket is in the past. Can somebody tell Cricket that he's in the past?
Look at this. On the Haeyang phone, you can swipe down from the top and you see your control panel that looks basically the same as every other Android's. And there's even a Wi-Fi button there, but when you press it, absolutely nothing happens.
Nothing happens. Wait, they don't have Wi-Fi? Gift to comrade, real development. We went from that's like, you get comrade zoned in North Korea.
Happens. Weird, but let's go into settings to click on Wi-Fi directly. But you can't. And they've actually gone a step further with this more recent Samtaesung, because you go into the quick settings, there isn't even a Wi-Fi icon at all. It's like they don't want you to even consider that the feature could be as accessible as that. The only way to get something that even resembles Wi-Fi is this. It's called Mirai, and it needs so many details from you, including your government ID.
Damn! Name, government ID, phone number, I'm assuming. Got a password?
And an authenticated North Korean physical SIM card that it's
obviously
pretty safe to assume everything you do while using it can be traced right back to you. And even with all of that, this still doesn't get you onto the internet. There's actually no way for a North Korean citizen to do that. All this can get you is access to a highly curated North Korean intranet, where you can look at specifically government-approved TV, news, propaganda, and apps. More on that in a bit, but the key thing to know for now is it doesn't look like it would be a great experience. The app itself tells you to expect speeds between 2 and 33.
2 megabytes per second, or 30 to 33 megabytes per second. Wow! That's fast as fuck, boy.
Megabits per second. Less than a 14th of the speeds that South Koreans are getting on their public Wi-Fi. I imagine the way that North Korea's leaders are seeing this is they know that the second they give their population access to the open World Wide Web, it's game over for being able to control the way they act and think. But then at the same time, they can't give the people nothing if they're trying to convince them that their country is truly superior to all others. Hence this careful substitution of traditional Wi-Fi features for this highly traceable Wi-Fi equivalent that reinforces national pride as opposed to diluting it. But those speeds are so dated. And to be honest, everything about using both of these phones feels dated. Like, it's pretty sad that this Samtae is one of their modern flagship phones. It was only released recently in 2023 in North Korea. It was priced pretty close to $1,000, but it looks like a mid-range Huawei phone from 2021.
We'll take care. I'm off mood for the rest. Take care, Cricket.
Actually, let me be clear. It really looks like a mid-range Huawei phone from 2021. I'm almost getting deja vu looking at it. The way the camera module has an identical style and position, the way the body and the...
Interesting. They obviously, they do copy quite a lot, right? They do copy quite a few things. Again, I think Cricket is in the past, but I can't prove it.
Screen curves around in a seemingly identical way. Even this incredibly unique Huawei-style cutout around the buttons and this red line in the middle of the power key is the same. Plus, for security reasons, I've got to keep the IMEI number hidden. But when we traced it back, it does look like this phone was manufactured in China, just like Huawei phones. So I think there's two possible...
So it is from China. So it's not even manufactured locally.
Explanations. Either this phone was actually secretly made by Huawei themselves and supplied to North Korea for them to add their software layer, or Samtae just decided, we like the look of that one, let's copy it. Because you're about to see this yourselves, but so much of the content on these phones is copied content already. Why not the phone design?
Yeah, they just imported it. It was just imported. It was just copied. It's just a copycat.
Too. But also that, unlike the Huawei that this looks so similar to, this phone does have a thicker bezel and a notch, this extremely tasteless font on show throughout.
True. That is kind of ugh. Yeah, no SIM card. Bluetooth, plane mode. Yay. Airplane mode. Auto rotate, dark theme, alarm, flashlight, vibration, sleep. So the most things are already there anyways. So interesting, their phones look like this, and their counterparts from South are literally Samsung phones. They just copy because, well, to be fair, they don't have the resources to create anything themselves, right?
The whole user interface, and then the only form of branding on the camera is a feebly written 64 megapixel that gives me absolutely zero reassurance it's going to be a good experience. And it is not. On the Haeyang phone, we're just getting extremely poor, grainy.
Oh my god! Back to the potato ages.
Image quality all around. And even though there are 3 cameras on the back of this phone, there is still no ultra-wide and no zoom. So both extra cameras are just useless macro and depth cameras. A trend that, globally speaking, started to die out pretty fast after 2020. And so the idea that this thing released in 2023 with that kind of setup shows the time lag that we're operating with here. And then on the flagship Samtae, the camera is super buggy. We couldn't even get it to flip around to the rear cameras. And it's also got this really unusual watermark plastered over it, which when we...
Crazy. Please contact who? That's crazy. That's funny.
Reverse, it spells out, please contact Heinetron. Now, I did a little digging and turns out Heinetron is a small, private, China-based company who makes a lot of smartphone parts. So it kind of looks here like they've supplied some of the bits for this phone, but then North Korean Samtae has just like not paid their license fee or something. Regardless though of whether this phone is a secret Huawei collab or just a blatant ripoff, it doesn't change the fact that it is terrible value when you consider the global market. But that makes a lot of sense. With North Korea, we are talking about a very unusual market that has almost no competitive pressure. There's almost no incentive to give people cutting edge tech. And if anything, the more dated the tech, the simpler it is, and therefore the easier it is going to be to control. That would also explain why the Haeyang is still running Android 10 with...
Android 10? What current version do we have?
Seemingly no ability to update beyond that, and why Samtae is stuck on Android 11, making it 5 years.
5 years in the past.
years worth of updates behind current Android. Let me show you what I mean by all this copied stuff. So there is an app literally here with a Microsoft Word logo. You open it up and it gives you the option for Excel, PowerPoint, and Word, but I can assure you what you are getting here are not Microsoft
Excel, Word, and stuff. I have another tech video. Okay. Oh, by the way, Poke, you remember dial-up? Not in particular.
apps, not even close in functionality. I would actually go as far as to say that at least 50% of the icons that you see on these phones are stripped directly from other companies, like File Manager and Compass. Those are basically Huawei icons that are very slightly reskinned. Maps is an almost one-to-one of the Google Maps icon. This random game uses the same icon as the Mobi Office work application. But let's just zoom out for a second. Even the official Samsung wallpaper, I'm pretty sure they have literally just downloaded the wallpaper from an Honor phone and then added an 8 to it. And then if I...
It looks almost the same. When did you start to use the internet properly? Maybe around 2010, 2011. Pretty much, yeah.
I go over here to the About phone section, I recognize that image.
Interesting. Where's that coming from?
That image is actually stripped straight from the promo material of the completely different looking Huawei Mate 30 Pro phone from
That is wild. Everything is stolen.
Years ago, and yet it is serving as the poster image for the Samsung 8, which makes me side with the theory that this is a copy of Huawei as opposed to made by Huawei. Because if it was made by Huawei, surely the company would use an image that at least matched the design of the phone. There's a whole library of informational videos that you can buy as part of North Korea's intranet, like this one, all about the football club Arsenal. And on the face of it, you're like, oh, this is really premium, how professionally produced. But look a little closer, and you can see this is actually ripped straight from an Amazon Prime series. It's just instead of stay in the game.
That's funny. Why an 8 though? Probably. That probably because, right? Something with the phone. Anyways, you know how dog shit dial-up was? Do you mean like where you had to essentially like, how do you say it? Like load up like the internet? So bad it was, that's how bad it was. Do you mean that? I could be wrong. Like you literally had like to properly like connect to the internet. And it took like ages.
It's titled Sweat for the Win, and it's got the logo of a North Korean company plastered across the entire length of it. But there is literally no way that this North Korean company could have bought the license to sell this content, since there are literally sanctions on US companies like Amazon for collaborating with them. There's games too, tons of them, but I just want to show you this football game for a second. It opens with, bizarrely, the same logo that we just saw on the Amazon.
Everything is copied. We're still working till last month. Okay, so it was that. Crazy. That's crazy. Load internet. You couldn't just like, see, you couldn't just like turn on like the Wi-Fi or stuff, right? You had to like, remember when you enter a game, right? Older games, you had a loading screen. You essentially had a loading screen for the internet with a horrible sound. That's basically what you had. It was pretty much a loading screen, but for the internet. In the dark ages. That's pretty much how you could put it.
Amazon Prime show, so it seems like this is some sort of large-scale media redistribution brand who's taking international content and making it North Korea compliant. Then we see the boot up screen with the game's title being International Soccer League 2.0, which is just so interesting.
International Soccer League. Interesting. And guess what? Half of people were still using it. That is horrible.
Because this shot of Messi's face, I reverse image searched it, is not from International Soccer League 2.0, but instead a screen grab from a trailer of Japanese-made Pro Evolution Soccer.
From Konami. You guys live the peasant life. Yeah, you modern spoiled Nepo baby. So last month, people were still using it. Bro, so like a bunch of people without internet?
The other thing that I think is absolutely fascinating about this football game is the Asian players are missing. Like, you can select the team, Tottenham Hotspur, with all the correct roster as of 2022 when the game was launched, but with the only South Korean member of that team, Son Heung-min, not present. They just chopped him.
Wait. So they removed all the South Korean players. Does that include Japanese as well?
Again, presumably to not show North Koreans that South...
So only South Koreans, right? Because like he said, like Asian, 500,000 poker. There's like half a million people without internet.
South Koreans have proper international athletic careers. In fact, just the general situation with apps in North Korea is so different to what you and I are used to. The first thing that jumps out is there's just so many of them. Like, have you ever seen this many apps pre-installed on a...
No, and that would be hell if that were. I'm seeing it grow up as well, though it's ever changing. Actually, the internet is slowly dying, by the way. You're in its you are experiencing actually it's falling instead of growing.
Smartphone. This right here is a medicine app, but a medicine app where you can order whatever you might need for home
Medicine app.
delivery. There's
Home delivery, okay.
maps with navigation too. Although, fascinatingly, it doesn't show a clear dividing line between North and South Korea, and
Interesting, it does not show a dividing line. Very interesting.
also doesn't let you zoom any further out than the country itself.
So basically, they're acting like everything else outside of North Korea does not exist.
It's a little bit more advanced than I was expecting in some ways too. Like, there's a store here where you can buy things like smartwatches and TVs, all using an electronic wallet, and it's part of the intranet. It's also on this phone, really surprising to see, if we look past the logo that is very clearly just an NBC ripoff. This is online gambling, with even the option for sport.
Wait, let's go gambling? Absolute cinema.
Sports betting, as well as just a pretty hefty catalogue of video content that you can download onto the phones. But you can also see that the North Korean government's influence permeates every layer of this, even the types of movies available. I couldn't find one from the US or South Korea, but Russian movies?
Soviet Union movies, peak. They were probably dubbed.
Loads of them. Remember, the criteria here is not which movies does the North Korean population like the most, it's which movies does the regime want the population to watch. And so it makes sense that it's all filled with Russian content, since Russia is one of North Korea's closest political allies. And Russian ideologies line up very closely to North Korean ones. There's also, weirdly, a bunch of Indian movies, including ones
The Indians are there. Let's go. See? You got representation, guys.
that I've seen before, like 3 Idiots.
For these guys, college is a no-brainer. 3 Idiots. Peak.
The link between North Korea and India isn't as clear-cut, but the guys from Daily NK have a theory that Indian culture hits a bit of a sweet spot. It's kind of different enough to seem exotic and interesting to North Koreans, but while still not posing a threat to their culture in the way that Western content does. And then,
Damn. The question is that a compliment or an insult? They don't see you as a threat to their culture, so they allow your movies.
then there's just a whole load of apps that feel not just guided by the government, but directly requested by them. Like, this one is entirely biographies of past and current North Korean rulers. Something else I've never seen before is a general guidance app, which is split into 4 categories: laws, regulations, a legal dictionary, and then common sense, which really is exactly what it sounds like. It's so strange. It's like, how should we legally understand the family? Who are relatives? Can't relatives marry? I wonder if the idea is giving...
Can't relatives marry? Yeah, we don't. We don't do that here. This is not the Middle East. Chill. Hey, Poker 3 Idiots is a legendary movie. I got no idea. I've never watched it. Do you want to be a threat? I mean, yes. Yes. I want to be I think, like, if I was a leader of a country, I would at least want to be respected, right? I wouldn't want to be treated like I'm not, right? That I could be stepped on. I feel like there needs to be respect between countries.
Every single person the same set of ideologies and learnings, and even there's like a humor section here, so that they effectively become the same person to squash individuality. There's even a cooking app which guides you through how to make traditional North Korean cuisine. And all of
Interesting. Maybe I need that app.
these more official looking apps, they open by first showing you a famous quote from one of their leaders, which so feels like something you'd see on the loading screen of a dystopian video game. But this is real.
Maybe it is. The entirety of North Korea is a dystopian video game. Threat to women. He wants to be that. No. That is false information. Women are a threat to me. That is false information. Women are a threat to me. Lies.
Life. And then there's also just a ton of games to play. Why is this one booting up with the Delta Airlines logo? Most of them feel pretty simple, with a big emphasis on offline play, which is true for the whole phone experience. It's actually wild how much we've been able to show and do, and that's all no doubt because the internet situation in North Korea is so sketchy. So crazy amount of stuff on both of these phones. But there's a very good reason for that. See, getting new apps is not as easy for North Koreans as it is for us.
They have to go in like a specific store to get those apps. Like they have to locally download them. They have to locally download them to get them. Right? They have to locally download them, which is crazy.
Have an app store. You can download apps on your own, but, and I can't actually quite wrap my head around how this is the reality, you can't open those apps until you've taken your phone to an in-person store where they will authorize them for use and download the necessary back-end data for them to function. And believe it or not, there's an extra wrinkle that comes with this. Your apps in North Korea expire. So this one here is telling me it's run out and is basically asking if I want to pay for 6 months or for 12 months for a bit of a discount, effectively making every app a paid subscription, even ones you would not expect to be, like the laws of North Korea. Bearing in mind North Korea is...
Wait, the laws of North Korea are not... Can they track this, by the way? Like, if you're not paying after a while, they'd, like, jail you?
One of the poorest countries in the world, with its national income per person being just 3.4% of that of South Koreans. This feels like a pretty tough pill to swallow. I think it's likely that just the concept of being able to sustain a large library of apps is a luxury that very few will be able to afford. And that's assuming you can even afford the phone in the first place. Now, even if you did find a way to sideload your apps without going to a physical store for that authorization, or if you found a way to get around the app expiration system, which we realize you could temporarily do just by changing the date on your phone to an earlier one, there's a very important reason why...
Interesting. Okay.
You might not want to try that in North Korea. And it's called Red Flag. Red Flag is an underlying layer of surveillance software that appears on all phones sold in North Korea. We know it exists because we can see the effects of it, and I'm told older versions used to be really easy to see and get around, but in these newer phones, Red Flag is now baked into the lowest level of the Android software, making it almost untraceable and impenetrable. Plus, it blocks off developer settings, which you can normally unlock by tapping this build number several times, meaning that it stops you figuring out what is really going on behind the scenes. But the idea of Red Flag is to persistently make sure that what you're doing on your phone is legitimate. So every file, every app, every photo that you take has a digital signature, a record that signals to the phone where that file originated from. Red Flag makes sure that the only files or apps that can be opened on these phones are either ones with the North Korean government signature or a self-signature, which is files that originate from the phone itself, like photos from your camera. Anything else originating from anyone else won't have an approved signature, and so will not open. It'll just get automatically deleted by the software when it's sent to one of these.
So you cannot sideload under any circumstances, okay? Got this. You cannot sideload at all. And you also cannot work around getting around this thing. Essentially, if you might just not get a phone at all at that point. Like, you might just not get a phone at all.
Phones. Now, that doesn't seem to have stopped people from trying to get unauthorized content to work. There was an extensive report from Martin Williams and Niklaus Scheiss, which goes into how some...
What?
Martin Williams and Niklaus Scheiss.
It's Scheisse. Nicholas Scheisse. Not Scheiss. Bro, he's not poop. Pause. Stop.
Which goes into how some would try to skirt the system by opening foreign files via the phone's web browser. But now that the signature checks are happening on a deeper device level, it can pick those up. It doesn't work. Or there was a Daily NK report last year that mentioned while North Koreans couldn't store outside videos on their phones, they could insert SD cards containing the material into their phones instead. However, there is one final, very sinister surveillance feature, clearly designed to deter any attempts at this. These devices, both of them, will take periodic screenshots as you're using.
Periodic screenshots? Wait. So they just, like, take screenshots of whatever you do. They don't. Most of the people in North Korea can't even afford the low-end phone. Yeah, this doesn't surprise me. There's no point in having one.
You don't see these screenshots being taken in the same way that you'd expect to. But you know it's happening because I can actually show you the folder where they're being stored. I can see this has actually been taking screenshots today while I've been recording this video. The frequency of the shots seems to vary, but it's many times per day. And the most alarming part of it is...
like, between, 8 to 10 minutes. Something between, 11 minutes. Every 11 minutes, it takes a screenshot.
All you can do is look. You can't click on them, you can't check them, you can't delete them. Now, whether the phones are sending those grabs over the intranet to the government continuously, or if they're just used when an official has doubts about you and wants to specifically confirm their suspicions, it's anyone's guess. But would you want to risk it in North Korea? Based on accounts from people who've escaped, this is a country which, since at least 2020, has had a law that spells out distributing and even just watching South Korean entertainment is punishable by death. People who distribute this content are tried alongside drug criminals. It's considered the same tier of crime, which says a lot about the priorities of the regime.
You can't open it. You can't. You can't, and kill you if you do something that they don't like.
So it really feels like every part of these devices, from the words you're allowed to type to the videos
Nothing about this phone is redeeming. Nothing. There's no redeeming qualities. None.
you're allowed to watch, are designed to reinforce a single narrative. North Korea is superior, foreign influence is dangerous, and everything you do is being watched. It makes me very grateful for how easy tech is made for the rest of us. I'm kind of curious, compared to the hour that it would take to go to a physical store to install a single app.
Unfortunately, I have my doubts, and I am assuming this will slowly develop. We will also slowly develop towards this. Anyways.
On a North Korean phone, how long does it take to install an entire internet connection with Saily, our sponsor? So search for South Korea, click that. Let's do 5 gigabytes, $10.99, go next. It's loading, and now I click Apple Pay, buy with Apple Pay, and payment is processing.
Ad poke, yeah, I can tell. I don't care about this ad. I'll be real. Regardless. What we know now is that essentially there is no escape for you in North Korea. Whatever you do, they will trace every step. Screenshots, what you buy, what you goon to. Wait, gooning is illegal in North Korea, right? You can't watch corn. They don't have corn. Wait, people have to actually go and touch grass and have segex if they're gay. Wait, being gay is illegal too. So you just have to go out and actually meet women. Interesting. It won't be this bad after having so much freedom to use it. However, we wanna. They can't take it away like that. Would you know what they could do would you know what they can do with digital ID? The digital ID is coming in Germany, right? Slowly. And in Europe, the digital euro is coming. And then technically, they can trace back what you buy. Not only that, they can personalize ads to an absolute max. They can trace back what you buy, possibly what you watch, what you consume. They can absolutely do this exact same thing. They can do this as well. They're already working on doing it. They're literally doing it in the UK already. So yes, it will be that bad if we allow it to happen. Anyways, like, comment, and subscribe. This can happen. Like, you already have to upload your ID or an age verificate to even access Wikipedia in the UK. We are already at that point. We're already there. What was that other video that this Joe creature sent? Let me see. What is that? Let me see. This man sent. Nintendo's greed could check the tech industry. Well, druggies sold in North Korea like candy? Interesting. On open streets. Well, we could watch that too. Why not? Some Nintendo stuff. Some Nintendo stuff. Here we go. Why not? Why not? I'm already incredibly salty. By the way, I can openly say this. Metroid Prime 4 is absolute dog shit. But that's the thing. Who would allow it? But let's be honest. Your opinion doesn't really matter unless everyone revolts. Exactly. And nobody does because especially Europeans are cucked. We Europeans are cugged. We're so cucked that they have started renaming Christmas markets. They've started renaming them, changing the names. At once it was like light markets. Now it's like how do you put it? Connoisseur markets, if you literally translate it, because they don't want to offend anybody from foreign cultures. Trust me, we are at that point where people do not fight back to protect their freedom or their culture. We are already at that point. Hey, cucked white boy. Oh yeah, says the chick that can't get a guy to date her. I'd be quiet. Moving on! Well, let's look at Nintendo's greed, why not?
I don't get it. Is it
too much woke? Too much woke.
I could probably build it.
Let's see. Is this interesting? Is this is about the Switch 2, is it not? Interesting. Well, we'll look at it. That's 3 months ago. That is about the Switch 2. That is about the Switch 2. Don't fuck with it's Christmas. Put the Christ back, bitch. Fine, we're gonna look at that. Nintendo's greed could change the tech industry. By Linus Tech Tips. I've never reacted to Linus Tech Tips. I know who Linus is. That much I know. Yeah, Nintendo's greed has been diabolical. So, recently, Metroid Prime 4 released, right? And their decision was, right? Their decision was to put, so there, for context, there is a open world desert area, right? Just to show how greedy they are. There's an open world desert area, right? But with no music. So, they said they're putting the music as a reward for 100%ing the game, but also the music into an amiibo. So if you want music in your first playthrough in the desert, you need to have the amiibo. Problem is that most people, and we know this, most people that play through the game will not replay it. Meaning they will never hear this track, making this track, regardless, essentially paywalled. That's how greedy Nintendo right now is. And aside from that, Metroid Prime 4 is absolute. It's not absolute garbage, but it's not a good game. Anyways.
I could probably build an entire second career just making videos about Nintendo's bad behavior. But the one we're gonna look at today is one that's going to hit the wallet of nearly every Switch 2 owner. The completely unnecessary left turn into proprietaryville that they have taken with the Switch 2. While the rest of the game console industry has made serious strides toward universal standards and interoperability, this dock is a classic example of locking down a product, not for a good reason, but just because we can, or to make a buck, or because, I don't know.
Yeah. So here's the thing, right? A recent firmware update also made some docks essentially completely useless. So some third-party docks you can't even use.
You. And the bigger problem here is that Nintendo is a market leader, and their actions may very well embolden other tech companies to do the same. Check this out. This dock here works perfectly on the Switch 1, and in fact, every other device on the table. And the Switch 2? No. That's the only device we were able to find that it won't work with. All of these docks and dongles you're looking at now will work with the Switch 1 or with your laptop.
Yep. Spread this video to the Nintendo fanboys. There's another problem, right? Nobody talks about it, right? These game key cards, right? Which are essentially just a glorified download code. Here's an interesting part. You don't own these games. They're not even physical games. They are physical in the sense that you can hold them, you can have them in your hand, but they're essentially just a physical glorified download code, right? They're essentially equivalent of buying a game for the PlayStation 5 that is actually the most of the game you just have to download, right? Now here's the funny part. People are like saying you can resell those. Yes, you can, but only until the Switch 2 servers go offline. The moment the Switch 2 servers go offline is the moment you no longer have these games. They're dead. They're gone. People didn't pay attention to that, which I find very interesting.
But you can't use them on your Switch 2. It would seem then that Nintendo has opted to make their new Universal Serial Bus device a little less universal. The question is how? I mean, it's still got a regular Type-C connector, so what's happening?
To find out, we have the Infineon Protocol Analyzer, a little device that intercepts the communication between two USB-C PD devices and allows us to see exactly what Nintendo has done.
Oh, here we go. Normal. Vendor-defined message. But what the heck is a vendor-defined message? And what is this message from our sponsor?
Corsair. Their Xeneon Edge touchscreen display can sit anywhere on your desk, it can mount magnetically to a metal surface, and can even be placed inside your case. Get instant visibility on system metrics.
Are you saying I can just, like, connect a small screen with my Twitch chat? Or YouTube chat? The fuck? Crazy. Nintendo's own words, you're not buying the Switch 2, you're buying the licenses to play Switch 2. Remember, there's a classic important saying. There is a classic important saying, right? Right? If buying isn't owning, pirating isn't stealing.
Let's take a step back and explain the wonders of USB in the modern age, which is going to give us some additional context as to why we should be especially mad at Nintendo. Since its inception in 1996, USB has been a consistent standard that's replaced many connectors with one easy to insert connector. There's been tons of revisions with increases in power and data delivery, as well as more and more functionality with each update, all while maintaining a pretty robust backwards and forwards compatibility. It's honestly a pretty impressive collaboration in an industry of min-maxing profiteers. Arguably, its biggest change came with the introduction of the USB-C standard, which was partially intended to make all USB devices just a little more universal. Although there's definitely been some snags in the decade plus since.
So here's where I believe this is all coming from. Here's what I believe this is all coming from. This is coming from the current president of Nintendo. Shuntaro Furukawa. I'm absolutely convinced that since ever this dude has been taking over Nintendo in December 2025, actually June 2018, right? Ever since Iwata died, this has been the case. Because now, no longer a gamers running this company, in my opinion. Now very clearly a guy who has no idea what Nintendo actually is. It's no longer the same company since 2018, and you can tell it isn't.
The update. In an effort to reduce the amount of USB-C devices that may fry each other because of voltage incompatibilities, the USB-C PD, or power delivery standard, was released. As many of you will know, that's a protocol for negotiation between
ever since who died? Satoru Iwata, the former president of Nintendo. And actually somebody who is actually also a gamer. And with that, Nintendo died. This is like the usual pipeline for any like either game developer or like a console developer, whatever you want to call them. The moment like the gamers are no longer running the company, in the moment a gaming company is no longer run by gamers, you will see this pipeline where it will become anti-consumer, anti-gamer. That is usually what is happening, right? We've seen with Sony, Xbox, since 2018 with Nintendo. This is the usual pipeline.
Two devices to communicate their power and data.
You can also see it with game companies, right? Like Ubisoft is one of those. Halo Studios. You see like the pipeline.
Data capabilities. Lucas from the labs just wrote a really fantastic article about this handshake. And if you want a little more detail, you should definitely give that a read. For now, let's test what's actually happening with the Switch 2. To understand what we're working with, let's test out the Switch 2 and the Switch 2 dock first. And we have image. Wow, these two devices meant to work together. Fantastic. Let's take a look at what all these messages mean. This interface can be a little bit overwhelming if you don't know exactly what you're looking for. The main thing to know is the message column is the messages that are being sent in between the two docks. In the power role, we have SNK, which is our sync device, and SRC, which is our source device. In this case, our source is our dock, and our sync is the switch. So the first thing we're seeing is the source offering up its capabilities. So when you look in this pane over here, you can see that it's offering 5, 9, and 15 volt power. Good CRC, which you'll see all the way down, just means Roger. Then our switch is talking, SNK, and it's looking for object position 3, which is the 15 volts of power. We get a Roger, we get an accept from our dock.
Okay, so basically the dock works, but as far as I'm aware, so this is 3 months back, right? They made this 3 months back. But since a more recent firm, they technically could make an updated video on this technically, right? Since a more current firmware version on the Switch 2, certain docks do no longer work that worked before. Certain third-party docks. But remember, Silksong 20 used D for it, and companies were mad at Silksong devs for keeping the price so low. Remember, Expedition 33 by random French devs? Absolutely diabolically great game. Absolutely mogging AAA gaming. Yep. Yes. Absolutely. That is happening. Like, imagine, right? Square Enix, right? The guys who do Final Fantasy, right? They pump $200 million into a game. And have imagine pumping $200 into a game, the game not doing well enough, and you have to have layoffs. Imagine if you have a name such as reputable as Final Fantasy VII Remake. Final Fantasy VII, and you still have layoffs. Crazy work.
We get another Roger. Next we have power supply ready. meaning it's get ready to deliver its power. We got our Roger, and then we have a data role swap. So now the switch is switching roles, and it's kind of taking control of the interaction. Then we get our vcon swap, and to oversimplify, it's just another part of kind of the data role swap. We got good, power supply ready. And then we have a little soft reset where you can see this SOP prime. That's actually when the USB devices are talking to the intermediary devices. So it might be talking to a cable that's in between if it's an active cable, or part of the dock or something. So right now it's doing a little soft reset for those. Then we have our vendor-defined messages, and you can see in this pane, it's asking for discover identity. And this is the first time that our dock and our switch are going to communicate. Hey, you Nintendo? Are you a Nintendo device? Vendor defined doesn't mean that it's like an exclusive lockdown thing necessarily, but it can. And then in quick, basically we have these vendor defined messages where the dock and the switch are gonna try and negotiate their DisplayPort mode. It takes clearly a lot of vendor defined messages, and this is sort of where the things become a little unusual. In this case, it's gonna work and we get a display on our screen after they've negotiated their modes. But let's take a look at what happens when we connect the Switch 2 to a dock that won't work. Now we're gonna test out this pretty generic Nucleum USB Type-C dongle. You can immediately see things are a little bit different. Our dongle gives it source capabilities. The Switch requests based on that. We get our power supply ready, vcon swap, and then the data role swap. And you can see that it's actually in a different order. The vcon and the data role swap are in a different order, which ends up in
rejecting the different dock. Interesting. Nintendo basically put an ID card on each product. Essentially, you could say that, yeah. So you can't use third-party products. I would not be surprised if this eventually ends up with you can't even use third-party controllers, right? Because right now you can still use like turbo controllers, other stuff. I would not be surprised if they would drop a firmware update that blocks third-party controllers like macros, turbo controllers, right? I would not be surprised.
A reject from the Switch. They try this a couple times. Eventually it works. Power supply, we do our little intermediary soft reset, and then we do it all again. And that's a little bit strange. Why are we doing it all again? Okay, yeah. We're getting to our intermediary reset, and then we're into our vendor-defined stuff. We're trying to find who's talking to who in specific. Are these Nintendo products? And then we're discovering the modes. And this is generally the DisplayPort modes. In this, the Switch is asking for a specific mode. We get connected, we get UFD connected, and then it kind of just like fizzles out, and then it sort of stops communicating. And that's going to be kind of a reoccurring pattern where things
starts noticing that this is not a Nintendo product, so it just like stops checking.
Don't happen in the same order, things get confused, and then the communication kind of just ceases. Let me show you on a monitor. This one's even more clear why things aren't working. They're trying to do the data role swap, and there's a rejection happening from the Switch. These two buddies not working together so good. But we're still seeing our pattern that the Switch has a little bit of a difficulty negotiating when things don't go exactly as it's expecting. That means only hardware with the exact validated negotiation can decode these messages and successfully negotiate a display out from the Switch 2. And this isn't a technical limitation of USB-C itself. Most PD devices can navigate these operations in different orders and make it work. Rather, I think the most likely answer here, and
Nintendo put that in there themselves. They actively tinkered with the Switch 2 and put it in themselves.
The one that avoids making claims we can't absolutely confirm is that Nintendo made sure that it worked on their own devices and then stopped their efforts there. That means that even if a third-party dock has the correct power delivery and video output capabilities, it just won't fully function with the Switch 2 unless it can successfully communicate using Nintendo-specific undisclosed protocols. This communications lockdown definitely could be malicious, but I wouldn't feel confident taking Nintendo to court about it. But but I'm not sure I would chalk it up to pure carelessness either. The most likely scenario, in our opinion, is that this is an example of tactical laziness. What a beautiful term. Because the benefit of this enshittification is so obvious. Money. Do you need a second dock in your house?
Well, you need to buy official software. It is that easy. You need to buy official software.
Instead of using something you already have, that'll be $120 more directly to Nintendo, thank you very much. You want to go traveling and have something more portable. Time to order another expensive Nintendo-approved accessory. It makes me wonder if we would be better if they just used proprietary port. On the one hand, it would solve the...
That's why they also did not put any connectability onto the Switch. That's probably also why they didn't put any connectability on the Switch Lite, right? The Switch Lite cannot connect to like a laptop, TV, whatever, through like third-party software because it lacks the capability, even though essentially almost all phones, actually all phones, have the ability to connect through USB-C. Oddly enough, the Switch Lite does not have that capability, even though it is mod enough that it should be able to do that. I'm still salty about that, by the way. So nope, not going legal with Nintendo. You couldn't go legal with Nintendo for many reasons. First of all, they have more money than you. If they can make you bleed it so much that you couldn't afford it.
The seeming underhandedness of the issue and the ensuing consumer confusion. Everyone would have known from the get-go about the incompatibility, and maybe Nintendo could have justified it with a neat, unique feature like a locking port, all while leaving the top USB port as is for charging. But that would mean needing to develop and manufacture a proprietary port, possibly upping the price over a mass-produced generic part, with Nintendo fronting the R&D cost. And proprietary ports means that it's Nintendo's own IP, so they can set the license fee, probably upping the cost on third-party accessories. It would also mean increased e-waste long-term when there's more Switch 2 docks left than Switch 2 players. That's really not ideal. On the other hand, it's exceptionally frustrating to be able to correctly plug...
Not gonna lie, give this some time, and third parties are gonna find the way to work around it. Give it some time.
Plug in your accessories and then not have them work. To be fair, that's not a Nintendo exclusive problem. All Type-C ports and cables have not been created equal. It's an ongoing issue, but in my personal experience, the compatibility issues are generally trending towards becoming solved, not launching themselves towards totally unnecessary compatibility catastrophe, which just makes this so infuriating, especially since the Switch 2 is less capable than most modern regular Type-C devices. The charging caps out at around 15 watts, which may be good for battery health long term, but it certainly would be nice to have the option to fast charge when necessary, and variable refresh rate is currently not possible via the dock. You can only do that in handheld mode, so we're really not asking much of these.
Even Apple manages to be more universal than this crap. Apple was one of the pioneers of the industry move towards mass adoption of USB Type-C and Thunderbolt. I remember they actually took a lot of flack for being the first to ship a laptop, the 2015 MacBook, with only USB Type-C.
Yeah, that was I remember, right? The EU forced iPhone, right, to switch to USB-C soon. So there's that. Apple can't poke at third parties getting hunted down and been sued. Not for the ports, not for the docks, not for the ports. That doesn't work. There's plenty of third-party docks that I could buy right now for my Switch 1. So not really. They don't do that. Now, for now. However, you never know. So they could technically work around this.
Which is especially funny when you consider how they had to be dragged kicking and screaming on the phone side. But I digress. The point is, in spite of Apple's long proud history of making things proprietary for no obvious user benefit, even they haven't gone as far as creating a proprietary handshake between their cables, their accessories, and their computers. Although, don't imagine for a second they're not capable of it. Oh God, I hope they're not getting any ideas from this. Because once Apple does something, well, the industry follows. Hopefully Nintendo doesn't have quite the same influence.
While we've harped pretty hard on Nintendo so far, we want to give credit where credit is due.
Do we?
They're helping to push the microSD Express standard into the mainstream, instead of making some expensive proprietary format like the Xbox Series or the PlayStation Vita.
Okay, that's fair. But not even everything they've done with their non-proprietary storage is good. The fact that they don't let you just dump save game files off of your system onto it is...
Yeah, but to be fair, yeah, that is normal though.
Quite frankly, offensive to me. Nintendo has angered all of us with their game prices, but here's the thing. The most that can cost me is about $80 US. That's the worst case scenario. But imagine this. I dump 300 hours into a game, and then I don't subscribe to Nintendo Online, so I can't back up my save, and then I happen to lose my Switch, a portable device. I lose 300 hours. I mean, okay, obviously I'm not being paid to game, so it's not a straightforward mathematical equation, but if we're talking about what it would cost me in my time and my...
Yep, that is a classic. But then again, I gotta admit, I have to say though, are other companies really doing that? Like, do I keep my save file online when Sony slowly starts shutting down the PS4 servers starting in 2026, where they're slowly removing already like features of the online? Are we gonna argue that? Let's face it. In fact, you could argue that Nintendo waited the longest.
Personal energy to go back and get all of that back? Honestly, I'd rather go to work for one day so I can buy a new fucking game versus dump another 300 hours in to get back what I lost.
So what can we do? Well, the best thing to do is not give Nintendo your money. Either wait for the next gen Yuzu or just skip Nintendo games until they fix this. That's probably the best, most impactful move you can make. But when you look at the Switch 1...
Yeah, he's already saying it, right? He's already saying it. The Switch 1 is the console. Is selling itself. It is the fastest selling console in human history. The Switch 2. You are not beating this. We can, but well, that pirate them. By the way, it doesn't work. Switch 2 emulation is currently absolute dog shit. For example, you currently can't even emulate Metroid Prime 4. That is not currently possible. So yeah, Switch 2 emulation is not there yet. You are not pirating shit right now.
And 2 sales number, it's pretty easy to feel like your wallet's vote doesn't get you very far anymore. And I don't feel any kind of moral superiority for telling you to stop engaging with Nintendo's games. They are clearly making fantastic experiences that no one else can match. And
that is true, right? The games are phenomenal. Again, see, the crazy part is I can't even put the Metroid Prime situation on Nintendo directly because it was made by the Western studio. However, you can tell that Metroid Prime 4 was supposed to take inspiration from Breath of the Wild, which indefinitely damaged the entire series now. Diabolical.
Lots of you want to play them. You could buy third-party options like the Antank S3 that we're going to have linked down in the video description that somehow has the ability to speak the Switch 2's proverbial language. Who the f knows how Antank figured that out? A friend at Nintendo or on the third shift at one of the factories? Random dumb luck? Regardless, it works for now. Nintendo could technically alter that deal on a whim by changing their protocols in a neat little game of cyber cat and mouse.
Yep, they did. Update 3 months later. They did. They shut down some third-party software with a firmware update. I already said that, but I'm saying it again. They already have done that.
Mouse, but what we'd all really like is for this video to be out of date as soon as it hits the internet. It seems like Nintendo has it within their power to push a couple of firmware updates to stop this baloney. Baloney? Like this Segway sandwich.
They made it worse.
To a sponsor!
Vessi, summer is the time for...
Are you telling me they're having a sponsor for shoes? Diabolical. There's 2 sponsors, by the way. Anyways, that's pretty much the end of the video. Well, what can we say, kiddos? What can we say? Nintendo's greedy. And this has been going on, I'm gonna say this, since 2018, to that degree, the way they're doing it. Ever since that new president popped up. Ever since no longer gamers running this company. That is how I'm seeing it. Anyways. Yeah, the only thing you could do is vote with your wallet, but you'd need to vote in such a mass. They have 3, crazy. You'd need to vote in such a mass that you won't be able to. Nintendo's too big to fail. It's like trying to make Apple fail. Too big. Or trying to make Netflix fail as it is right now. Too big. Anyways. Like, comment, and subscribe. Alrighty. Kiddos. We got our videos done. Alright. I don't have anything that I want to watch anymore. And it's also, we're already at time. And I can't really go over time today. So yeah, kiddos. We are, in fact, ending here. Buy a handheld PC like Steam Deck and play the emulations. Yeah, you can emulate Switch. You can probably emulate Switch 1, but you won't be able to emulate Switch 2 because the Steam Deck isn't as powerful as a PS4 Pro. Almost PS5. That doesn't work, unfortunately. Anyways, we'll be back tomorrow with the usual stuff. Don't Gooner Gump. I don't know. I'll probably watch some anime now. Maybe. We'll see. Anyways, I'll see you tomorrow. Take care, guys. Bye-bye. Bye-bye to you too, Samax. Take care, guys.